Welcome to a meeting of your Manatee County Board of County Commissioners. Representing District 1, Carol Ann Feltz. Representing District 2, Amanda Ballard. Representing District 3, Tal Sadiq. Representing District 4, Mike Ron. Representing District 5, Dr. Bob McCann. Representing District 6 at-large, Jason Bearden. Representing District 7 at-large, George Cruz. The County Administrator is Charlie Bishop. Time is set aside at the beginning of each meeting for citizens to speak on any issue. Citizens are asked to limit their comments to 3 minutes. Today's meeting is brought to you with closed captioning.
Good morning, everyone. Today is Thursday, December 4th, and this is a land use meeting of the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County. We will get started with our agenda after we begin, as we do all things, with an invocation and a pledge. Today's invocation will be led by Pastor Brian Meadows of Bayside Community Church, and our pledge will be led by Commissioner Bob McCann. Please rise if you're able. I looked.
All right, let's open up with prayer this morning if you bow your heads. Father, we just thank you so much for this opportunity to get together as these amazing leaders are coming together to help discuss and make decisions that will have an impact on this county. Father, we thank you so much that we live in a place where we can freely express our religious beliefs, and I thank you for each and every person in this room. Whatever their beliefs are, whatever their creed is, whatever their background is. And Father, this morning I pray for peace and wisdom in this house, in this room, as we go through business today. And again, we are just so grateful that we live here in this county where we have great leadership that wants to do the best for their people. And so we bring all of these things to you and give them to you. And it's in your Son's name we pray. Amen.
I'm not on. Thank you all. Ms. Knapp, are there any updates to the agenda?
Good morning, Commissioners. There was one update received between the last published agenda and this morning. And since it was not published live, it will be entered into the record once that public hearing is opened. It's regarding item number 7.
And that's what's in front of us in hard copy?
Correct.
Thank you. I will now open citizen comments for future agenda items. Let me see if anyone signed up. I have 3 people signed up. The first is Glenn Gibolina. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name, your county of residence, and talk about whatever it is you want to talk about.
Does anybody have to be sworn today?
For the record, Glenn Gibolina. So I'll keep it short. I sent you the comp plan for Hillsborough County, 313 pages. I think when we look at our comp plan that we should take the best practices of the other 66 counties. I mean, starting from scratch and saying we know what's best, it's just delaying the process, spinning our wheels. Why would we not take the best practices from the communities that already have it in place that are working, right? Take Miami, you got an inclusionary zone. That's how they get affordable housing done, right? There's other avenues that we can take as far as doing the comp plan. So I hope we move in that direction. The other thing I want to talk about is Zipper Road, that nightmare. That needs to be, it needs to be shelved. I mean, you're affecting people out there that did not buy in to that nightmare with the wetlands and the flooding. You know, they bought that property for peace and quiet, and now it's getting overdeveloped. You're not managing the water, so forth and so on. So that's my 2 cents, but I'll get some airtime later. Thank you.
Julie Spicer, followed by John Spicer.
Good morning, Commissioners. Julie Spicer, resident of Manatee County for 19 years. Addressing future agenda items for projects PLN 2308-0162, Bus Barn Rezone, and PLN 2404-0056, Zipper Road Rezone. I come to this
Excuse me.
board.
Mr. Chair, I just want to make sure the board's aware, this is on the Plan Commission agenda next week, this particular project being spoken to.
Duly aware. No, people are allowed to tell us whatever they want to tell us. That doesn't mean we are going to respond to them, but I'm going to allow them to speak on something.
I
mean, I get
understand.
emails on these things as well, so there's no difference
Yeah, I
with
understand.
verbal.
I just want to make sure staff's aware, we have to incorporate comments into the record for the future hearing.
Okay. Everyone be aware, this is a quasi thing that will come in front of us, so please listen, take into consideration, and leave it at that.
Thank
You
you,
may
sir.
proceed. Wait, hold on, will you put the time back on there? All right, go ahead.
I come to this board requesting smart development with responsible stormwater management. We are not against development as long as it does not cause harm to private property by infringing on our Fifth Amendment U.S. constitutional rights or violating Section 404 of the Clean Water Act. As a private property wetland owner of 15 acres at 16620 and 16678 Waterline Road, my family has endured the burden of protecting our private wetland from unauthorized activities and by maintaining stormwater flow for the 1,000-foot ditch that now cuts through our property. This ditch started out as an agricultural swell running into the backside of our property. The ditch has never been named, and rarely does it even show up on county maps, but it does appear on the drawings for the above-referenced new development projects. This heavily eroded agricultural swell has become a deeply chiseled ghost ditch, I believe has been altered to facilitate the stormwater and dewatering needs of future development in this area. Since 2009, we have struggled with Southwest Water Management District in Sarasota to protect our private property from unpermitted water drainage. It is not until we contacted the Brooksville office where we were able to get resolution to our water complaint. They not only cited the landowner, but required a water management plan to avoid future problems. This water management plan was approved by the county, the landowners, and the water district. But we have come to find out the water management plan was never implemented or monitored by the Sarasota office. Instead, they excavated a south to north ditch to capture and contain the sheet flow water that was originally feeding the wetland. Starting June 19th of this year, we noticed a heavy volume of water being channeled into our private wetland through the agricultural swell. We estimate that approximately 86,400 gallons of water flowed through our property per day from June 19th to present. We have daily recorded video showing the water flow as well as the continuous damaging effects of the forced water. Please note, this is a huge volume of water for being an unusually dry summer, and the ditch continues to flow through the area in this drought condition. This agricultural swell/ditch was man-made. It is not historic in nature. It is channeled directly into 16678 Waterline Road. This excavated ditch, as we know, is unpermitted, is not a named historical stream, and is not maintained by the county, but now is larger than the county-maintained Sand Breach Creek. All surface water in this area flows from east to west. The ditch is south to north. Once the ditch was privately excavated, remove the sheet flow of water into the wetland, thereby providing the wetland of its water source. The ditch only moves water through the property as it erodes and removes the wetland features. We have contacted multiple county agencies and state agencies, as well as Southwest Water Management District. Can I finish? To resolve water complaint, but lack of enforcement and lack of concern for adverse wetland impacts, as well as private property damage, has led us here today. The Southwest Water Management District is not protecting the wetlands in Manatee County, nor are they protecting our private property rights from the Fifth Amendment of the
Okay,
Constitution.
you're gonna have to start wrapping it up, though. What does finish mean? I've got other people behind you and a full
Okay.
agenda. I mean, this is gonna come back in front of us, and you're gonna have another opportunity to speak, and when it becomes a hearing, you'll have 5 minutes. So you're
Okay.
gonna have plenty of time. Nobody up here has seen this. We haven't been briefed on it, so everything you're saying, it sounds very important, but I don't have context to really fully understand it anyway,
Okay.
other than the fact that you're against
You
this
know, we're
project.
happy to provide you any information, and we can do that on the side.
You will not do it on the side. This is quasi-judicial. But we
Okay.
do appreciate you making us aware of it, and this is something we could pay attention to when it comes in front of us, when the documents are put in front of us post planning commission prior to it coming in front of this board.
Okay, so the next date to come up
Is
is
the next, whenever it's scheduled.
whenever it gets scheduled. All right.
Ms. Knapp, do you know when this is supposed to come in front of our board?
January land use, January
So
8th.
then January 8th would come in
January.
front of this board. It would come in front of the planning commission next week. So there'll be an opportunity there as well.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Uh-huh. John?
Good morning, Board. My name is John Spicer. I've been a Manatee County resident for 19 years. We've dealt with these issues out at our property for over 16 years. So we paid attention, and we really have seen a lot of destruction in this area just because nobody wants to pay attention. But I want to pick up where Julie left off, because the complaints, but lack of enforcement, concern to be adverse wetland impacts as well as private property damage has led us here today. The Southwest, she already read this. She's good, I'm sorry. Request the Water Management District not allowed. Well, with this entire area in the process of rezoning and development, we are asking for your help to take control of this stormwater problem, which seems to be a very big problem in Manatee County, especially in our area. Waterline Road floods with very little rain now. They have caused so much damage to the wetlands out there. It's hard to, when you channel water into a wetland, it is no longer a wetland, and that's not fair to us. And we, as private residents, have to maintain that personally. We get no help from anybody to come out there and help with any stormwater management at all. They've caused irreversible damage to the entire wetland, and you as the board have the power to put a pause to this. We're not asking to stop these things, but we need to pause these things and start looking at why this stuff is happening and what is the solution. The solution is not the private residents of the county. I'll end with that. I don't want to run over time or anything, but, you do have the power to put a pause to these over development, and with no stormwater actions to pipe and dig ditches into private property, I don't feel that's fair and right to the residents of the county here. It's all, there's wetlands there, there's ditches, there's ponds, none of this stuff's been permitted or okayed by, the federal government. That's who's, in charge of a lot of that stuff. But nobody wants to take action and step up and say that out loud. But we're here today to let you know that, we'll stand up and, protect our property the best we can. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Any other public comment on future agenda items?
Good morning, Commissioners. Mark Vanderie, Waterline Road Preservation Group. And first, Commissioner Sadiq, I'd like to congratulate you on your promotion to chair. I remember a couple of years ago when you first started out with your wife, Kristen, you opened up that Speak Out Manatee campaign. We walked the streets trying to identify and bring to light issues with overdevelopment impacting the reduction of wetland buffers and infringing upon the FDAB line and trying to support local fisheries and fishing villages. And we just hope that as you climb the political ladder and get into up with the big shots, you don't lose sight of the little guys out here in the East County and the fishing villages, and you don't turn your back on us. Appreciate that. Now, I've got a PowerPoint, if you'd bring that up, please, for me, Waterline Road. And this is to continue and trying to enlighten the board on the aspects and the type of land that we have out in the Waterline Road and Zipper Road area. Now, it's not big agriculture, it's small agriculture. It's not huge areas and rows of tomato groves. and whatnot. These are smaller agricultural uses. These are horse farms, ranches, stables, dog training. We've got horseback riding. We've got breeding of miniature horses, all that sort of thing going on out there. And the point that I'd like to make is that when you have agricultural land like that, you want to preserve it because it does breed animals. It is a sanctuary and a habitat for wildlife, and that's part of what we like about the Waterline Road area. Now, if you could back that slide up to the beginning for me, please. Earlier, some folks were talking about Zipper Road. This is a beautiful oak hammock on Zipper Road. It's an asset to the area. It's an asset to the county. It's gorgeous. It's natural Florida. Thank you. And this is something that we should try to preserve in our area. Again, wildlife. We have breeding great horned owls. We have stands of longleaf pines. It's an endangered species, believe it or not, the longleaf pine is. Baby owls, baby hawks. There's caracara. Your environmental folks from the developers say they don't even exist in this area. Well, here they are. There's their baby. They had a baby last year. There's mama. Okay, we have stands of Sweet Bay magnolia along the creeks. This happens to be Sand Branch Creek. It's still out there. Hurricane beat it up, but it's still living. As long as you don't pave it over, it's going to come back to life. Otters, so turkeys, wild turkeys, and the old Calvin Long, he's still there in spirit. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Any other public comment on future agenda items? Seeing none, I will close public comment. Nobody was on the phone when it was showing. No one's still on the phone, so I will close public comment. We'll move on to advertised public hearings. Virtually everything on this agenda is quasi, so if you intend to speak or potentially speak or even think about maybe standing up to speak on anything today, please stand to be sworn in.
Do you swear and affirm the factual statement and representation you're about to present to the Porter County Commissioners is truthful and accurate?
All right, and we have one time certain, even though it's up there, it is up there under announcements. We have a time certain for item number 8, which is the EMS. So, Ms. Knapp, do you want to read that into the record?
Item number 8 is Lake Manatee EMS. It's a GDP with rezone. So this is a county-initiated rezone of approximately 10.16 acres. Property generally located north of State Road 64 and Dam Road intersection. It's a rezone from General Agricultural Special Treatment Watershed Protection Lake Manatee Overlay and Conservation Special Treatment Watershed Protection Lake Manatee Overlay to Plan Development Public Interest Zoning District, retaining the overlays. Approving a general development plan with an existing government office of 6,300 square feet, and then second, an existing EMS station of almost 1,200 square feet, and lastly, a 4,700 square foot use of public use facility in the form of an EMS station for a total of 12,278 square feet. And your staff presenter is Alicia Henry.
Okay, and I know this is silly since it's a county-owned property, but just for the record, is there any ex parte communication? Other than the obvious fact that we're all well aware of this project. I'll say yes within the confines of our normal day of business, job. So go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Dan Bond with BGE, and I have been sworn. I am here representing Manatee County today for the Lake Manatee EMS project, which is going through GDP with rezone application. Some of our project team here today, we've got Sydney Seymour, project manager with Manatee County Property Management, which is the owner's representative for this project. We also have James Crutchfield, Deputy Director of Public Safety, representing Manatee County EMS. Daniel Bond, myself, as civil engineer with BGE. Carrie McNutt, with environmental consultant with Monarch Ecology Group. And Michael Yates, traffic consultant with Palm Traffic. Just a quick overview of its location. It is located north of State Road 64 on the north side of Dam Road between Dam Road and Lake Manatee. And our request today is to rezone the project from agriculture and conservation to PDPI, which is Planned Development Public Interest, with a general development plan proposing a new 4,740 square foot EMS station. We have provided a schedule of permitted and prohibited uses, and those uses are limited to public use facilities and utility use. And with that, I would like to introduce Mr. James Crutchfield, who will talk about some of the project goals and service needs for the EMS.
Good morning, Commissioners. James Crutchfield, Deputy Director of Public Safety. I've been sworn. With me is Sean Dwyer, the EMS Chief. I'm here really to answer some questions and to kind of outline some of the needs that this area has. In previous briefings to the Planning Commission, there was a lot of operational questions in this area's need. And I just want to start the conversation with, during the neighborhood workshop, the time that myself was out there, the EMS chief was out there, and some citizens in the community, there was no EMS ambulance. There was no ambulance available during the entire time. The biggest challenge with this area of the county is the geographic barriers. It takes a while to get to a hospital, and because of that, we put forth a business case plan to go through the county's process in 2019. We identified a need to add an ambulance to this area of the county, to decrease the workload of the current ambulance and to increase the service delivery to this area. I'm happy to answer any questions now, or if you would like to wait until the end of the presentation, I'm happy to do that as well.
You might as well do the presentation.
Okay.
I mean, we all know what this is, so, and I'm sure people may have questions, but let's get through the presentation. Is it a long presentation?
Not too long.
All right.
I'll whip through it.
I mean, just because, again, because this is internal, we've all kind of seen it, so I want to make sure you're giving enough information for the public, but,
Right.
I mean, we know what we're looking at here.
Mainly just for the record, want to get through, touch on some things. So the project does consist of 2 parcels consisting of 10 acres. The existing uses on the site consist of an existing EMS station, a little over 1,000 square feet, the existing Quattlebaum House, which houses the county's natural resources department offices, which is a little over 6,000 square feet, as well as existing parking areas within the site. There are existing wetlands along the fringe of Lake Manatee, as well as a flood zone, AE, which is along the wetland perimeter as well, indicated by the blue line. The existing zoning consists of agriculture and conservation with overlays of watershed protection, Lake Manatee Reservoir, and special treatment overlay. The surrounding zoning is to the north and the west is general agriculture and PDPI, and to the east and the south is conservation and recreation open space. Existing future land use is PSP1 within the property, which is public, semi-public. That's why we're here requesting a PD zoning. The P/SP1 does the only conforming zoning related to that future land use category is planned development. So that's why we're here before you requesting PDPI. The surrounding future land use to the north, west, and south is also PSP1, and to the east, PSP1 and ROS. Just an overview of the plan itself, again, proposing a new public use facility of 4,740 square feet. We're providing landscape screening buffers of 5 foot wide around the perimeters of the project, with the exception of the roadway buffer along Dam Road, which will be 10 feet. The minimum building setback is 30 feet. required by LDC 53140. However, we are requesting specific approval for the existing EMS station that's out there today, which is about 8 feet from the property line. So we're just requesting a reduction for that one structure. The primary access to the project will be from Dam Road. We will be removing the existing access to the existing facility, and that facility will be tied into the new access that serves the entire project. We'll also be providing a 2-foot right-of-way setback as required by the code to provide the half-width right-of-way for an 84-foot wide future right-of-way, which is consistent with a 2-lane urban collector roadway. And then lastly, providing a 30% open space and 50-foot wetland buffers along the Lake Manatee wetlands. We'll also be planting those areas. There's an area within the wetland buffer, about a 1/4 acre, which was open land, which has been cleared, and we are going to be restoring that with plantings. A little bit of background on the existing conservation zoning. You can see here, there's an overlay. The darker green is the conservation zoning. And those existing structures that are on the site were built in 1974 and 1975, prior to the adoption of the Land Development Code. They were privately owned by the Quattlebaums until 1980, which at that point, Manatee County did purchase the property. And in 1981, Manatee County adopted the Land Development Code, and both of these parcels were zoned as agriculture at that time. A countywide rezone in 1991, the parcels were zoned as conservation and general agriculture, while the county still continued to own the property. And again, the conservation zoning overlays the existing structures. So those existing structures are within the conservation zoning. We believe it's a potential mapping error, and I'll go into it a little bit more with some historical aerials. But those existing structures were in use and in place for 17 years prior to that conservation zoning being adopted in 1991. And the property has historically been utilized by the county as public use facilities. These are some of the historical aerials just to show, within that conservation zoning, that there are existing structures and have been existing structures within that area, which leads to our assumption that may be a mapping error. So this is in 1978, when it was still under private ownership. This is 1984, when it was purchased by the county and county uses. Again, very similarly, 1994, same aerial, same uses. And then this is today's use. The grayer areas reflect what's out there today with the Quattlebaum House and the EMS station with the parking areas. And just a little bit of additional information regarding Dam Road, just to clarify. The existing EMS station currently operates at the project site, has been operating there for, I believe, 40 years. Mr. Crutchfield can correct me on that, but utilizes Dam Road and Waterline Road for access today. The proposed driveway access will be relocated, as I mentioned. It will be relocated further to the west, which will help with site visibility. There is a curve in Dam Road to the east, and that site visibility is reviewed at final site plan, but that will improve the condition. Also, existing Dam Road along the project frontage does consist of two 12-foot lanes for a total 24-foot pavement width, with an existing right-of-way width of 80 feet currently today. Again, we're providing 2 feet on the north side, and the EMS, again, continues to utilize that road for access. As far as drainage is concerned, the project will not contribute any stormwater towards Dam Road. There's a 20-plus elevation difference between Dam Road and Lake Manatee, sloping towards Lake Manatee, and that will be maintained and drainage patterns will continue to flow towards Lake Manatee and not Dam Road. So in conclusion, we respectfully request approval of this rezone from agriculture and conservation to PDPI. The applicant has agreed to all stipulations provided in Section 8 of the staff report. We believe it's consistent with the comprehensive plan policies, and the GDP meets the requirements of the Land Development Code. And this approval will facilitate the expansion of essential public services to better serve that community. And I'll be happy to answer any questions along with myself and team members who are here.
Sure, I'm the only one on the board. Couple questions. You have an EMS station there. What is the current EMS station being used for? Is it a full-service EMS? Ambulances busting out of there on a
Yes, sir.
hourly
So,
basis?
yeah, it is a single ambulance station. The need is to have multiple units in this location. The building isn't big enough.
Why aren't we using the existing footprint of the current building? Why do we need, it's a 1970s building, it's probably obsolete anyway. What's the purpose of retaining the existing building and then building an entirely new, larger building further back, closer to the wetlands and the lake? I don't care.
I don't believe I'm the right person to answer that.
Okay.
Sidney Seymour, Manatee County Construction Services. We went through conceptuals on it to see if we could locate the new EMS in the front of the Quattlebaum house, but based upon sizes and setbacks, it just wasn't feasible, so that's why we had to locate it behind the existing Quattlebaum house.
Okay. Has there been any traffic issues with the single ambulance? Has there been complaints? Has there been any accidents? Has there been, I mean, you're working off of one ambulance currently since the 70s, and obviously now there's more traffic in that area. Now you want to put multiple.
Yeah, no, I figured that question was going to come up because I've heard, so on the screen here, I did a look back for the past 12 months, and you'll see, let's see, right here, was one traffic accident, and then of that accident, it was a rear-end style collision, 2 vehicles. One driver was cited for distraction. He was a 16-year-old male, and the other one was a 69-year-old male.
I don't mean accidents in general. Accidents happen all over. I meant ambulance-related.
Ambulance accidents?
Like if you have ambulances there, if you're whipping down, I mean, I don't know how many, and I don't know where every single EMS station is. I've probably been to half of them, but we don't have a lot of ambulance, like EMS stations in the middle of residential areas. And while these may be large lots, it's still a residential area. And with Palm Grove coming in, it's more residential. I think of EMS as over by Lakewood Ranch Park. I think of it up, the one we had on Cortez Road. I mean, these are more in commercial areas with larger roadways and less so driving ambulances full speed in front of people's driveways.
Yeah. So I printed another map for your review as well. You know, the ambulance has been working there for over 40 years. In this map, there's a lot of information on it, but if I can walk you through what you're looking at. The overabundance of blue is a bleed time, which is an 8-minute bleed time. So the dots that you see, those are stations. The bleed time shows from those stations 8 minutes worth of drive. The different color hexagon clusters are call volumes, and then you'll see right here is station 5, and that shows you all the calls that station is responsible for responding to. As far as accidents, our employees go through a new hire orientation emergency vehicle operation course, and they do a refresher every 2 years. Our ambulance operators, they operate very safely, I can say. And I don't know that fully answers your question, but
It doesn't. But I mean, I know we had a property here. I can appreciate that, but did we look at other alternative properties? I mean, you know, there's not for a lack of land out there at the moment, and there certainly wasn't for lack of land in the 80s, 90s, and 2000s before land values went up. I mean, at what point in time do we say, hey, maybe we shouldn't have put this next to our water and our state park, and maybe we should have, if we wanted to build bigger, talked to Pat when he was building Palm Grove, or talked to some people on 64 in better locations and gotten ahead of this instead of saying, well, we own this. I mean, we just had this conversation last land use meeting about Premier. We're like, we own this, let's put a hotel there. Like, just because we own it doesn't mean we can just build, like, I know we're not in deliberation, but here's my problem. Palm Grove came in front of us 3 times. One to move some fake jog of the FDAP line, one to transmit it, one to provide. I voted no every time. And my number one reason to Neal Communities was because it was encroaching on Lake Manatee and the conservation land of the state park. That was my number one reason. It would be disingenuous of me to say I hold the private sector to a different standard than the public sector simply because it's us. So it's hard for me to say, sure, let's build new stuff in conservation areas and ag lands next to the lake when I denied a private sector's request to be even further away. That's just disingenuous of me, and I don't like to do that. So I've told you guys all this at the briefing. I'm not a fan of this. But I'm just curious, have we looked at other areas? Is there just a matter of, hey, you know, we did have this other site. We are talking to some developer who may want to transfer some land to us to, you know, to build this someplace else. Build it bigger, build it better, someplace else. I know it's trigger words, but I'm just saying, I mean, in all honesty, like, I wish the fire departments would work nicer with us sometimes and allow us to work out of their stations. There's a beautiful, state-of-the-art, God knows how much it costs, station right up Rye Road from this place. That would have been really nice to capitalize, but I'm just curious what our alternatives are, because we do need EMS. That's the catch here, is we don't want to say we don't want safety. We don't want to say we want to expand time to go get people beyond the 8 minutes and whatever thresholds are. That's not where I want to go. I can't speak for the rest of the board. So we want you to build something where you need to build. We trust you that you know these things with these maps, but that just doesn't mean we build wherever and hide behind the blanket of safety to do it.
Okay, so I would like to address a couple of those and then turn it over to someone to speak about how this property was selected, if that's okay.
Sure.
I do think that we have an exceptional working relationship with the fire districts, in complete honesty. Most of our ambulances are housed within a fire station. The challenge here, and what I was trying to articulate before, is we need more than a single ambulance in this area. We're unable to sufficiently provide coverage with one. We did reach out to the fire service. They did offer us space, but they did not offer us space to accommodate 2 ambulances and the crew of 2 ambulances. So what happens then is, like, we have to duplicate like alerting, we have to duplicate equipment, we have to duplicate dropping things off. It becomes inefficient. So yes, the fire district has offered us space for 1 ambulance. 1 ambulance is not enough to meet the demand.
We didn't look at any other land we own or any opportunities. I mean, how come schools seem to be able to get land from developers? How come fire departments are able to get land from developers, but somehow we're not? I mean, it seems like everyone else has some in, and we don't ever reach out to them. I mean, other than maybe some soccer fields up on Faulkner's property, we don't seem to ever talk and say, hey, if you want your residents buying your houses to be safe, why don't we work out a deal for 10 acres of land so we can put a really nice multi-ambulance station? We've approved projects all the way up Rye and all the way out 64. There was more than enough opportunity to have that conversation.
That preliminary research as to where would be selected for the EMS station is done within the division of property management, so he would be the best person to answer that question for you.
Commissioners.
Yeah, like I
from
said,
Deputy
I
County
can narrow
Administrator.
down the question, because I do want to hear your answer, but you're going to answer the question. I just want to make sure we're on the same scope. If this does not move forward, what's the next alternative to make sure we're still providing the safety for the same people, even if it's in a different location, if this project does not move forward? What's the next alternative? Who have we spoken to about alternative options for land?
If I may, can I just walk through from a public safety perspective of how we get this project in front of you all? And maybe that can provide us the right direction.
I mean, maybe, but I mean, there's two components to this. One is the safety component, one's the development component. I think we're all on the same page with the safety component. We see your map. It's a beautiful map. I wouldn't have used the blue with the blue. It's kind of, it bleeds a little bit. But other than the aesthetics of it, it's a very nice map. We get it. Like I said, I'll let you say whatever you want, but I don't think you're going to convince anybody solely based on we need safety, because again, safety being built here versus safety being built a mile someplace else is still safety. I think we're all on the same page that we agree that we need to work with you and your team to build a location to allow for multiple units of an ambulance. We're not refuting that argument. We're arguing about where it gets built and whether or not building on conservation land and land abutting the lake is in the best interest based upon the direction this board has been going, again, on the private sector, because I'm not going to get accused of allowing the government to do things that I don't otherwise allow the private sector to do.
Okay, thank you for your map compliment. And I will also say that this same map is pretty much used when we submit business case plans. So from a public safety perspective, we say we're able to demonstrate we have a need, right? And that need is visually shown by this map. We're able to say like the bleed area, the response times are this, right? You can see that there's lots of, no blue in Myakka. You can see there's no blue in Duet. You can also see that, because of the way the call distribution is, that we cannot get to some of these places in an 8-minute time frame. So when we submit that request to the county to say, we need more resources, we need a facility, we need another ambulance and staff, we say so and we justify that request within a buffer area. This space was selected by property management predominantly due to the fact that we own it. It is cheaper for us to build on it.
Okay, I think I've exhausted my questions. I can keep doing is asking the same questions other times. And I got 2 people, 3 people on the board. Commissioner Feltz.
Understanding that our EMS is a county-wide issue, this is my district. And it's an area that I'm extremely familiar with. There's probably not going to be anybody else upon this board that has as much an affinity for our first responders as I do. That was my family background, so this has never had anything to do with our need for EMS and our wants for EMS for our first responders to have an adequate facility. Having said that, and I really want to thank Commissioner Cruz for putting all this out extremely well, but I want to bring some other perspectives in that tie into some of our citizens that came up and spoke during future agenda items. And even in my drive-in this morning, we have issues between that boundary of the state park and onto Zipperer Road that we've been talking about for years and years. When we moved the FDAB, when we approved development butting up next to our state park. The issue with this is so many of the points that Commissioner Cruz brought out. We kind of seem to have a left-hand, right-hand thing as far as who knows who's doing what. I'd like to focus for a moment on the Quattlebaum House itself. Now, some of you, I'm very familiar with the Quattlebaum House. Years ago, it was, I was looking at the timeline you set out, 1984, probably would have been around 1990 or so, and that home down there was used for meetings for the community. It was kind of a de facto community center for that. And actually, that building was so decrepit that we weren't allowed to meet there anymore because there was a roof problem, there was a mold problem. So in that perspective, I looked at this and I said, wait a minute, what are we still doing with that Quattlebaum house out there? And the adjacent guest house, which is what we're utilizing for that one ambulance that's serving us out there. It took me a long time to get an answer to the question. What are we using the Quattlebaum house for, and why are we still using it when I know that it was close to condemnation 30 years ago? So I guess what we looked at was saying, well, wait a minute, we're not against EMS there. We do have some issues with Waterline Road because it does flood, because it is narrow, because we do have ambulances now going through a very narrow area. And again, I was always taught when an ambulance is coming up, pull over to the side of the road and let them get through. There's no pull over the side of the road over there. And we've just been lucky that we've been able to navigate that to this point. We talked about accidents. There was one just this morning while we're speaking that's getting to be a very problematic area. So we asked the question, why didn't we look at another place? Why didn't we do something about the Quattlebaum house and the guest house? And it took me weeks to find out what exactly are we doing with the Quattlebaum house. Well, we're doing something with, and I think Charlie Hunziker is here somewhere. He could give you probably a much better explanation on what we are doing with the Quattlebaum house. Whatever we are doing with the Quattlebaum house, again, maybe that's where we need to find that other area for those operations to go into. And we'd like to see, I think it's time for the Quattlebaum house and the guest house to be raised, and this would be a more appropriate place to put your EMS station. The other thing that's a left-hand, right-hand situation, we've got all everything was already planned out for this building and the design and everything else before we did this rezoning. So kind of put a cart before a horse there, and I don't think that we've really explored all the opportunities that we should have. I'm sure Charlie and his people, and whatever they're using the Quattlebaum house for, it's our Gopher Tortoise relocation, a lab, that maybe they deserve to have a better facility, and maybe we could move that facility out east, because I can tell you how many county facilities of any shape and form exist in District 1. I think we had a list the other day. Not much, which is why I value my port so much. So I think we need to go back to the drawing board. I think Commissioner Cruz really did a great job of putting this out there. We need to go back to the drawing board on this. I was glad to know that our East Manatee Fire District did make us an offer to share facilities, which really we got to look at that. As I've spoke with our fire districts, I've spoke with emergency management before. I have, again, a very innate familiarity with this type of issue. We are all for having that EMS service out there. And even though Jimmy kids me that people in Mayaca won't go to the hospital in an ambulance, is that the highest number of refusals we get? We're still needed out there. We need to have these services. We need to have an adequate response time. But I think we need to go back to the drawing board on this one. That area should have never been kept, the error was made years ago. Maybe we weren't we make Scribner's errors all along. It's not playing well that we're taking up more conservation area. It's not playing well that we're not really looking at the best utilization with the Quattlebaum house and the guest house not being in the best condition for anybody, and an opportunity to use that area and that footprint. And let's look at maybe getting natural resources into a better facility. You couldn't flush the toilets in the Quattlebaum house 30 years ago. The roof was leaking 30 years ago. The mold was in there 40 years ago. And I haven't been able to find anything that states that anything's changed. So I'd like for us to consider going back to the drawing board and coming up with a better plan for this, because it's not we don't want you, it's not we don't need you, it's just this does not seem like it was the most well thought out union of our resources. And I think we could do better, and I think we have to do better. Thank you.
Very well stated. Commissioner Siddiq.
I have a question about offsite impacts, specifically related to the stormwater, well, not stormwater, but just water in general. I didn't quite catch the part where we were doing anything to capture, treat, or really just prevent nutrients from entering into the lake. Granted, none of that's likely happening now, but are there any improvements to the offsite outflow? Anything happening there?
Dam Road is its own drainage system, but everything on-site will be collected to a stormwater management system with the new improvements and actually provide 100% or 150% of the required treatment before it would be discharged into Lake Manatee.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Ballard.
So I would like to ask a question about sharing space with East Manatee. So obviously, I know that it's a burden. It's an administrative burden. You're duplicating stuff that you have to have in 2 locations. But isn't it potentially a whole lot more economical to keep the small station that we have and place another ambulance within the fire station, rather than trying to find a different spot and building a 2 ambulance station? At least as a shorter term solution, while if we were to look at a new location?
Yeah, so the ambulance is on order. It takes 3 years to build an ambulance, and when this project was approved through the CIP process, that truck was already purchased, and it's being built right now. So I would say that that would most likely be the stopgap measure, but also I think it's important to note, like, that also comes at a cost. We have to have a lease agreement with them, so that gets negotiated, and then depending upon the flavor of the day and the fire chief at the time would be how much that agreement or arrangement would cost the county.
Do you think that that could be a permanent solution, or do you see that only as a potential stopgap?
I would say stopgap.
And why?
The challenge is that these are independent fire districts, and their leadership mindset change as their administration, their fire chief changes. So, these facilities are built and purchased to provide fire protection. And sometimes when new equipment arrives or fire standards change, the equipment is larger and we run out of space. So in order for us to continue to provide the essential service that the EMS division provides, it is easier for us to have our own dedicated space that we know will always be there. We know we won't be asked to leave regardless of the notice that they provide. It is pretty difficult to find resources that can house, an ambulance. From retrofitting for station alerting to the electrical requirements of the vehicle itself, it's not as easy as, we can just rent a trailer down the road. So with that, that's why I would advocate that it would be a stopgap.
Thank you, that's all I've got for now.
But what if the county came in on a partnership deal on some of this stuff? I mean, because honestly, this is taxpayer funding. I mean, we got to figure out a way to be more creative in that, to where if we came to the table with a certain amount of funds, to help develop these facilities, the taxpayers benefit from this. You know, we're talking about DOGE, we're talking about cutting costs, we're talking about doing all these certain things, and it's important that maybe we need to have that conversation so that when planning does come, because it's got to come from front of the board for us to approve it. You know, it's certain things where we could have in contracts, say, this part of the building is under Manatee County, this part of the building's under your fire district. And I don't know, I mean, those are the type of things that have we done any type of land comps? I mean, what it costs us to look at pieces of land such as this one we're looking to develop on currently?
Brian Parnell, Deputy County Administrator. I don't think we have anybody from our property acquisition team here. We can certainly come back with land comps in that area, but I don't have anything right here.
How many acres do we need?
Probably about 3 to 5 acres, 3 acres.
3 acres. So we're probably talking about $500,000, I would assume, for 3 acres. Maybe in that $100,000, $200,000 an acre, probably. Yeah. Okay. All right, that's all I have. Thanks.
Commissioner McCann.
If you were at Rye Road, what would your response times look like? Because you do send fire engines out every time you send an ambulance anyway.
So it depends on the call type, the determinant code, on whether or not the fire district responds. For those high acuity calls, a fire engine would go, and it also depends on the district itself, if it's an ALS or a BLS district. Right now in this area, we're looking at 10 minutes, almost 11 minutes is 10:47.
And what's your response time from where you currently are?
Oh, I'm sorry, I might have misunderstood your question. So this area that is on the map here, this truck has a 10-minute and 47-second response time. So to do better, we would need to either have more resources there. So the buffer area that we presented in the business case plan was like a 5-mile buffer. So that's what we're saying that we were needing, along with another resource.
Okay, again, my question was, if you were at the fire station at Rye Road, what would the response time be from there?
It will be about the same because it's in the 5-mile buffer.
Okay, so if you had one at each one, what would your response time be? Because you wouldn't have to build anything then. I know you said it's a stopgap measure, but during that stopgap measure, you could look for other lands rather than where you are.
Sure. So, I mean, I don't know what the response time will be, but it will obviously decrease because the workload of each truck would be less.
Very much so. The other thing is, for high acuity, we have a drone system out there too, where they can actually drop things in for MI, things like that. So, you know, has that been used at all in that area?
No, sir.
Okay, well, you know, it sounds to me like response times would go down if you were in both places. And, you know, during that time, you could look for other land other than building here, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Phelps.
Okay, a couple of things. One is, I'm in a unique situation again because it's District 1. 4 different fire districts within my county district, okay? That means 4 different negotiations on pairing with our EMS services. I've had very long conversations with both Jimmy and with some of our fire district people in that we're in a little bit different situation here than I've had my experience in with fire and EMS being separate. Having said that, let's going back to this particular issue that we have. If we can make further negotiations with our fire districts, as Commissioner McCann said, will it help having one? I think what we said was the facilities that were offered by East Manatee in their fire station was only for 1 ambulance. But we've still got the station on Rye Road that has made an offer to house EMS there. It was just negotiating price, right? Because that's another thing with dealing with 4 different districts. You're not going to, one district may say, we'll rent out a bay to EMS for $1,500 a month. Some might do it for free. Some might want to charge you $5,000. One point being made up is that we do share dispatch services. So we're intertwined whether we like it or not. So on this particular case, because we all have questions, and I think because there are some possibilities, number one is let's get back with our fire districts, and let's make sure that our first responders are a team. When we, as Commissioner Cruz was saying, we have these opportunities that our fire districts are able to negotiate with a developer. Well, I'll be a proponent of your 2,000 more houses on Moccasin Wallow Road because you're going to give me a fire station. Well, throw in an EMS station for us there, too. We really need to address the Quattlebaum House and maybe making some of our LMAC purchases double duty. We've got some fantastic LMAC purchases going on out there that let's get our natural resources people where we need them, where our natural resources still are, and get them out of the Quattlebaum House, because believe me, in a few years, we're going to be sitting here talking about the demolition and what are we going to do with the Quattlebaum House. We've really sat on that for 40 years that I know of, and we need some work with that. So I'd like for the board to consider a motion to ask for a little bit more diligence on this.
You don't have to ask the
because,
board for anything. You're allowed to make a motion anytime you want.
well, it feels like we have a consensus of opinion here that we'd really like to put a little bit more work into that.
Would you like to continue this and maybe look? I mean, because I think people are making some valid, I'm sorry, I'm cutting you off.
No, I'm fine.
You know, because people are making valid points. It seems like people mentioned, it seemed to be alluded to that the reason we're putting it here is because we own the land. No one ever said we're putting it here because this is the exact right spot. It's we own the land. Like, and as Commissioner Bearden said correctly, it's 3 to 5 acres. This is conservation ag land. What does that cost you? $100,000? That's $300,000. I'm not saying that's nothing, but if you told me you could put it in an even better location for $300,000 and then take this existing location and maybe turn it into, you know, like we have that little museum at Rye Preserve. Have kids go there and you could teach them about our water, our drinking water capacity and how the dam works and incorporate it into the state. So there's a residual value for the benefit of the community here while retaining the conservation for what, $300,000, and then you put it in the exact right spot Jimmy and his team wants instead of the convenient spot because we happen to own the land. Yeah, the traffic may be worse. Yeah, we have to build on some conservation. I think this board probably wants to at least some assurance that this is literally the only option before we vote on this being the only option. I know we ordered the ambulance, and so you're on some sort of a timeline, but I wish when Faulkner was negotiating with Parish Fire, we would have said, hey, why don't you throw a couple acres in there for us? Because I've made this argument about why aren't we working with MSO, working with the fire departments to come in together. I know we don't like squatting in their fire departments because there's issues with the space in terms of where we can sleep and with the guests that we feel like we're more just like a guest in their house. But there are ways of handling this for the future. But I think this is going to go the wrong way for you. And rather than belabor this point endlessly, if you want to postpone this and come back or at least meet with everybody and talk about our options, that may be a better option for you.
Yes, sir, we might do that. If I could just address a couple of points. One that Commissioner Feld said about the Quattlebaum House. So with our new purchase at in Lakewood Ranch for the 9,000 Town Center, we are making some shifts of departments. So the division of Charlie Hunsinger that's in the Quattlebaum House right now, they will be actually consolidating with the rest of the Natural Resources team, which is currently at 26th Avenue, the Public Works Department building, in this building on the 8th floor, probably within the next 4 months. So that'll be the bulk of what's in the Quattlebaum House. There is also 2 other functions. I'm sorry. They'll be coming into this building, so all of Natural Resources will be here.
The tortoises are going in your office.
I'm sorry, I didn't finish yet, ma'am. Yeah. There's two other functions that are at the Quattlebaum House that will be relocated, the Gopher Tortoise, and I think, Charlie, that will be, is that Rye Preserve, or, yeah. So they'll be moving that to Rye Preserve. And then he also has the lab at the Quattlebaum House. So that'll be the more difficult program to move out of there. That'll have to remain there until we actually build the utilities lab, which probably is going to be sometime in the future. We don't have funding for that project yet, but it's a project of record. They will be building a new lab at the in Musgrave property, and we will then co-locate and be more efficient and have all of our county lab at that location. So then the Quattlebaum House will be completely empty. Of course, the other house where the EMS is right now, that we had planned to demo as soon as EMS was out of there, and we built the new location right behind it.
Okay, I think we're getting way into the weeds here.
Nope, but I know, just saying
My
the
question is,
thought
I
process
can,
of the plan.
I can keep this, I can keep going on with this. I got 3 people on the board, open up public comments, stay here for another 45 minutes, and then odds are decline this. Or you can just
Sure.
ask for a continuance and be able to work on at least presenting to us why this is the exact location, or coming up with an alternative, or whatever. It's your call. You tell me. I could start calling commissioners and open up public comment, or you can ask for a continuance right now, or I
Well-
can just ask for a motion.
We'll ask for a continuance on it, and we can come back with additional information on locations. I will say,
So
like, I
moved.
wasn't here in
Okay.
2019.
I have a
when we,
motion by Commissioner McCann to continue to no time certain. Hold on, Ms. Knapp.
I would
And I have a
recom-
second by Commissioner Phelps.
I would recommend to no date certain and re-advertise, please.
Yeah, that's what I just, yeah. Okay, I have a motion to continue to no date certain with re-advertising? Well, roughly the words I was told to say. And that was the motion by Commissioner McCann, seconded by Commissioner Phelps. I will open up public comment. The public comment is related to the continuance at this point in time. I don't think there's anything new anyone could say anyway. I do have 2 people on the board after public comment. If you wanted to say any last thing, I will call on people.
Good morning, Mark Vanderie, Manatee County. I have been sworn. And yeah, regarding the continuance, yeah, I think it's a good idea. There's an awful lot of loose ends and questions and engineering issues that need to be resolved. I would request that in the process of the continuance that there be another neighborhood meeting done to fully vet out a lot of the questions that the neighbors have come up with, and not just Waterline Road proper, the Dam Road folks, but the general region, you know, even out to the Zipper Road, and even across the street down to the north end of Lakewood Ranch, and the people that would be served in like the Star Farms area and all that, and the folks going into the Taylor Ranch out by the racetrack. That all comes into play. And even the next door neighbors there at the state park, you know, they would all like to be part of this neighborhood meeting to fully flush this whole thing out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Glenn, comments on the continuance?
For the record, Glenn Giblina, continuance.
You have been sworn.
Yes, and I have been
All right,
sworn,
thank you.
so, and I've been sworn at. So, on the continuance, we all heard very valid points from the commissioners, and I think a continuance is in order. What I find disturbing is that you're not willing to hear the public. You had your time up there to ask questions, pertinent information. We have 3 experts here that were at the last planning meeting that brought up a lot of good points, and you're not willing to hear that today, but we can sit in the audience for 2 hours thinking we're going to speak, and we get sidetracked by a simple continuance. I think it's a disservice to the public. I'm not happy about it.
Any other public comments?
Morning, Commissioners. Larry Lou, Manatee County resident. I have been sworn. I've been following this presentation and process throughout the whole few months, I guess, and you all have brought up some excellent points. I do appreciate the fact that you are going to continue on with the EMS division looking at some other options. They cannot remain in this home. as Commissioner Phelps has indicated, I'm pretty sure it's a health hazard. All you know, I worked for Manatee County EMS for 37 years. I lived just up the road myself, 27 years out there. It's a valuable asset to the East County residents. EMS has to expand its public safety platform to the citizens of East County and North County. That unit is overtaxed. As the director said, that unit's hardly ever at that station. I hear the unit running up and down Rye Road every day. As Commissioner Ballater asked, and other commissioners have asked about interlocal agreements with the fire districts, it is difficult. As Commissioner Cruz has shared, that it's not our place. We're renters. Multiple times in my decades, we've been asked to park the ambulance outside because a new ladder truck is coming into the station. Or during hurricanes, when we have multiple staff members there.
Let's try
it's
to
not a
keep it
place
to
for
the
us.
continuance, just so I can make sure everyone's on the even
Understood.
playing field here. All right.
Understood. I will. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Larry. Any other public comment on the continuance? Seeing none, I will close public comments. That is a good suggestion to have another neighborhood meeting on this. Different good suggestion was, have we talked to Garrett at the racetrack? They got lots of extra land, and they probably love to have an EMS station with a couple of ambulances out. I'm not joking.
No, that's a really good point.
They're set back pretty far. They got a lot of frontage right there on 64, which is a much better place to come in and out of. They probably love to have 2 ambulances and some paramedics right on site for their racetrack, and it's right around the corner from this thing. Just saying. I mean, that could be an actual viable option. Okay, I've closed public comment. I have 2 commissioners on the board, but I also have a motion. Commissioner Bearden, did you want to still speak?
Yeah, I'm just going to make a comment about the whole fire district thing. Look, listen, I understand, I've been in those similar facilities. I can understand why the fire district doesn't want to share or, facilities, but I'm talking more about expansions, right? So can we look at and look at where they can build their own facility in the same spot? Right, and that might save costs as well, so that's all I'm saying. Thank you,
All
Mr.
right,
Chair.
and just so everyone's aware, because everyone was jumping the gun during it, everyone's already voted, and the continuance has been approved 7-0. Commissioner Siddiq, is there anything else you want to say, which it'll be pretty anticlimactic at this point? Go ahead.
A couple of things related to the continuous. I was generally in favor of this, but because I do think there should be, at least for this, a separate EMS and fire station. But as far as the continuance is concerned, one of the problems I have is we're not talking to the fire district. Around the budget season, there was a potential deal for us to purchase some property out there. I was told it was just shelved for another day. So perhaps we can take a look at that at some point. Second, we have a very uneasy relationship with fire districts, from dragging them in here for special sessions to consolidate them, even though it's not our authority to do so, to not talking to them when it comes to planning. I think the neighborhood workshop is not going to get much value as having an actual meeting with East Manatee Fire District. They're just used to this prior board just saying we're going to do stuff and figuring it out later. So I would encourage this board and staff to have conversations with East Manatee. Sharing space is nice. We do it in West Manatee, but it's not always ideal. Other than that, as far as the continuance is concerned, I hope we can get that ironed out and then just do better with respect to planning. There's a master plan for an EMS, for EMS stations. I reviewed it as far back as January, so this really shouldn't have been a secret. But in the future, there should be a better process to talk to developers as well about acquisition of land. But let's do better with fire districts. Let's get back to reviewing that EMS master plan.
Thank you, Commissioner Siddiq. And yes, this was not a secret, but I think I've also said about 15 times in various briefings that I was against it, and it came forward anyway. So I tried to make my point heard. I did the same thing with Premier when I told them I was going to vote against that previously until we removed the hotel. Okay. Moving on, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 presentations upon request. Item number 1, Ms. Knapp.
Item number 1 is PDR 2429P, Willow Bend Phase 4, and this is a request for a continuance to January 8th, 2026 due to the Planning Commission not taking action previous.
Okay, this is Quasi. Any ex parte on this?
Nope.
Nope. All right, I will entertain motions.
So moved. Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Bearden, seconded by Commissioner McCann. I will open this up to public comment on the continuance. Your comments are related to the continuance. Please
Yes.
state your name and
My
whether
name is
you've been sworn.
Anna Ritzenthaler, yes, I have been sworn. I'm just wanting to know what the continuance is for.
because they're not doing it today, so they
Why?
won't continue. Because they didn't finish at the planning commission. And by statute, they don't have to give a reason why, they just can say they don't want to do it today. But they have to complete the planning commission before they come in front of us. They did not complete the planning commission, so we have to allow them time, I believe, probably next week, to go and finish at the planning commission before it can come in front of us.
Is there any information that's available to the public, what's being
If you
held
go, if you go online, the planning commission agenda should already be up with all of the documents attached to it. They'll be coming here in this chamber a week from today to speak to the planning commission, then it'll be coming on January 8th to this board, and that information will also be available online once the agenda is posted.
And is the meeting next week, is that open for public comments as well?
It certainly is.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Any other comments from the public related to the continuance? Seeing none, I will close public comment. I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Beard and seconded by Commissioner McCann. You can cast your, well, I'm the only one left. And that is approved 7-0. Item number 2, also a continuance, Ms. Knapp.
Item number 2, PDC 2435ZG. This is State Road 64, Bourneside Boulevard, PDC rezone. And the applicant requests a continuance to January 8th, 2026.
So moved.
I have a motion to continue by Commissioner McCann, second by Commissioner Sadiq. He said it first. He just whispered in my ear gently. I will open this up to public comment on the continuance. Seeing no public comment, I will close public comment. I have a motion to approve by Commissioner McCann, seconded by Commissioner Sadiq, to continue to January 8th. You can cast your votes now. That is approved 7-0. Item number 3, Ms. Knapp.
Item number 3 is approval and execution of LDA 2403, which is a local development agreement titled Lazy Sea Ranch, and the applicant requested continuance to February 12th of 2026.
Yeah, go ahead. Well, hold on real quick. Both on the last, first, I forgot. Was there any ex parte on item number 2?
Nope.
Okay. Is there any ex parte on this one?
Nope.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, on this one, were we given any, we're not required to, but any particular reason why?
Yes, it's in the record, ma'am. It's, there's a letter from the applicant. I could read it
That'd be
for the
good.
record. During the first reading of so as you recall, the first reading, you take no action. So this would have been the date and the hearing for action. So it said during the first reading of the LDA, multiple questions and ideas were raised by the board and the public that the applicants are working to address, including but not limited to updates to the agreement to address questions raised, obtaining an appraisal of the land to be dedicated to the county as a right-of-way. And unfortunately, they just haven't had enough time to address that, so they're asking for a continuance.
And we're taking that one to February, where the other ones are going to January. So they
Correct.
Yeah, remember, that's the one that we asked them to work with Rye Ranch, and
Right.
we asked them to jump through some hurdles before they came back to us, so they're
Very good.
hopefully doing what we asked them to do. I have a motion to approve continuance by Commissioner Ron, seconded by myself. I will open this up to public comments. Seeing none, I will close public comment, and you can cast your votes now. That continuance is approved 7-0. I'm going to quickly jump over number 4 because we're on a roll with these continuances. Item number 9, Ms. Knapp?
Item number 9 is PDR.
You're good. It's just, the item number 9 is also a continuance. It's the last continuance. I'm just banging these out real quick.
Item number 9, PDR 2432ZG, Lone Valley GDP, and the applicant requests a continuance to February 12th, 2026.
All right, I have a request for continuance to February 12th. Your green sheet doesn't say that.
And they're asking for a continuance because they need additional time with the credit agreement for the improvements of Buckeye Road. And along with the previous one, if I could just state for the board's record, the applicants might have asked for January, but the agenda already had 12 or 14 items on it, so we asked them to consider February.
So moved.
I have a motion. I have a motion to approve by Commissioner McCann, seconded by Commissioner Feltz. I will open this up to public comment. I have somebody, apparently. Glenn, who walked out. Glenn, did you want to give public comment on the continuance? Yes.
This is not, no, this is another.
I would like to know when the continuance
I
was.
need you to say your name and.
Yeah, Glenn Jablina, I have been sworn. I'd like to know when the continuance, I don't think it was up there,
February 12th.
no, when it was originally posted, they were asking for a continuance.
No, it was not. That's correct, sir. They asked for continuance last week. I don't know what today.
After the agenda was posted.
Correct, but they asked for January, so then we had to
That's
have
not my
time to go
question.
back to them.
My question is, when I look at the agenda.
It was there yesterday.
It wasn't there a week ago.
No, it wasn't.
So it wasn't on the original agenda that I spent hours putting together a presentation, got signatures to talk for 10 minutes, and then you slide this stuff in a couple of days before and say, well, they need a continuance now. Why? Why is that? If they can't post it, are you telling me they didn't know 7 days ago that they needed a continuance on a project of this scale, 2,200 homes? But they didn't need a continuance 3 weeks ago at the planning board when I was there. I didn't see them asking for continuance then. Well, we don't have all our ducks in a row. We'll just wait to go in front of the county, and then we'll ask for continuance. I've wasted all morning here trying to make a difference in my public comments, and I've been sidetracked. And now you want continuance for these guys. You guys better put some line in the sand and say, if it's not there 7 days, then you're going to go through with it. It's unbelievable at a project at this scale didn't know they wanted to continue this. That's the problem I have. And you should be asking the same questions. What are you talking about, a continuance? You need to tell us this way before, or certainly after what happened between the approval at the planning board and today? What happened? Do they give a reason for a continuance?
They did. You weren't in the room when we discussed this
Okay.
already.
It's in the public comments. You
It's in
can
the
read
public
letter.
comments, and we discussed
mean,
it on
in
this
the
dais while you were outside.
Well, because it was number 9, I thought I had 5 other options to come through. Anyways, I think it's a real disservice to the public. It's unbelievable that this big Lennar Corporation didn't know they needed. What was the reason for more time?
Because the planning commission wanted verification and proof that they can improve Bourneside Road, which requires a credit agreement for them to come up with the financing to do it, or Buckeye Road. And they were incapable of getting the formal approval for the credit agreement with the financing markets before they came in front of us, and they wanted to make sure they were honoring the request of the planning commission and showing up with all their documentation to advocate for their project when they come in front of us. They can't dictate how fast banks work, and they were unable to get the letter of credit prior to today, so they asked for a continuance so they can come in front of us with what the planning commission asked them to come in front of us with.
So they want to take all the impact fees to build this 2-lane road, to have a juggernaut on each side. And then
Outside
when
the scope of the continuance, Glenn.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You know what? It's a disservice to the public. But I'll be back.
I have a motion to approve continuance by Commissioner McCann, seconded by Commissioner Feltz. You can cast your votes now. And that continuance is approved 7-0. All right, it's 10:22. I have one more presentation upon request. If we're going to ask for a presentation, then I'll take a quick recess now. If
this
we're
number
not,
4?
this is number 4, Bright Works. It's like 50 feet of rezone. I don't know what that thing is. It's in Commissioner Sadiq's district. Is anyone asking for a presentation on item number 4? No. Okay.
I will.
You want a presentation?
Yeah.
Okay. In that case, we will take a 10-minute-ish recess till 10:35. We'll come back for item number 4 with a presentation. back 20 seconds early. Moving on to item number 4, which is a presentation upon request. A presentation has been requested. Ms. Knapp.
Item number 4, ZL 2501, which is Brightwork Real Estate Commercial Rezone. It's a rezone of 2 parcels totaling just .086 acres, generally located at the southeast corner of Manatee Avenue and 38th Street West, from general commercial to residential single-family 6, or excuse me, from general commercial and residential single-family 6 to general commercial limited zoning district. And your staff presenter is Alyssa Grove.
Is there any ex parte on this item?
No.
Okay. Do you want a full presentation or you want the gist?
Just the gist of it.
Okay, we
It's
just
fine. Very quickly.
quick
you know,
summary.
What are you
Sure.
going to build there, and you're taking away building houses, correct?
No, there's no, okay. For the record, Scott Rudisil, good morning, Commissioners. I've been sworn. I'm representing the applicant. There's no house on the site. It's vacant land that's located behind the existing commercial uses. No intended use. It's a straight rezone. We're asking for general commercial limited, so we've eliminated some potential uses from that site, and staff had requested we eliminate some, including gas pumps. We're proposing additional buffering beyond what's required by code, where it's adjacent to residential uses. I mean, that's a pretty good, quick rundown, but I have a short presentation if you'd like to see.
No,
aerials.
all I'm asking is, what are you going to build there? Because obviously you're on State Road 64, which
Right.
is a traffic problem. So I just want to know what's going to be built there and how much traffic is it going to be?
There's no proposed use, so it's just a straight rezone. I mean, in terms of potential users, I can just tell you Brightwork, if you look at who they work with, quick serve retail, they have some dental offices. I mean, they work with various commercial users, so I don't know who it's going to end up being. We don't have a plan and a use right now.
So when would you think something would be built there?
I mean, I don't have a timeline. At this point, they're rezoning it to make it more attractive for redevelopment opportunities. I would hope soon, but no timeline either.
Okay, that's all I have.
All right, there's no one else on the board. I will open this up to public comment. Okay, well, I already opened up public comment, so just go ahead and talk.
For the record, Glenn Gibolina, I've been sworn. Here's the problem I have with a straight rezone, is that you're done with it. So you give a straight rezone. They can market that property as a rezone with, hey, here's what you can't build, and here's what you can build. And if you know you can build this, then you come back here and you get it rezoned. Once we rezone thing, and we did this at the planning board, then it becomes administratively. And that's a bad policy. I think they can market it with the intent that it can be rezoned to this, this, and this, and then come back with a rendering. Oh, this is going to bring more traffic than we thought, but you'll never know that if you rezone it. That's my concern, is that there's not enough information of what's actually going to go there. If they've got potential buyers, they should be jumping up and down with a rendering and a traffic pattern, say, hey, we want to do this, put a boutique, not much parking, blah, blah, blah. But once you rezone it, that horse has left the barn.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment. We're still on, we never even opened up well, we just wanted a gist anyway. So was there anything new or interesting from staff on this one? I mean, it was just a quick little update thing. Okay. Commissioner Phelps, we're on questions of the applicant, not deliberation. Did you have a question for the applicant, or did you put yourself on for deliberation? I could direct to the applicant. Okay. Then go ahead. You are up.
Who is going to? Thank you. So we do have a schedule of uses here. And the question was asked, and I could definitely understand that. Once we vote for a rezone and we have those list of uses here, good things about the project is it's is Ballard's district, right? Or, no, that's Tal's. Again, not mine, which is highly unusual for a land use meeting. So that I appreciate. But I do understand those concerns that when we do a rezone, it tends to come out of a wide variety of uses. What I did want to address was you did have a neighborhood workshop, which thank you very much for doing that. Not a large amount of attendees. And any commentary on this was pretty much in that same vein, that I don't think that seems to be much issue with it being a small property and obviously in a potentially commercial area. But I think those same concerns with what can we do, what would we do. So I would say, if we would approve something like this for you, would you anticipate continuing in that vein of getting your neighborhood input? Would you say if there was going to be even if it was within what you're allowed to rezone there, would you continue to hold a neighborhood meeting just to keep that awareness and transparency and maybe get some genuine input into what people would like to see there under the new zoning?
That's probably going to come down to the end user. I don't know that, to whoever ends up, whatever the use is that goes in there, that probably won't be our client at that point.
I understand. But thank you for doing that. And again, I'm going to be so kind as to also defer to our commissioner who represents that district, who should know more about this area. But again, my only hesitation is when we do a rezone and not having an idea of what's going to happen, that has created a little bit of a problem, and I think it is something we should have some more awareness of, just to understand the public viewpoint on that. But thank you for taking those things into consideration. I appreciate it.
My comments were strictly in response to public comment and deliberation. Tal, did you have, or Commissioner Siddiq, did you have questions for the applicant? If not, I'll just go straight into deliberation and say my piece and move on to you to finish it up.
Sure, just one quick question. The schedule of uses, I was just curious, was that proffered by the applicant as far as what to eliminate, or is that staff negotiation?
The original list came from us, and then staff came back to us and asked us to look at some other potential uses, which I think we agreed to most of those, if not all of them. One of them was the gas pump, so there was some back and forth with staff on that.
Okay. Yeah, I just thought it was entertaining. There's horse stables. That was one of them. Well, agriculture uses.
Heliport on there? Usually heliports.
Teleport. If you bring me a horse stable, I will happily approve it. I saw car washes there. I don't like car washes there. A lot of people hate that in that part of town. I saw sexually oriented businesses. I don't think anyone's going to look favorably upon me if I approve that. But so I think this is just a general critique of it. But anyways, I just wanted to clarify why these particular uses. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. No one else is on the board. We've gone through everything. We're up to deliberation. I'm on the board. I'll just be quick. Here's why I typically like straight rezone, because none of us up here know what we're talking about. We're not up here. Myself, Commissioner Ron, and Commissioner Bearden are probably the only three that have any level of commercial real estate experience. I'm not an expert on what's supposed to be on this parcel. I'll never be an expert on what's supposed to be on this parcel. Straight rezones are clean. People talk about how government overburdens people with too many regulations, and government, and everything slows down and costs more. We talk about affordability issues and things. And then we're like, you can't really get a rezone until you go out, find a tenant, find an owner, do all the site planning, put together the architecture, and then come in front of us, and then we'll see if we like that exact use for it. You either think this deserves commercial or not. And if it does, then we leave it up to the free market to determine what the people want. If the public doesn't want something there, they're not going to build something there. If they do, they're going to lose their money. So at some point, you have to let the free market take care of their own private property. And so I like straight rezones. They make things cleaner and faster and more efficient. Do I like all straight rezones? No. But straight rezones on intersections, on state roads, surrounded by other commercial property, that's why this one was presentation upon request. This is a reasonable request, because they don't know if the best use is going to be a restaurant, or best use is going to be a car wash, or best use is going to be a horse stable or a helipad. We don't know yet. I'd be curious if you end up determining it's a horse stable, but it probably is not. Yeah, so that's why I like street rezones, especially limited ones of small nature like this, surrounded by similar uses of the rezone they're being requested. It makes it cleaner and cheaper and more efficient for our private sector and for our community as a whole. Commissioner McCann.
I'm also going to defer to the district commissioner on this one, but, you know, the problem with the straight rezone is you don't know what you're going to get. You can put a horse stable there and, you know, put horse traffic on 64.
No, you can't. Legally, you cannot ride horses.
If we zone it for that, they can use it. The other thing is that the other problem with having straight rezones is, you know, you have a laundry list of things you can do. In one of my areas, you know, they didn't want an apartment building, so they got us another storage unit. The problem is that it was zoned, and, you know, really, once we rezone something, we lose control over it. I understand the free market working. If the free market worked with everything, we'd have storm drainage and roads built, you know, especially Lorraine. But the thing is that, you know, a straight rezone here says, do what you want with this property. And, you know, the thing is that, you know, if everybody had the same mindset, and if everybody was talking to the people rather than talking to, you know, special interests, rather than trying to make money, you know, and we had cohesiveness in neighborhoods, that would be a great thing. We don't have that right now. I mean, you know, even the League of Women Voters came out and said that, you know, there's no camaraderie on this board. So the thing is that when you look at all these things and you make all these, you know, free things out here, you hope people do the best. You know, obviously, this will not affect my district, which is great. I go down 70 to go wherever I go, so I can stay off 64. So, you know, I'm going to defer to the district there, but again, you know, I think that lectures on, you know, just free market and, you know, let things fly is not a good idea. And obviously, you know, I think there's other people on the board that agree with that. And I do know that the public agrees with that. Thank you.
I'll go to Commissioner Feltz first, and then I'll finish up with Commissioner Siddiq as the district commissioner. Commissioner Feltz?
Thank you. I think what we're all looking at with the straight rezones is if you look at what we have in our rules and regs, sometimes I think that's where we have to take a look at it. Can you have a piece of property that could be used as both a horse stable and a helipad? Well, you know, I could actually see where that makes some sense. You know, you got a wide open space, right? Flying the horses, you know, or you could land a helicopter next to a horse. I think what the problem is that we have to look at our comprehensive plan and start. Some things don't make sense. I mean, they may make sense, but for years we were looking at the triangle on 675 and 70, and they said, well, under this type of zoning, you could have a veterinarian office or a heavy equipment dealer. Now, there's a lack of continuity or common sense there, where actually it does make more sense to have a helipad and a horse thing. So I think that's where our problem is with straight rezones. So it's a little bit different problem that we are talking about here as far as what are compatible businesses in the area. But again, I would like to hear from our District 3 commissioner, and in deference to his knowledge in his own area, and I hope the same will be deferred to me when the next 3 items are all in my district.
Did you have a quick comment, Ms. Knapp?
I do. I'm listening to the dialogue thinking there may be a misinterpretation of the Schedule B, Exhibit B. If you look at heliport or helistop.
Okay, this is.
They're really not obsessed with it, but it
A heliport isn't permitted, and a helistop was stricken, which means it's not permitted. So I just want to make sure we're it's not there. So by them striking it, it means it won't be allowed. And if you look back at all the ag uses, they've stricken all but one.
Okay, rather
The
than,
only one was a breeding.
rather than belabor this, could we request a work session on heliports versus helistops? For when Commissioner Siddiq is chair. Okay, final comment, and I am entertaining a motion from you whenever you finish talking, Commissioner Siddiq.
Certainly, I'm not going to make this one a poster child for all things wrong with Euclidean zoning, but I do think there's some problems, and I agree with Commissioner McCann. I think the free market can be trusted to find, at least under restriction of whatever government regulation is there, in this case zoning, commercial, what the maximum, most profitable thing for this land is, but I don't trust it to define what's harmonious for the community or what's best, but at least that's why I prefer form-based code and more flexible uses that we can agree upon with the community. But in any event, I think this is pretty straightforward and easy, and I move to approve this particular development.
I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Siddiq. I will second that. And when it comes up, you can cast your votes. Cast your votes now. That is approved 7-0. As an aside, not to go into it, but now we're done, I will point out that part of the concept and the advantage of form-based code is it does not restrict what the uses are, so within reason. So you actually have more ability for somebody to not do something quote-unquote harmonious as form-based code, as long as you're building to the size and scope and what's set up as the form-based code. It's not use-based code. Euclidean is more use-based code, so that's more in line with what you're talking about. Moving on to item number 5, presentation scheduled. Ms. Knapp.
Item number 5 is ZL 2502, State Road 64, Murphy Commercial Rezone. It's a rezone of approximately 7.1 acres, generally located 800 feet east of State Road 64 East and Lorraine Road intersection, from A, General Agriculture, to the General Commercial Limited Zoning District, and approving a schedule of permitted and prohibited uses as voluntarily proffered by the applicant. And your staff presenter is Alicia Henry.
Okay. Is there any ex parte communication on this? Is the applicant here? You what?
I did talk to a horse.
Is that, do you want that on the record for your?
Sure, the horse's name is Mr. Ed.
I'm sorry, we can't hear.
He's.
No.
Good morning. For the record, Tom Sikarsky, certified planner with RVI Planning and Landscape Architecture. I have been sworn, and I'm representing the applicant and property owner, Ms. Murphy. All right, so as mentioned, this is for the State Road 64 Murphy Commercial Rezone. It is a general commercial limited rezone. The property owner is Ms. Desi Murphy. She is the applicant as well as the property owner. She has been living on the site in a manufactured home for several years now under agricultural uses. We also have the team here with us. We have Becca Bond with Kinley Horn, Carrie McKnight with Monarch Ecology, and then myself, Tom Sikarsky with RVI Planning. As you can see here, the site is located on State Road 64 and near the Lorraine Road intersection. It is a approximately 7.1 acre site. It is located in activity node, as I mentioned, with a current zoning of ag, a future land use of urban fringe 3. The urban fringe 3 is intended to support future low-density residential and support uses such as commercial. And as I mentioned, the property owner, Ms. Murphy, lives on the site in a manufactured home, which can be seen at the northwest of the site. All right, and so the State Road 64 has been widened up into past the property there to the east, and we do have frontage on State Road 64. As seen in this slide, we are located within the activity center. The properties in the bright yellow are considered in that activity node. Our property is outlined there in red. Now, the purpose of the activity node strategically adds commercial along major thoroughfares with direct access to State Road 64. The future commercial use would serve the developing residential areas, which will lower the need for local residents to have to drive farther to access these types of uses. Now, this slide shows the existing conditions for this area. As you can see, to the west of our property is an existing U-Haul facility which has been built out. And then surrounding the property as well, there's multifamily and other commercial uses. You can see that our property is kind of sandwiched between two commercial lots. It is the only remaining ag lot in this section. And for our request here, as mentioned, is for a general commercial limited rezone. We're allowed a maximum floor area ratio of 0.5. We are proffering a restricted floor area ratio of 0.35. And we're also proffering a restricted schedule of uses. Among those is really restricting supermarkets, a lot of other uses. Out of the general commercial uses, we are limiting it to 68% of all those uses. You should have that limited schedule of uses before you. One thing I would like to mention, the ordinance, and staff is going to bring this up as well, is they have to add the restriction of our floor area ratio. The ordinance does mention the restrictions of our proffered uses, but staff will be adding that 0.35 limitation that we've proffered as well. We've also proffered an enhanced 20-foot setback for certain uses listed there. Now, this just shows the existing, the current zoning of the area. That lot outlined in red is shown as our agricultural lot that we're proposing the general commercial limited rezone for, located between two commercial lots. So the proposed rezone would change this all to the commercial in this activity node. Now, for compatibility, we are surrounded by, and I'll bring it up here again, commercial, but then to the north, we have the Mill Creek subdivision, which was developed many years ago. Mill Creek understood that they were located near an activity node and henceforth has provided certain compatibility easements. As you can see here, there's 70 feet of easements separating us and the residential to the north. On top of that, there would be the setbacks required for any future use here. Now, these are recorded easements, and the only way that they could be changed would be to come before you and vacate these easements. So they do create an additional layer of compatibility between Mill Creek and future commercial or development of this site. And now, this site just shows that there are adequate public facilities. In consistency with the comprehensive plan, we are located within the urban fringe 3, which has a maximum permitted floor area ratio of 0.5. We are restricting that and proposing a proffered 0.35 floor area ratio. We also have a proffered schedule of uses for further compatibility with surrounding development. And this development of this commercial would help accommodate future, it would develop for future commercial to serve the existing residential in the area. And also policy 2.1.2.3, I would like to point out, just compatibility with existing development. As I mentioned, we do have that proffered schedule of uses, the enhanced buffer to the Mill Creek, as well as the proffered floor area ratio restriction. And with that, we're requesting your approval on this rezone. We have demonstrated compatibility and compliance with the code and comprehensive plan. And we have received a recommendation for unanimous approval from the Planning Commission. And with that, I'd just like to say that the property owner for this, Ms. Murphy, is the applicant as well. She has been using this site for agricultural purposes for a while. She sees the transition of this property and this corridor, so she's looking to get the highest and best use to sell while maintaining compatibility, which is why she's proffered that restriction of floor area ratio as well as uses. She did tell me recently when I spoke to her that she actually was not even able to get her livestock on the property insured from the Farm Bureau because of the transition in the area. So she understands that, well, she's lived on this site for a while, that it's no longer suitable for agriculture, which is why she's looking to get her money out of it and sell it to a future developer, but it's just the property owner, not the end developer. So she's trying to set it up for that sale. But with that, we have our team here, and we're happy to answer any questions you all may have.
It says the projected deficiency will require SR 64 to be widened to 4 lanes to meet the adopted standard. You know, so right now, you're not even meeting the traffic standards on that. I understand that there's a waiver in there for that, but the thing is that, you know, the staff findings are saying, you know, right now that, you know, this doesn't even really comply. You know, what are you, again, you're just looking to sell the land is what you're looking to do, correct?
Right now, there are no plans for the final use of the property. The property owner is trying to set it up for future development so she can proceed with the sale of the property and really set up for the highest and best use. Any development that would come in would have to go through the review process at that time.
Okay, so what you're asking us for again is an open rezone because there is nothing right now to
There's
be
no,
put in that area.
correct, there's no end use, but we've limited the schedule of uses quite a bit, as well as limited the maximum floor area ratio from 0.5 to 0.35.
And right now, she just lives on the property and she has livestock on the property, is that what you're saying?
Correct, correct. And just to point out as well, that limited floor area ratio, 0.5 would be about 153,000 square feet permitted, taking it down to 0.35 limits to a maximum of 108,000 square feet, and that is a maximum. It doesn't mean that's what would be developed there, but just putting it into perspective there, that is the limitation proffered.
That's all I have.
I might not either. I have nobody else, oh, close that. I have no one else on the board.
George, I'm sorry, I didn't seem to get my button there in time.
There you go. Commissioner Phelps.
Okay, once again, good. Once again, District 1 takes first place for the number of items on the agenda, because that's where the action is, right?
Sure.
And I can certainly understand this same scenario. I pretty much have my own property that I can understand doing this, and it's the issue is, again, we've made note of this, and it just comes in over and over again. And I'm asking the other commissioners to understand what we have been repeating over and over, that every time we have a question on this area, we're going to have to go back and keep telling you guys that everything we did, from moving the FDAB and building up from butting up to that state park to Zipper Road, has got problems. I mean, this might serve as a great, there is a pond on it, right? It may be a necessary rezoning to deal with stormwater in that issue, because we've got such a terrible problem going from Sand Branch Creek to, and the state park to Zipper Road, that we've been ignoring and making worse for the last 5 years. And I could certainly understand being in a situation where, you know, you're living in an agricultural facility or agriculturally zoned place, and everything is building up around you. But if we keep rezoning everything, we can't, it's going to be hard to correct the things that need to be corrected to make this a more viable lot. I mean, I'm assuming that the landowner is living on the property now, but once it gets rezoned, it's going to be sold to, is the landowner going to put in a car wash there, or a storage facility? What are their plans?
The property owner will not be the end developer.
That's what I
She is
figured.
just the property owner.
Just getting it rezoned so that you could sell it at a
Correct,
better
correct.
price.
Her manufactured home currently abuts the developed U-Haul, which is kind of one of the reasons she's trying to set it up for.
And maybe if we hadn't approved that U-Haul next door, she'd still have a nice existence over there in her agriculturally zoned property. But probably not too fun living right next door to a storage unit. I totally sympathize with this, but I know infrastructure-wise,
Do you have
not
questions,
knowing.
questions for the applicant?
What, I think I have them.
Okay.
What, again, it's just a rezone. We can't predict what someone will,
We have an extensive proffered schedule of uses restricting a lot
Right.
of those.
which could mean another storage unit or a car wash or,
A lot of those have been restricted.
yeah. Well, I appreciate it, and I totally understand the applicant's point of view, and again, this is my district, and this is my constituent, and I could totally understand that. I just would have to weigh on this being of a benefit to the public for granting a rezone. Thank you.
Okay, because we still have the whole,
I have one more question.
okay, Commissioner McCann.
I just want to clarify, because you actually said the planning commission voted 5-0, which is correct. But you didn't say that, member Matt Bauer is concerned about the timing and safety of the road. You didn't say that Lorraine Prosser is conflicted due to safety and would like the Board of County Commissioners to look into safety and traffic information. So again, do you have an actual traffic study for this?
We do.
Okay.
And we have our traffic engineer here as well.
Okay. Can we hear from the traffic engineer?
Absolutely.
Good morning, Becca Bond with Kimley Horn, and I have been sworn. Yes, we did do a traffic study for this site, and based on Commissioner Bauer's comments at the Planning Commission, we actually did do a preliminary meeting with FDOT related to his safety concerns with the access. It was actually a very illuminating conversation. DOT doesn't love to talk about it before you have an end use, but we talked about, a variety of potential uses for this site, and they had actually mentioned that they would be favorable for a directional left turn into the site. The biggest concern with safety was, if it's only a right in, right out, does that mean that people are going to, continue down State Road 64 and have to make a U-turn in order to enter the site if they're coming from the west? So that actually would really improve access operations for this site. And then with the roundabout at Lorraine and 64, for exiting the site, and if someone needed to go to the east, they would be able to turn around in that roundabout. Again, additional access analysis and offsite intersection analysis would be required once that final use is known with the site plan application, and that would have to go before Manatee County staff and FDOT for final approval.
And then it would also have to come back before the board, so we could say this end use is what we want to happen? Or are we rezoning this and now they could just build whatever they want?
I'm going to let Tom answer that. Thank you.
So your question, it would go back to the schedule of uses. If it is a permitted use in the schedule of uses, then it could go for site plan. If it does need another approval, then it would come back before the board.
Thank you.
All right. Jason, you're just on for deliberation, is that correct? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I will bring up staff.
Alicia Henry here for staff. I have been sworn prior to starting my presentation. For the record, I do have to mention that we're adding a stipulation, A3, which revises the alternative motion. The stipulation A3 reads as such: this project will have a restricted maximum intensity of 0.35 FAR as proffered by the applicant, and we'll go ahead and distribute that to the board. Okay. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and start my presentation for State Road 64 Murphy Commercial Rezone. So the request is a rezone of a 7.11 acre site going from general agriculture to GCL, which is a general commercial limited zoning district. The applicant has proffered a schedule of permitted and prohibited uses that will restrict certain uses to ensure development that is especially compatible with the residential use found to the north of the site. Applicant has also restricted the maximum potential to 0.35 FAR. Just a bit of history here. So since the adoption of the comprehensive plan, the future land use category has been Urban Fringe 3, and since the adoption of the Land Development Code, the zoning district has been general agriculture. Here is an aerial to show the approximation of the site. So it's generally located 800 feet east of State Road 64 East and Lorraine Road intersection in Bradenton. And here's our boundary survey. The site again is approximately 7.11 acres. The site has a potential access onto State Road 64. Maximum potential is 0.50 FAR. Applicant has restricted the maximum potential to 0.35 FAR. There are existing utility lines along State Road 64. Again, the future land use category is UF3. Okay, so here we have the surrounding zoning districts. So for the north, we have PDR, which is Planned Development Residential. We have General Commercial, Planned Development Commercial, Neighborhood Commercial Medium for the west. For the east, we have General Commercial and also General Agriculture. And for the south, we have Planned Development Mixed Use and also Planned Development Commercial again. For the uses that are to the north, we have single-family detached residential development. To the west, we have a mini warehouse retail sale. To the east is a nursery, along with single-family detached residential use. And to the south, we have multifamily with a mini warehouse. For the transportation link capacity analysis, we have the below chart that shows the adopted level of service and the future level of service for the narrow thoroughfare. So the adopted level of service currently is C. The existing level of service is B. Future level of service with project will be F, with a caveat that we have there as an asterisk, which states the future level of service with project is anticipated to be level of service C if State Road 64 is widened from 2 lanes to 4 lanes according to the 2045 traffic circulation map. For our positive aspects, the proposed general commercial limited zoning district would be compatible with existing commercial uses along State Road 64. The project site is located west of FDAB. Maximum potential is 0.50 FAR, but applicant is limiting intensity to 0.35 FAR. The proposed uses can reduce traveling distances for shopping opportunities and potentially lower vehicular trips. For negative aspects, the proposed project is located in an auto-dependent area. No sidewalks, bicycle lanes, and transit facilities creates an auto-dependency, which limits the ability of the employees and customers to bike and walk to these facilities. The project, by adding 335 p.m. peak hour trips, will impact Link 3070. That is projected to be deficient in terms of level of service due to the already vested trips. The projected deficiency will require State Road 64 to be widened to 4 lanes, to meet the adopted level of service standards. And for our mitigating measures, the applicant has proffered a schedule of permitted and prohibited uses for the proposed general commercial limited zoning district, which are more compatible with the surrounding area. Staff thus concludes the proposed rezone to be consistent with the comprehensive plan in compliance with the applicable provisions of the Land Development Code. Any questions?
Are these, Jason, you're still on for deliberation, right? And do you have a question for staff? All right, go ahead.
Similar to the prior item, I'm kind of curious about the schedule of permitted uses. I don't necessarily oppose the commercial. I think more often than not, we come into resistance when it comes to the uses. So given this is quasi-judicial, what factors in, and Commissioners obviously not allowed to talk to you all about it, but what factors into your decision when negotiating with the applicant in this case as to what are those schedule of uses you should strike out or not? That's not quite transparent to me.
Well, the schedule of uses is usually determined in accordance with the surrounding area. So for this particular surrounding area to the north, there is a subdivision there with single-family detached dwelling units. And we try to work with the applicant to restrict the uses that are permitted there in regards to what is more intense. We also made sure that we put a setback in place to give further separation from the residential use to the north. So with the schedule of permitted and prohibited uses, they struck through, there was a little, right now with 35 uses that are struck through on the schedule of permitted and prohibited uses, which was increased due to staff working with the applicants, so we do not have any type of adverse impacts coming from this site.
Got it. One thing that I'm a little bit confused about is we for example, in this one, you've exempted an agricultural use, but then there are things like agricultural research facilities, agricultural product processing plants. That kind of stuff doesn't quite make sense to me. So
Right.
can you clarify some of that? I mean, granted, I'm not asking you to go through every application, every possible use, but some of these don't make sense. Like even the last one, pads are out, but heliports are in. But specifically as far as this case, can you kind of clarify why, for example, ag use is scratched out under the schedule of uses, but some of the other ag ones remain?
The other ags are an X, Commissioner, which means they're not permitted already.
Yeah, when you
That's
cross
why I
out
said
a
I-
P means it's permitted, but you're crossing it out. If it's X, it's already
Okay.
crossed out by default.
Correct.
That's correct.
Okay, got it. Just need to clear up some of there's different parts that are scratched out. Okay. well,
Right, so just for clarification, if it is listed there but it's not struck through, the P is what allows them to have that particular use there so they can do that particular use on site by right. But it may be listed there, not struck through, but if that P is not there, they still can't do that particular use.
If I could dialogue more. So the Land Development Code lists each of these uses as whether they're permitted, prohibited, which is the X, or a special permit. If they came to you with a Euclidean rezoning without the limited, they would just be allowed to do everything that's a P or anything with an SP. By doing the limited, they normally come to us with a proffered list that it strikes 20 or 30 uses, which is what you see the strike through is telling you which ones they're additionally striking. But the X's still apply, so the prohibited already still apply.
Sure. Okay, so just slight misreading there, but my point somewhat still stands. You still have, for example, short-term ag uses. I mean, and generally, it's not quite, or even tree farm, for example. It's a little bit confusing when we're striking out some ag uses, others, they seem fairly similar. So I guess that question just kind of goes back to staff is, it seems, is it subjective or objective, I guess, is what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, with this particular site, as we know, this rezone is going from general agriculture and it's going to general commercial. The site in itself right now is where you can have these particular uses. This area is transitioning from general agriculture, but still we have a nursery that is just east to this particular site. So those things were still considered for this schedule of permitted and prohibited uses.
Okay, got it. No, I appreciate that, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I have no one else on the board. Thank you very much. No, you're not. But you can go anyway.
Well, just a quick question so I can understand it. You know, is this the concurrency issue with the roads and all the other stuff? Is that a reason why you can actually say this conforms with our comprehensive plan and our land development code, even though it's an F and you're calling the project efficient?
In terms of the level of service, I'm going to defer to Tony with our transportation manager.
Good morning, Commissioner. Pony Bonner for staff. The existing level of service is C or B, which means the F is projected to be F. It's not failing now, it's not deficient now. Which means if all the projects we approve were to be built today, the road would be F. But it's about timing. We don't know when they will be built. At the same time, we don't know exactly when the road will be widened from 2 to 4 then. It's not failing now. It's projected to be failing.
It's not failing immediately right now, but
No.
the minute we approve the project, it fails until such time that the road is widened? Is that what it says?
No. It's be failing when the project we approve are built when the trip are on the road. In this case, you're going to count the rooftop. You're going to say that all the trip now on the road, the capacity of the road will be deficient. But we're talking about in the future, will be failing in the future, but not now.
Okay, and when it would be failing in the future, how long is that future, and when do they expect to build those roads? Because we have a lot of things that are in the future all the time, and, the future is such a vague term. We're going to build the Rain Road in the future. It's been that way for 13 years now. So the thing is, I'd like to know when the future is, because if we're going to rezone, and this is going to fail until such time that that road is widened, then this is a public safety issue.
But it's also about timing. That means there's time for them to build the road. There's time also for the development to be built. We don't know exactly.
So how can you approve it if you don't know exactly, but you're saying it's going to fail? I'm just trying to learn, is there something here in our comprehensive code or our land development code that we actually need to revisit? Because, if we're going to approve projects that we know are going to fail, then that's a problem.
No, the timing for the construction is, we don't control this. It's up to the developer to know exactly when these will be built. But Set 64, the county doesn't control it either, because it's an FDOT facility. We don't know. You have so many projects that were approved a long time ago. For instance, and Harrison Ranch has been in the book for over 30 years. But what's happened is still not completed. It's still under construction. But what happened in the meantime, 64 have been widened from 2 to 4 lane. Some projects take longer to be built. It's about timing. We don't know. We don't control this.
So how can we approve something when we still have variables we don't know? How could we say that it does conform?
But as of today, the road has capacity as of today. Today, the facility is not deficient.
Okay, I don't have anything else, because again, we're projecting things.
Hold on, I'm on the board.
Okay.
I have a question for you. I think I know the answer, but maybe not. When you look at future LOS, when that calculation comes up, is that inclusive of all other developments and projects down the road? Okay, so hypothetically, if we approve this owner building one single house in the middle of it, what would the future LOS on this road be? One single house. It would be F, correct, because East River Ranch broke the road. East River Ranch, which is further east of this, is already turning this road into an LOSF, whether we approve this or not. This approval, that's where I think this is misinterpreted in this staff report. This approval is not turning LOS to F. This road is already designated a future LOSF because of other developments off-site. So even if they only build what they're permitted to build right now based upon their ag designation, the LOS on that road is going to be F. So this project has nothing to do with that LOS.
Yes, right.
East River Ranch did it, Taylor Ranch did it, not this project. In fact, when the Department of Transportation sent us a letter after transmittal of East River Ranch, they specifically told us it was going to fail this road. This approval has nothing to do with that.
Yeah, you're right.
0.35 FAR of anything is not breaking a road by itself.
The projected deficiency is built on the project that we already approved.
I just want to make sure on the same page that this road is going to be an LOSF with or without this approval. This has nothing to do with it.
Yes, right.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Feltz.
really appreciate that point being made. Now the next question comes, do we, knowing what, like I've said, this has been a problem from the state park down 64 since its inception. And it's a hard decision because this is just a.
Again, we're still on questions, because I have other people waiting for deliberation. It's not fair to
gotcha.
Commissioner Beard and Commissioner Siddiq
No
if I let you
problem.
start
I'll make it
deliberating.
short. But I agree that exactly what Commissioner Cruz said. Is there any way, and this probably would not be for you, but for the applicant or other in staff, if we were not going with a straight, just a commercial rezone and working with the applicant landowner to more specify their use, I would be more inclined. But because it's really not, as Commissioner Cruz said, the LOS of State Road 64 is not this particular landowner's use. Basically, they're just wanting to get the hell out of Dodge because of exactly what we've done over there. And I have great concerns about every rezone on that area because we already know what we've got with our issues on stormwater and with traffic and with density. So I guess that would be my question to the applicant. Would they consider, instead of just your basic rezone, give us some idea that we could work with a product within that permittable uses
Sure,
that would have less traffic impact?
Sure, and I understand your question, ma'am. And to summarize, the applicant, the property owner, is not a developer. She does not know the end use, but she recognizes that her property is located within an activity node that's designated for these commercial uses. She's trying to restrict the potential future developments as much as possible, but also maximize her value to get out of the property to move forward, because she will not be developing at the end. So she does not know the end use, but she wants to set it up for those while just trying to stay compatible and restrict potential negative impacts. Thank you.
All right, both of you are on for deliberation, correct? Okay, I will then go to public comment. I have one signed up, Glenn Gibolina.
For the record, Glenn Gibolina, and I have been sworn. So I have 5 signatures that I can talk for 10 minutes, and I will hand that in. So I did talk about this at the planning board, and what they had was 26 homes. So I don't know when common sense comes in or goes out, but let me proffer some of this information. If you do the rezone right now, the property taxes will go up from ag to whatever it's rezoned. So this lady is going to have to pay higher property taxes probably for the next 15 years until 64 is widened. Why would anybody do that? I don't get it. So yeah, we're going to sell it to the developer, but if they can't get a permit, and they proffered 62 homes at the last one, whether they change that or not, that's the information I got from the planning board. So why would they do that? Why would you do a rezone to an F road? Because we know Lorraine and 64 is not a nightmare to begin with. So let's just go ahead and rezone it in 64. The other question is that what's the added value from ag, maybe 200,000, to RMF3 at $1 million, right? What's the added value on that? Is that going to offset to pay the property tax? And is she going to find a developer that's going to wait 10 or 12 years till the road is widened? The rezone is crazy. Once the dirt is in the ground to widen 64, that's the appropriate time to do the rezone. Not now. Why would you burden her with all the additional taxes when the developer won't be able to sell that first house and get a CO probably for 10 years. My other question is, we have left millions of dollars on the table for affordable housing.
Glenn, this is a commercial rezone.
What?
This is a commercial rezone. We're speaking on the project itself, not, this isn't future agenda item.
They proffered 64 homes.
No, this is a general commercial rezoning.
I
of
am
commercial
telling
land.
you at the land meeting, they proffered.
We're not at the land, we're not at the planning commission.
I'm just going by the information that I pulled off of there. They said they had planned to put 64 homes in there. That's what they said. We can have the applicant back up here and ask them
No.
if that's the direction they were going to go.
Keep going.
So I'm going to continue on the added value, right? So we have on the books right now, in Florida, local governments can use the mechanism to capture the added property value from a rezoning, such as ag to planned development that we're doing now, or commercial. So why can't we capture that difference and put it in an affordable housing fund? I don't get it. Every piece that we rezone, you're adding value to that property that should come back in some type of community service or housing. It's already on the books. You guys just haven't used it in the last 20 years. The state statute, the state says you can recapture that value and put it towards the gap financing for affordable housing. So I would say, okay, property's worth, affordable house on that property is $225. The market rate is $350. They're going to do 64 homes. Let's call it 6 homes. It's a $125,000 gap on each home. That's $750,000 we should be recouping towards affordable housing. Yeah, we'll rezone it. You write a check for $750 because that's the added value of this property, and believe me, the developer is still going to make a killing. Then we should recapture some of that. And the law allows you the ability for local governments to recognize these contributions, particularly for significant land use change like rezoning from agricultural to planned development, is rooted idea in the government's approval that creates the significant increase in property value. In return for this increased value, the public benefit, affordable housing, is required. George, I see you're on a different page. We're laughing about it. I'm done here. You've wasted enough of my time today, and I will see you never. There you go.
No, don't say things like that, Glenn. Just to be clear, I am looking at the planning commission for this one, and it's a request to rezone from ag to general commercial limited back on November 13th. I think the 64 you're referring to is State Road 64, which is the road it's on, not the number of houses they were proffering.
Just to clarify.
Well, I still,
sorry.
I still have public comment open. We got to keep the record clean. Any other public comment? I have no one signed up.
Mark Vanderie, Manatee County, I have been sworn. And, okay, so Commissioner Cruz has already established that State Road 64 is effed. Okay, so we're going to put more unknown development on this road and make it even more effed than it's already going to be. I don't know if that's a good idea. I would recommend not doing that. I would recommend against a blank check and for open rezone. And my reasoning is this. Actually, I've got two issues with this. One is you don't know what's going on there. Just to the north of it, you have Mill Creek. You've got wetlands that are not far, but Mill Creek is absolutely inundated with wetlands. If you look at the layout of the Mill Creek subdivision, there's a lot of green space in there, a lot of ponds, because it is a major drainage basin and wetlands for the Mill Creek Basin. Now, your county water engineer, Tom Gerstenberger, he's come up with a updated rainfall and flood zone data for that whole region. And he is absolutely insisting that the NOAA Atlas 14 be used, and that's the 24-hour, 12-inch rainfall for any future development going in there, whether it's law or not. He's insisting on it, and so far, most of the developers have been complying with that or near to that with their stormwater design. In this case, you don't know. You give this an open okay on the rezone, and you never see it again. It goes through admin. It's administrative from that point forward. It's out of your control. You're done. And when this drains into Mill Creek, which is not designed, Mill Creek's the older subdivision there. They are definitely not designed to NOAA Atlas 14. Their data is probably back from the 1970s or 80s, really, really old flood data. So you're really going to potentially exacerbate the situation if you kick it off to strictly administrative approvals in the future. Now, right down the road, about a mile to the east, a few months ago, we had a rezone request for, it was Sorella Warehouse, storage warehouse. We went back and forth. It was ultimately denied, went to arbitration, public mediation, and came back with a much better plan. And it incorporated a lot of what the neighbors were asking the developer to come up with. They surrounded it with huge, tall trees. They moved the building around a little bit, took the shadows off of the mango farm, did a lot of stuff at very little extra cost to the developer, but made a great improvement with the compatibility of that facility within the neighborhood. They even fixed the drainage to where they didn't have a mosquito swamp anymore. They had dry pond storage. It was great. It was a big improvement. The system kind of worked, but if you approve this straight up rezone, the commercial, it never comes back to you again. You don't have that ability for the system to work and for neighbor comments to be incorporated in the final design. So please deny this at this point. Appreciate it. Thanks. Bye.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, I will close public comment. Everyone, I'm guessing, is still on for deliberation, correct? Okay, I will bring up the staff for any final comments, anything? Wow, she got maps and visual aids.
Denise Greer for staff, and I have been sworn. So just this week, I received some new information from our Stormwater Division. As you know, the Mill Creek study, the drainage study was approved in 2021, and we do require that any projects within that basin use that most recent study. And along with that most recent study, we have now sent new maps to FEMA for adoption. They have not been approved yet, but they are the best available information that we have. And when we look at FSPs, we require that they use the best of available information that we have. So for instance, I'll go to the dock camera here. So this is the map. This is the approved FEMA map today. It shows it in the X zone. This is the map that we've submitted to FEMA as being impacted by the 1% rain chance, which you all know as the 100-year storm. So that's what we have in for adoption with FEMA today. So we would require, now, you'd have to go into the model to see if that's a foot, is it 2 inches above the grade? You'd have to go in there and look at the model to see what that is, but, so that's what we're submitted to FEMA and will hopefully be adopted soon. And also, since the NOAA 14 is the best available information that we have. We are also requiring that they use that when they come in for their stormwater. And sometimes you ask me the difference in the numbers of the old requirements versus NOAA. I have that if you want them. At the 25-year, it's only about a half a foot. When you get up to the 50-year storm, it's about a foot. And then when you get into the 100-year storms, it's almost 2 additional rise.
Okay.
Okay.
Is that it for staff? Hey, they're supposed to be on a 5-minute clock. That clock ain't starting.
I would just also like to reiterate, this is just a straight rezone. There is no use that is being proposed here. The subsequent development will be subject to the schedule of permitted and prohibited uses that have been proffered by the applicant. And to also mention, they have proffered as well to restrict the FER for the site. So there are restrictions in place as we move forward with this project.
Thank you. Any rebuttals from the applicants? Now is your chance for your public comment.
I was just going to clarify what staff did say, that we don't have an end use in sight for the site, but happy to answer any other questions you may have.
Okay, we've already done that. All right. Now we are on deliberation for everyone who's been patiently waiting on my list. Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I have to say with this project, we need to look at it in a situation that if that was us that owned that piece of property, what would we want to do? What would we want to happen? Even with our constituent here, Mark, we have to ask that question. It's not the it's not the person's fault that everything got built around them. And so we need to have a little bit of empathy. Now, zoning establishes what can be built. It doesn't establish when it can be built. Okay? So my point is that at whatever point the next applicant comes in and tries to, want to put their project on this piece of property, us as county commissioners have to look at the public health and the safety and the welfare of what's going on. If it happens to be an F road, then we have every right to vote that project down at any point in time. And if it's not safe, there's nothing you can do because of the level of that road at that particular time. So we need to look at this particular property as obviously put ourselves in that person's shoes to say, is that person's way of life being affected currently right now? And if it was us, would we want to move out of this piece of property and look at a rezone? And I think everybody on this board and everybody out in the audience today would have to say yes, they would, because it's not this person's fault. And I don't blame this person for trying to move out of there and look at ways to maximize the money that they're trying to get, so maybe they can live even further out east this time, so development won't get to them, right? So I'm not going to punish the property owner by any means, but if this does ever come up and it's not, I don't feel it's safe, then that's the time for me to deny it. So that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Sadiq.
Thank you. Pretty similarly minded. It's at some point, whenever, going back to the 80s when our land development code is adopted, the government said at that point, this is the maximum value of the land you can extract is what we want to zone it for at that point, is future land use code, urban fringe 3. That homeowner, as a result of this, has to come to us, go through a very expensive, lengthy process, pay the attorney hourly. We have to spend our resources going through this to sit and debate about stormwater plans and traffic for a straight rezone without a PSP or a GDP, which we can always get and debate in the future should those things come. Aside from my concerns around tightening up some of the uses, I think it's acceptable. I'm more of a fan of upzoning, but just being mindful of the types of uses. But we'll have that debate at some point next year. I'm generally in favor of it. I think the homeowner and the applicant, irrespective of who it is, just wants to enhance the value of the land that they own. And I think they're being overly generous with what they're providing us. And I think it's fair to say that they should be able to rezone this, extract more value. And of course, we as a board can always reserve the right to evaluate anything else under the schedule of permitted uses, what can and cannot come. But do I think today is the day we start our debating or denying something over stormwater, traffic, all the things? No, I think we can have that with the future applicant. So I'm in favor of this, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
I'll be quick because I'm going to say the same. But look, every year we complain when Tallahassee tries to pass ag enclaves and all these other as of right things to take stuff away from us that should be deliberated up here because of projects like this. This project's entirely surrounded by rezone. Not like partially surrounded, not like in the what do we call the path of growth or whatever terms we use to try to justify something 2 towns over. This is already surrounded. You got self-storage to the left of it. You got self-storage to the south at the corner of Lorraine. You got single-family homes going in across from there. The parcel to the east of it's rezoned. There's nothing you can do with this parcel of land. I mean, this is the hill we're going to die on and say, you're last one in, so we're not going to let you. It's like you have to stay in your house. You can't have cows because you can't insure anything, and everything completely surrounding you is commercial. But because some bad project was approved 5 miles down the road that's going to use State Road 64, we're not going to let you build. So tough, just stay on your house and be miserable for the rest of your life. That's not fair to that person. That's picking winners and losers, and in this case, just picking somebody who's going to lose and say, you had your chance, you didn't come in early enough. I don't know why they're asking just for the 0.35. I mean, this is allowable for 0.5. They're giving up 30% of the value, effectively, of this property in good faith to say that they understand that a little bit less intensity is better, and they're walking away from effectively free value at this stage, which is going to meaningfully affect their resale value to any future user. I don't know why they asked for that. That's fine. I mean, you're more than willing. You have every right to ask for less, but you can't decline somebody's right to be able to do something when you're completely surrounded. This was a problem caused by previous boards, and in some cases, people on existing boards from the rezoning that happened. And you can't just box people in and say, now you just have to suffer for the rest of your life, and then further decline it because of road breakage that has nothing to do with the project. I fully support this. This is a reasonable request that is in a commercial node, being done with what this county said should have been done, surrounded by uses that's not going to impact anybody. Even the Mill Creek is like phase 5, 6, 7, whatever that thing is. I mean, they knew what this was going to be. This was already on the future land use map when those homes were built, and the people who bought those homes should have been aware or been made aware that eventually there was going to be commercial along a major commercial node. So I support this, Commissioner Ballard.
Thank you. I don't disagree with a lot of the points that have been made about this is not this homeowner's fault, and they're kind of stuck in a situation where they have a piece of agricultural property that's in the middle of a very developed area. With that being said, I do want to address a couple of the comments that were made by Commissioner Bearden and Commissioner Sadiq. With a straight rezone, this is not necessarily going to come back to us. If it fits within that schedule of permitted uses, that new user is going to get an administrative approval. It's not going to come back before this board. And so if it is something that we don't want to see, we won't know and we won't have control over that. In Commissioner Sadiq's situation in District 3 from earlier, I'm comfortable with that because that's a small parcel. It's in the middle of town. It's right on Manatee. This is a little bit different, and it's a much larger parcel. I'm very sympathetic to this homeowner situation, but I would prefer to have a little bit more of an idea as to what's going in here versus a straight rezone. That's just my personal opinion.
Unfortunately, I also empathize with the person that's there. But the job of the commission is to protect the public health and safety. And if we already know that this is an F road, why would we want to even rezone or put anything else on there, or the potential of anything else on there, until it's done in the future? And when that future actually materializes, then you could look at something like this. As far as everything being built around here, you know, that was this board that created that problem. Maybe some in this board, maybe some in previous boards, but it was still the Board of County Commissioners that did that. You know, we have a lot of variables in here right now that we don't know, because we don't know what they want to put on there. We don't even know which developer she wants to sell it to. You know, that's, you know, there's so many things involved in this. And, you know, if we didn't stick a storage unit over there, and if we didn't do all these other things, you know, would this be a problem? So, you know, right now, although I empathize with her, my job on the county commission is to protect the public health and safety, and to make sure that, you know, we don't put any more traffic on a F road. So the thing is, you know, I'm definitely going to oppose that for that reason. Thank you.
Yeah, geez Louise. I wasn't even paying attention. We got everybody on the board now. Commissioner Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would agree with the chair's comments. You know, we keep talking about traffic heading west all the time. This is at a commercial node at an intersection that is already being developed around it. You know, I appreciate the applicant's limited uses, especially with a supermarket, but as this area builds up, we're going to need neighborhood services. I don't, if it's a doctor's office or if it's a dry cleaner or whatever. I'd hope to not see another car wash, but I can't control that. But, or another storage unit, which won't happen because it's next door to one. But we want to provide services. We want to provide services that the neighbors out east can use instead of coming west. We consistently complain about traffic coming west. This is an opportunity for a single landowner to come in for a simple rezone with limited schedule of uses that they've proffered, and I'll support this 100%. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Feltz, did you want to speak now, or do you want to speak last? Okay, so I've got Commissioner Siddiq, Commissioner Bearden, Commissioner Feltz, and I'm entertaining motions anytime someone wants to. Commissioner Siddiq.
I just had a question in light of Commissioner Ballard's comments for our attorney. So under what circumstances would this appear, or would this parcel of land, if someone were to come to us, would this appear before this board again? Or is this pure,
Well, at this stage, you wouldn't see it again. All future approvals are administrative. And Nicole can answer what will require another hearing, be a change to add additional uses that were previously proffered out. We think of anything else, Nicole?
It would only be if the applicant in the future, whoever owned the land at that time, wanted to bring a use forward that was not listed as a permitted use, or if a future user asked for a different rezone.
question there then? So if someone wanted, as I understand it, if they wanted to increase the FAR, they would come back here. That's an additional entitlement. What about any offsite water impacts if those potentially increase with one of the permitted uses? Is that a factor in something coming back here?
If, when would they propose their final site plan, the use is a permitted use, and they meet all elements of the land development code, or then any other codes, then they wouldn't come back before you. It would be an administrative approval, but they would have to meet existing codes.
Okay, but the code today already has like for example, it already references no Atlas 14, some of those stormwater standards for offsite impacts. So we're talking 100-year storm under no Atlas, roughly.
Correct. And
Okay.
Again, it would be whatever's in place at the time. So if this doesn't develop for future years, then it's the code at that time, not today's code.
Okay. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Commissioner Beard.
At what point in time does an administrative approval look at the service level of the road and say, you know what, the service level is not up to capacity at this point in time? This cannot have a administrative approval.
I'm going to ask Prony to step forward if I can.
This is Pony Bonnet for staff. When they come with the FSP, final site plan, FSP or PSP, at that time you're going to have a operational analysis for the roadway, make sure all the access point, all the safety issues are addressed at that time for the FSP, PSP.
Okay, so if it's a level F road, does it get through?
No, that's been effort, that's been, they have to,
So what
They
what
have to-
service level is it to say, okay, you know what, this is unsafe? At what point do you make a decision from an administrative approval process that you say that this road is not safe to go on, so we cannot approve this process?
that's been, for the FSP or PSP, if the level of service is F, okay, there's no way for them to mitigate it. That means we're not going to approve it. We're not going to approve it if it's failing.
Okay. So is it just F, or is it, what's the level of standard that you guys look at?
It's based on the standard of the road. That means if the standard of the road is D, that means if the projected trip generated is going to make it D, you're going to approve it. But if you go beyond D, make E or D or F, if the segment is failing, we're not going to approve it until the applicant is going to show the method of mitigation.
So Prony, if I could verify, so if they applied tomorrow and it's a C, we would administratively approve it. If they apply in 3 years and it's an E or F, then you wouldn't administratively be able to approve it.
Yes,
It's a timing.
What
Timing,
if,
they
what
would
if,
still dis- oh, good, I'm
what if
sorry.
we deem that this, I mean, what if we think that the area is flooding, for example? Does it come back to us for approval, or are you guys just making that decision?
We can only make those decisions within the administrative threshold that is in either the stormwater manuals, the LDC, the Public Works, any of the manuals or codes that exist. Those are the ones that the staff reviews against. If they propose something that doesn't comply with that, sometimes there's not a mechanism to seek a deviation. Not everything can come to you for what we call specific approval. You meet the code.
Mr. Chair, if I could follow up on the staff answer, basically, it just means the applicant spends more money to do more traffic mitigation. Or if, like Tal mentioned, that the stormwater issue is more than he thought, he has to spend money to bring up to code, to retain more water on site, to slow off.
I think.
And spend more money on road
No,
improvements.
I understand that. I think we need to start looking at different things. Maybe that's what we need to look at as far as road capacity goes in specific areas as a policy, to say it has to come before this board before we make a decision. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that might be something that we need to start looking at as far as implementing policy on that. Because if we keep getting projects on these crazy 2-lane roads, and they have zoning approval, I think that, because our job is the safety and welfare of the constituents, so that's my point behind it, that's all I'm saying.
Could I dialogue for just
Go
a
ahead.
second on that? So I think that's the thing. We have the opportunity right now. This is the time where we have control. If we grant the rezone, then the whole point of what they're trying to achieve is that it makes it easier for a future developer. They know that they won't have to come back before this board because they're meeting that schedule of approved uses. And so what I'm saying is.
I get that, I understand.
But I don't think that we have the ability to do it that way.
Oh, we
This
definitely
is
have
our-
the
this is
ability.
This is our control mechanism right
Yeah.
here, right now.
No, I get that, but we definitely have the ability to ensure that if we want to set service levels on roads and say, okay, if it meets this service level, then those projects have to come up to us for approval. We definitely have that ability to put that policy in place. Whether you want to do it or not, I mean, it's up to the board, but we do have that ability. So that's just a side conversation that we can have in the future, but.
Sure. I'm on the board for when you're done. It's sort of dialogue with you, but it's not. We've already had staff stuff. We're debating. We're good. We're good.
I misspoke a little bit, so I thought maybe I should.
Okay, can I finish my sentence?
Yep.
Okay. Here's where I disagree with your premise. The only people you're hurting by your argument are the small landowners. You are basically catering to the large developers that you claim you don't like.
No, that's not.
Let me finish. I patiently. First off, I was referring to Commissioner Ballard more than you, but it was a general term.
But you call them both the same thing.
Large developers can expend the time and the money to go through the hurdles you want them to go through. The person who owns the small home on the oversized parcel of land that just wants to bail because a board approved a U-Haul self-storage facility next to them does not have the capacity and the financing to go and design a plan. They don't have the expertise to it. They're not developers. But to say, well, we're not really comfortable until we know exactly what we want, then you're telling this landowner, this private citizen, you need to leave all of your profit and money on the table and sell off to one of these big national developers that know what they're doing at a fraction of the profit you could otherwise make, because then they could spend the money getting all of the studies done and doing all the design work and bringing the tenants in pocket, and let those guys collect all of the profit to move forward. Like I am not going to do that to individual landowners that are trying to play the same game that the bigger people play, because you're saying that you need to have the staff and you need to have the expertise to do it. This is a street rezone. A street rezone at 70% of the allowable amount of development, any commercial node. This isn't like the game of let's turn it into ROR first and then get something done. This is literally a proposal to rezone something in the exact place it should be rezoned by a private citizen that just wants to capture the same advantages that we let other people capture. And to, again, to keep harping on this LOS, I fundamentally disagree with people continuously equating LOS with safety. LOS is not about safety. LOS is about congestion. And honestly, the more congested a road, the slower the traffic, the more safe a road is. LOS is literally...
Two-day lane road on Buckeye is, we could put 50,000.
First off, please, by all means, use your chat GTP for your question stuff and look it up.
That's fine.
Okay,
I will, and
okay.
I'll use it again. You
Look,
know what? But the thing
you're
let's just speak
you're
common
interrupting
sense.
me, and I have
No,
people
but
on
we're
here.
deliberating back and forth. I gave you that option.
That's not.
I'm still on the board.
Are you
I'm still on the
joking?
board.
You're-
Yes, I am. I'm still on the
got-
board. Here's the thing.
Please
We want
stop.
to continue.
Please stop.
I'm going to let you finish, but then I'm going to
You're interrupting me and then allowing me to finish my time on the board.
You're not on the board. I'm on the board. Look, member on the floor, 10 minutes and 30
Oh,
seconds.
sorry, I forgot
It
to
hasn't
press this
switched.
button. Holy
It hasn't
Christ.
switched
All
yet.
right, that's enough. That is enough. All
What
you
is
do is cause
enough?
distraction
Let me
around
tell you
here.
what is enough
We're
is
done.
us
We're
continuing
done.
to
We're
build
done.
thousands and thousands of homes on Buckeye Road and two-lane country roads.
Okay.
Chairman Cruz,
Look at the bottom
that's
of
what
your-
I've done.
Look at the bottom of your screen. It says member on the
Yeah,
on the
because
board,
but
George
I
Floyd.
had the
Sorry.
floor. I had the floor.
Please
You,
stop.
I was never done. You said, can I
do
deliberate
not want to
with
call a
you?
recess this late before lunch. Let us just finish this item, please. LOS has to do with congestion and slowdown of traffic caused during peak times. That's what LOS means. It's level of service, not safety of service. Those are two entirely different things. Stop conflating the two.
I'm not going to
People keep
complain. Let's
looking
get the
at
traffic
Ds
guy
and
up here.
As
Can
and
you
Fs
tell
and
me what
implying that
Buckeye
it's
would be?
unsafe. Okay.
What is the level service of Buckeye right now? It matters because it's.
it doesn't
I'm
matter.
trying.
We're
I'm
done with
trying.
staff. We're
What
done
is
with
the
staff.
what is the level of service of Buckeye right now? Can you please tell me?
Buckeye now, I think it's C.
Okay. You think it's a C? So a country two-lane road is level C.
It's based on existing traffic.
Correct.
Yes.
But the point is that if we're going to talk about future, with all the development that's going in on Buckeye, what level would it be?
Once again, it's based on timing. We don't know when they will be built. The time for them to be built, most likely the road will be 4 lane. It's timing. We don't know that. We
Commissioner
don't
Bearden,
control
we're
it.
done with questions for staff. We were on deliberations. If you continue, if you keep questioning staff, I'm going to afford the
I was
applicant
just-
an equal amount of time to come back up and respond to anything they
Okay,
wish to
I'm
respond
done.
to. That's only
I'm
fair.
done. Thank you. But
Okay.
my point is that, and I had the floor. I wasn't done yet. I had the floor and we went to deliberation. We were going back and forth, okay? So my point is that at what point in time, and that's the reason why maybe we should put a policy in place, to look at what service level it is and if it can hold. And if it could be, if we can handle that many homes and what's the expected amount of vehicles that are going to be on that road. We've never done that. And that's a policy that we could put, you know what it's called? It's called concurrency. Let's go back to that.
right? I mean, Lee County does it right. They've been doing it right, okay? I've been getting reports. They build their roads out first. But I understand there's different motivations up on this board, right? I don't have a different motivation. I don't really care.
Some of us
To
need
me, it
better
doesn't
roads to
matter.
drive to Charlotte
You have
County
a
faster.
different motivation, Commissioner Cruz. You have a different motivation, and we all understand that. We see it. The public sees it. And that's how you base your decisions, on those motivations.
100%.
That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're 100% correct. All right, Commissioner McCann, would you like to talk about my motivations? We should.
I really don't need to do that. I really don't need to do that, and you really don't need to make those type of comments. The thing is that what I want to talk about is what's just going on right here in front of us, because that's proper. You know, if you have disdain for somebody, we don't need to hear that. The thing is that, you know, you talk about one little isolated piece of land with one little isolated person, but 64 has, you know, terrible crashes on it, deaths on it, all kinds of things. You talk about that roundabout going through there on 64. Please don't get off on Lorraine Road because you'll get killed. The thing is that what you really need to look at here is the public health and safety, and is this something that you would do, knowing that in the future, which you can't predict, it's going to be a failed road. Okay, the thing is that, you know, it's not our job to say, well, we'll wait till the future when it fails and then say, oh, well, we shouldn't have done this. You know, the other thing is you're talking about this lady wanting to sell her land. I certainly understand her. I certainly understand that. But, you know, when the road isn't done yet and somebody gets killed on the road, how do we tell them, well, we needed to sell that land? You know, the road wasn't ready, sorry, you should have stayed home. But of course, since we're insulting each other up here and we keep going, we can always tell them, get an e-bike and get on your trails. Thanks.
I concur. Thank you. In fact, the trail is going to go right by here, so that's actually going to lower the LOS. I appreciate that. All right. Commissioner Sadiq, do you have something intelligent to say?
I would, I don't know about intelligent.
He's the most intelligent person in the room.
No one's accused me of being that smart. I'm chair next year, I can't be that smart. I move to approve, Commissioners, I move to approve ZL-25-02.
He could still make a motion anytime he wants. I will second that motion. We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sadiq, seconded by myself. I have Commissioner Feltz on the board. You're on the board. Now you're speaking. Anyone can make a motion when they have the
Waiting for
floor.
everybody to get over themselves. Okay. I know. Listen, I appreciate it. I'm not saying, but come on, guys. Look, we've already, I think we've been pretty honest to state that we kind of created a bit of a cluster. As I keep saying, you know where I was fighting that FDAB. You know where I was fighting the 2.1.2.8. I could pretty much more relate to this property owner than any of you up here on this board, and God only knows, I may be in the same situation myself one day. So it would be very easy for me to be empathetic, but I'm looking at a bigger picture and for the overall good and the public benefit for everybody. We can't keep saying, yeah, we made a mistake out of one side of our mouth, and then not say or do anything to deal with the consequences or to make a correction. And as the commissioner for that area, I am asking you, I think we've had some wonderful, passionate arguments, some wonderful, logical arguments. But, and I can relate to this probably, again, more than any of you up here, but we're not going to make any progress with dealing with the issue that we've created in that area between the stormwater and between the traffic. And the thing is, if you do have an issue where your property, you feel your property's been devalued by the amount of growth around it, you are perfectly entitled to sell that property. But it doesn't include, it's a chance that you take, and it doesn't include an entitlement to also have a rezone on it so that you can make more money with that. It's understandable. It's a wonderful thing. But we usually find that, and I don't know, each person's circumstances, though I could, again, like I said, I could very much relate to it, and living on a place that is obviously commercial potential. You can make X amount of dollars selling your property as it is currently zoned, which is agriculture right now. Or you could take your chances, but it's not an entitlement, and it is a chance you take. And in this case, as much as I could be empathetic, as much as I could understand Commissioner Sadiq, Commissioner Cruz, Commissioner Ron, they all brought up excellent points of this. I want to ask myself the question, what is, again, better for the public benefit? And in this case, when it's a straight rezone, when we don't know, it's out of our hands at this point, and I can guarantee you, you're going to get 64 houses there, or you're going to get a storage unit there, or you're going to get a car wash there, and you're still going to have to deal with the level of service on that road and coming up off Lorraine Road. So as the commissioner for the district, who is familiar with the area, who has seen what has happened with that area and the issues that we are dealing with, and can have all the sympathy and empathy and understanding for the landowner, I have to say no for the greater good of the public benefit at this time. And sometimes things are not a no. We all know when we ask for things that sometimes it's a not yet, and there could be opportunity later on. But right now, from what I see of these properties all along this area here, we are looking at a tremendous issue in terms of traffic and a tremendous issue in terms of stormwater that we created 5 years ago. And I don't want to take any steps that will not help that problem and may make it worse. And I think that if this comes up again with a specific use, with a specific plan, there might be a time. But right now, I would rather err on the side of caution and what utilization there may be in the future for that property for the overall public benefit. And again, the right of the individual landowner is to sell it, but there is not a right or an entitlement to rezone it. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion for approval by Commissioner Sadiq, seconded by myself. The district commissioner has spoken. You can cast your votes now. All the votes have been cast. It's just not showing up.
We just now saw it.
Oh, okay, okay, sorry. Okay. Oh, it's okay. I just want to make sure it wasn't frozen. And it is approved 4-3 with Commissioners Cruz, Sadiq, Ron, and Bearden in favor, and Commissioners Feltz, Ballard, and McCann in opposition. With that, it is 12:15-ish. We are recessing until 1:30 for lunch.
All right, good morning, everyone. Before we begin today's program, we'll start off with a rendition of God Bless America from Chantel Norman. I'm sorry, actually, we'll be doing the national anthem, even better, from Chantel Norman with Visit Sarasota. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I'm excited to be here today and to be able to always partner with the Bradenton CVB and now the beautiful new Convention Center. So I am blessed to be able to share my rendition of the national anthem. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rang loud, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free, oh, and the home of the brave? Thank you.
Good luck following that, huh? I'll try. Please, everyone, take a seat. Good morning. I like that. My name is Keenan Singleton. I'm the Communications Manager for the Bradenton Area Convention and Visitors Bureau. I'm honored to welcome you here today to this historic event, the official ribbon cutting for the new Bradenton Area Convention Center. Thank you all for being here. Today marks the completion of a $54 million expansion and renovation that will launch the Convention Center into a brand new era, one that welcomes a new set of tourists to our renowned destination. Soon, people will know why the Bradenton Area Convention Center is the place to host on Florida's West Coast. Sought after for our sugar white sand beaches, nature preserves, and rich arts and cultural experiences, conference goers and event attendees now have the opportunity to explore all that the Bradenton area has to offer. Now, back in 1985, community members gathered here to celebrate the opening of what was then the Manatee Civic Center, which would evolve into the Bradenton Area Convention Center. Now, 40 years later, this venue with 95,000 square feet of meeting space is a legacy investment into the future of Manatee County, supporting economic growth and opening new opportunities for our entire community and local county. I'd like to acknowledge our Manatee County Commissioners here today joining us, as well as our Tourist Development Council members. Chairman of the Board, Mr. George Cruz. George? Oh, you hid from me, sorry. Commissioner Amanda Ballard. Commissioner Mike Ron. Commissioner Tal Sadiq. And of course, we have some of our Tourist Development Council members here today as well, Mr. Tony DeRusso. Norma Kennedy. And it's a little bright up here, so I can't see everyone, but if you are also an elected official here today, please raise your hand and be acknowledged as well. Thank you so very much. All right, we're also excited that the mayor of Palmetto, Dan West, is here in the front row with us, and former Mayor Shirley Groover Bryant is here as well. We look forward to hearing from you both later on today. Thank you all for being here. We also want to thank Manhattan Construction, Ducon, and Folly Bryant for their dedication to design, construction, and our renovation and expansion project. It is now my pleasure to introduce George Cruz, the chairman of the board for the County Commissioners. Thank you.
I was told I had 3 minutes, so I was getting in the on-deck circle over there. Now I know how the public feels when they come to my meetings. Thank you all for being here. I'm not going to take up a lot of time. It's just, this has been a long time coming. This has been years in the works through multiple versions of our Board of County Commissioners working, coinciding with City of Palmetto, and with our private sector. We always talk about public-private partnerships, but this is the epitome of what we're talking about. This is a public sector building a facility that's going to create immense economic benefits to this entire region, while working alongside a private business who built us the best-in-class hotel, a hotel that far exceeded any expectations when we first met with Tony and his team about what they envisioned for this land over here next to our convention center. So thank you all for coming. This is a great day. This is a long time coming. This is going to be a convention center that we're all going to enjoy many times over, whether it's a chamber event, an economic development council event, or any other gala you may come to. I have an event here next week already. So, thank you all. Thank you to our current board that's here today. Thank you to the past board who is not here, but all of the commissioners. I know Commissioner Baugh, Commissioner Whitmore, Commissioner Servia, Commissioner Bellamy, all of them were instrumental in making sure this happens, and I want to make sure to honor everybody who had a hand in this. So thank you all. I look forward to hearing everyone speak. I look forward to enjoying this convention center. I look forward to the future of Manatee County, City of Bradenton, and City of Palmetto working together. Thank you.
He asked me how we did on time. He just made it. Thank you, George. All right, to my left, right there, you will see our new climate-controlled corridor that bonds the convention center to our headquarters hotel, the Palmetto Marriott Resort and Spa. The corridor is the physical tie between this public-private partnership. The 252-room full-service hotel offers convention center guest high-end amenities, all within a short and comfortable walk. Our next speaker represents Palmetto, the city where the convention center resides. Our District 2 Commissioner, Ms. Amanda Ballard. She also serves as the chair of our Tourism Development Council. Amanda.
Got to move that down a little bit. Thank you all so much for being here today to celebrate this truly historic day in Manatee County and in Palmetto. I am honored to represent Palmetto, honored to represent to be the chair of the Tourist Development Council here in Manatee County. This facility represents an amazing investment into Palmetto, something the likes of which I don't know that we've seen. And we stand on the shoulders today of so many who were visionary years and years ago to set this into motion. And I feel so grateful that we had the vision over the years to make this happen, that we had leadership that was visionary to ensure that this came forward and that we are able to have such a beautiful facility that's going to attract so much economic development to this area of the county, which oftentimes feels overlooked and underserved. But this represents a true investment into the community, and I'm very excited to see what the future holds for this facility in Manatee County. Thank you all.
And now I'm going to readjust. Thank you, Commissioner Ballard. Now, inspired by the surrounding area, all the meeting rooms here at the Bradenton Area Convention Center have been named to reflect popular locations throughout our destination and to ensure event attendees that they have a sense of place while here at the Bradenton Area Convention Center. To speak more about our proud home city, please welcome our next speakers, Mayor Dan West and former Mayor Shirley Groover Bryant.
Good morning, everyone. It is an honor and a privilege to be here with all of you this morning on this momentous occasion. It is so exciting. It's a beautiful blue sky, not a cloud in the sky day today, and I think we're going to see a lot of these days ahead at this location. So we are just very excited, and I just want to say, I just listened to the commissioner speak. You know, we do want to say thank you to all those folks who came before us that are maybe not here with us today. I know Ralph Haben could not be with us here today, our former state senator and speaker of the Florida House of Representatives. We just want to say thank you to all those folks who gave so much in the years preceding this. And I wish they could be here today to see what it looks like and what it's going to be. And you know, folks, it's going to be a wonderful things ahead for the city of Palmetto and Manatee County with this located within our city confines. So without further ado, I want to give you the person that has a lot of the institutional knowledge about this for the last so many years, and our former Mayor Shirley Groover Bryant.
Thank you. It's such an honor to be here today. I'm very, very disappointed that Ralph Haben couldn't be here because, as Mayor West pointed out, he was the Speaker of the House, and he actually brought the $8 million home to Manatee County. He was very, very proud to do that. When he brought the money home, the powers that be at this level, they wanted originally to name it in his honor, and he said no. He said, I brought this to Manatee County. He brought it to serve Manatee County, Palmetto, the surrounding areas, because he knew the quality of the community would be elevated by having a convention center, a civic center, as he originally called it. But to defray that, the fact that he would not let them use his name, the powers that be named this Haben Boulevard, and that will be in perpetuity. And I'm just so sorry he couldn't be here today. I was so counting on it. I even called Senator Boyd and trying to make sure, and it just was not going to happen. I want to say, you know, when it's mentioned 40 years that this has been in the works, it sounds like a long time, but my recollection goes back, well, I was just a mere child when this started. So that kind of, you know, it gives you some insight into it. But guess what happens when you have people that come forward and they're visionaries and they have ideas, and when at first the discussion came up again to talk about having a hotel right here, and then when started getting more and more serious about the Palmetto Marriott and all the visionaries that had the same vision. It was interesting because week after week after week, every Thursday morning, all these wonderful people. I'm not going to name names because I'd forget somebody and be embarrassed. But I don't know how many people must have been on those calls every Thursday to keep this ball rolling. And nobody relented. All the different entities worked together. This is what you get when you get true commitment and collaboration by a great community, by a great number of people that are all committed to doing the right thing. And I know there's more to do here, but I'm so thankful that we're here today and celebrating this property and these buildings and what has come together and been developed for this great community. So just want to say God bless everybody that has been part of it, will be part of it, and all those that will be coming to visit this great convention center. Thank you all, and God bless. Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Does this look better? I don't know. There we go. Thank you, Mayor West and former Mayor Shirley Groover Bryant. Now, following our ceremony today, we welcome you to enjoy some light bites provided by our in-house caterer, Gulf Islands Hospitality. Led by Executive Chef Tony Parker, guests will have the opportunity to get a taste of the Bradenton area by experiencing our unique Floridian flavors and tropical influences before ever placing a toe in the sand. Now, Vernon Desir's father was instrumental in the founding of the original Manatee Civic Center, and he is here today to mark this momentous occasion as we head into the future of the Bradenton Area Convention Center. Please help me in welcoming former Tourist Development Council member and CEO of Manatee Memorial Foundation, Mr. Vernon Desir.
Keenan, I have to begin by saying it takes a bold person to wear shoes like you were wearing. So I think we're in good hands. You will be able to get your message out with no problem. Conceptually, when all of this began, I had just returned from graduate school. And I was surprised because I lived in Louisville at the time, and there were many places to go for concerts and conferences. And, you know, being in that era, you attended a lot of conferences as you were trying to determine what you wanted to do with your life. So I returned and was, you know, a little perplexed by that. And then as I became very active in community events and organizations and wanted to serve, because that's what my father always taught me to do. He said, you serve, you give back. I started to complain about the size of places. We had some nice facilities, but if you were a family and you wanted to attend the graduation of your student who was getting ready to go to college, you really couldn't have more than maybe 1 or 2 people because there was no place large enough other than a football stadium to hold that many people. And of course, in June, when graduation is occurring, the weather is tough. So I remember saying to my dad at that point, I said, you know, get some people together and try to figure out how something could be at least started here of discussion on moving forward to do something to bring the community together, to have a place where not only the local people could be, but you could bring guests in from other parts of the country and be able to celebrate this beautiful area that we live in. And that was in the late 70s, believe it or not. So as a result of that, and we're working with Senator Price and Commissioner Pat Glass, Stu Gregory, there were a number of us that just started having little sessions where we thought, let's see what this could become and how we could deal with it. And I was really only there at that point because I had done a lot of events and could give them some expertise on what, you know, would be necessary to make this feature what you wanted to draw attention to get here. So I commend those people back in that day, and I commend the commission at that point, of which Mrs. Glass was a member, for having the foresight and the excitement that we felt to put the pedal to the metal and get going. We then realized that we needed to get Speaker Haben elected speaker so that those things could happen as well. And so God bless Senator Price for all of his efforts working with Lawton Childs and Wilbur Boyd, a lot of names you may not know at this point if you're new to this community, but they just wanted the dream to come true. I just can't tell you how happy I am just to be here. You know, when you think 40 years ago, the theme for the day was Paint the Town Blue, and the roof of the Civic Center was a very bright blue, and everybody got involved. It was so exciting to just see the response from people. Even though it had been a difficult challenge, the people came together and really wanted it to be what it has become today. We wanted it to be almost what you're seeing today, but of course, back at that point, we were a population of less than 200,000, and it wasn't quite in the vision of everyone. Some of us were already there, but not everyone. So we had to wait a little while and do it in bits and pieces so that it would come. But Speaker Haben went to bat for us. He was elected, and his gift back to this community was, as Shirley Groover Bryant said a while ago, Mayor Bryant, $8 million to get it going. But prior to that, the Kiwanis Club of Bradenton put $500,000 in seed money so that this could be thought of by the community as something very serious. You know, sometimes they say, put your money where your mouth is. So that we went to the Kiwanis Club, and they said, we see your vision, and we want this to happen. So I also want to say thank you to all of those men and women in the Kiwanis Club for believing in what was about to occur. Speaker Haben is not feeling well today. He was due to be here. This would have been a real triumph for all of us to just see him again and to be able to thank him in person. But I know that he's feeling the love today because so many people realize that without that wonderful gift from the state, without the Kiwanis seed money, none of this would be here today. So I'm just happy to still be here 40 years later. And I would like to just say to my dad, thank you for listening to a little young brat, probably at that point, that didn't really have a whole lot of sense. I was just excited to get going and had just been married, so, building a life at that point. But he listened, and he realized that what I was saying, was important. Communities, in order to bring people, have to have space, and they have to have space that's workable and functional. And so that was the goal at that point, was to make it a multifunction, beautiful facility that we could do all sorts of events. And so I've been thrilled to be here in an athletic event, in a convention, in many events from the community, all of the DeSoto events from the past. For years, we're all limited as to what we could do until this was open and the space was made available to have larger crowds. And then most importantly, thanks from the families that now can all go to their graduations and see their kids graduate. Elliot, I want to thank you for continuing the dream. It was not always easy to share something from that far ago with other people, but Elliot believed in what we were doing. Elliot understood how important it was to have a place to share, not only with the community, but for your families and others around the state and nation. So I thank you for all of those years that you listened and continued to push to get all of this done, and I'm grateful to the commissions historically as well as presently for realizing that, the most important thing is community, is having a place for us to share, be together, and enjoy what God has given us, which is a beautiful, beautiful space. So, although we're not painting the town blue today, it's a beautiful blue sky, and I'm standing here looking at it, so I feel like the roof is now almost over here. But thank you for being here. Thank you for recognizing what some wonderful people decided to do over 40 years ago. It was more like 50 years ago until this was built 40 years ago, but it was about 50 years ago that we really worked so hard to get it all done. But the cities of Palmetto and Bradenton, and then the county, all got behind us and supported what we were doing. So it was a miraculous day, a beautiful day. My father passed away right after that, so it was a little bit of a bittersweet time for us, but he did get to see it finished. And so I'm grateful to God for that and for the many blessings that he's given you. So many, many wishes for grand days ahead to all of you, and thank you for listening.
Now, if you're wondering about the shoes, that was a directive that I was told to wear these. Thank you again, Vernon. As mentioned, in 1983, the Bradenton Kiwanis Club pledged its support for what was then the Manatee Civic Center. The group put up $500,000 towards the project, an equivalent to about $1.5 million in today's currency. Representing the Bradenton Kiwanis Club, please help me welcome Bradenton Kiwanis Club President, John Mullins. John.
George just asked me if I have anything left for my speech, because most of it's already been said, but that's all right. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jonathan Mullins, president of Bradenton Kiwanis, and I'm very honored to be here today on behalf of the Bradenton Kiwanis as we open this next chapter in Manatee County. But as has been mentioned, when this convention center, then the Manatee Civic Center, opened in 1985, it became a place where the hope for Manatee County could be, where what Manatee County could become, started to become reality. But that story began much earlier, and has been mentioned. In 1978, the Bradenton Kiwanis put up $500,000, about $1.6 million today, in seed money to get this project started. That contribution came from one of the most unique examples of civic entrepreneurship, the long-term operation and eventual sale of the Bradenton Trailer Park, now called the Bradenton Tropical Palms. This is where the Bradenton Kiwanis converted profits from the stewardship of that property into actionable funds to support this community, including this convention center. Kiwanis' work in education, literacy, food security, scholarships, and youth leadership has always been grounded in the belief that the future for what we want for children must be intentionally constructed, just like this convention center. We believed that in 1978, we believed it in 1985, and we believe it today. So on behalf of the Bradenton Kiwanis, congratulations, and thank you for continuing this shared commitment to building a future worthy of the next century of Manatee County. Thank you.
Now, at this time, I'd like to welcome all of our speakers back up to the stage, and we'd like to also honor several speakers here today with some awards. Can I have Vernon Desir back up to the stage, John Mullins back up to the stage, and unfortunately, Ralph Haben, who was not able to be here today. We'd like to hand you guys some awards. We'll also have our Executive Director, Elliot Falcioni, also join us up here at the stage as well. Elliot.
Commissioner Ballard.
For John.
Thank you, Amanda.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, you are Ralph.
I am Ralph.
Okay.
Taking the mockery out of his name.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for being with us here today to celebrate this major achievement for Manatee County. Now, of course, the moment we've all been waiting for. Please join us in our official ribbon cutting of the Bradenton Area Convention Center, just to my right. Thank you.
No. Yeah.
I guess I'm cutting the rug. Yeah.
Oh, well, Keenan's messing with us.
Oh, okay. There it is.
Cut his shoelaces.
I'm starting to wonder. All right.
Be careful there. You're sharp.
All right, we're getting ready.
All right.
Somebody do a countdown.
Ready?
3, 2, 1. That was the rehearsal.
Manatee County is a beautiful place located on the west coast of Florida at the south end of Tampa Bay. We're a community of 400,000, rapidly growing at 10 to 15,000 people a year. With that, our growing population has stressed our existing infrastructure, and we're working diligently to provide those expansions to the existing roadways to meet the needs of our new community. At the same time, we're trying to meet the same needs of maintenance of the existing county while growth happens. So we want everybody in the county to receive the same high level of services we provide, whether you're 2 years old or you're 80 years old.
We've got an amazing public works department that's working very diligently to provide what our citizens need, what our tourists need, what our future citizens need. So whether it be roads and bridges or it be improvements to our beaches and our recreational facilities, we're working very hard. We just opened up a new bridge on 44th Avenue. That was something that this community saw decades ago as a need, as a reliever for 2 other east-west thoroughfares. And once that crosses over Interstate 75, we're going to see the ability for a contiguous road going from the beaches where we're standing today all the way out to Lakewood Ranch and beyond, where the new growth center is in Manatee County. One of the things that we've lacked putting funding towards recently is our north-south thoroughfares. So Fort Hammer Road is our #1 priority both on the state level and federal level. Once complete, it's going to go all the way from Hillsborough County to the north of us, all the way down to Sarasota County to the south of us, and create a major reliever, not only for the local roads here in Manatee County, but for the interstate as a whole if there's ever an accident. So that's a major priority of our public works team right now. The second thing is we're starting to see more sidewalk projects, more complete streets, roundabouts, things that traffic calming to really make sure that Manatee County is providing efficient ways to get around, but providing safe ways to get around.
This is not sleepy old Manatee County from 20 years ago. There is an expectation that we provide a high level of service and people do it. We also do much more community outreach, try to have a true insight in a particular area on what the improvement is. Where can I do some extra sidewalk work? Where can I put some traffic calming amenities in? Where can I improve pedestrian safety? The vast majority of our employees live in Manatee County, and that is such a plus. They know the community. Sometimes they know the people that are requesting the work. We want people that take that pride into knowing that they are taking care of their own community.
And every groundbreaking I'm at, every ribbon cutting I'm at, Chad and his team are there. When we have our meetings, they're sitting in the audience. They're listening to our citizens. They're keeping in touch with what's needed in Manatee County and making sure it's adhered to the best of their abilities at all times.
Our summer is our big time to be prepared for emergency events, and that's to be prepared for a hurricane. Our last 2 fun events had been around Hurricane Irma in 2017, and most recently, just last year, a near miss for us with Hurricane Ian to the south in Fort Myers in 2022.
We work endless hours throughout the year, making sure we're prepared for a storm. Preparation through sandbags, the equipment. We had over 100,000 sandbags given out in a day and a half. If there's a blockage or a dirty pipe, all year round we're cleaning them, we're opening up the ditches, so when all that water comes, it's got a way to go out instead of flooding homes and roads. And after the storms, Public Works is one of the first ones to respond, to clear the roadways and to clean up. So I grew up in Manatee County, so seeing what we do every day, is awesome.
Endless opportunities are available here. We're looking for many new bright young faces to come join us and build a career as this community continues to grow.
I've lived here my whole life, so it would be 20 years now. When I learned about the internship in high school, I came and I started work here. My primary job is currently lift station rehabilitation projects. So going in, taking all the different parts of the lift station, taking the old parts out and replacing them with new parts. However, I also get to do fun projects like some 3D modeling and 3D design to be able to show to the public the projects that are going to be going in their local community. I've had great mentors and the management and everybody with just supporting me. And on top of that, the tuition reimbursement through Manatee County has been able to help me pay for my classes, go to college at the same time, and work and gain skills that I'd be able to use in the future.
Manatee County has a career ladder, so as you come in, you start off as a trainee, not knowing anything Public Works does. And the more you learn and achieve, you can move to a Tech 1, Tech 2, Tech 3, and then a Senior Tech, which opens up more opportunities for promotions.
Growing up here, almost 26 years, born and raised. I had wanted to work for the county for a while. I came in here not knowing anything about spraying or pesticide application and stuff like that. So I've learned the front end loader, which is really fun. I get to play in the dirt. I got to do the forklift, so that's pretty cool as well. The chemical trucks that we get to operate with the tank and the hose that we use, the backpacks. Sometimes we get to use the ATV to get to smaller areas that the truck won't fit. It's really fun being out there in the field, and I've learned a lot when I've come in here. So got my spray license and CDL, and I was glad to get in.
I chose Manatee County as my career. I was 19 years old, starting a family, so I needed something with great benefits, great hours, something I would enjoy for a long time coming. So Manatee County was the first option and last option. It worked out great.
You know, we encourage anyone who works in Manatee County to really consider living here within Manatee County, because we are all collectively working to make this a great place to live, work, and play. And, you know, anyone working for Public Works or our county as a whole is going to help facilitate that.
It is a beyond exciting time. Manatee County will be the premier place where the Skyway lands on the south side of Tampa Bay.
Cracker Trail is a historic reenactment of the return of the cow hunters after driving the cattle across the state, but we still make it about 120 miles across the state, staying at various ranches and wildlife preserves, things like that to make it across.
Well, the reason that Manatee County is Manatee County, it was one of the larger counties at one point because of agriculture. State Road 64, 66, and 98 to go across the state was an agricultural corridor. This was a path carved by cattle. So it's important, you don't know who you are until you know where you came from. And then if you forget where you came from, you're going to repeat the sins of the past.
So we think that it's very important that we remember that Florida is a very unique geographical position in which we could grow anything all year round. And we've been in this cattle industry for a long time. And this is a celebration of that, and I hope that we'll be honoring our culture and our legacy and protecting the land that feeds us.
This is not just a ribbon cutting. It is a kickoff to a family fun day at this magnificent new play place.
And it's an honor to stand before you today as we celebrate the grand opening of the newly renovated John H. Marble Park. This is more than just a place to exercise or cool off in the summer. It is the space where friendships are forged, where children take their first swim, where families gather for celebrations, and where our community finds strength and unity. Places like this serve as the heart of Manatee County, fostering a sense of belonging and shared purpose. They remind us that when we come together, we are stronger. And when we invest in our community spaces, we invest in each other.
Why do we need stormwater management systems? Since the 1980s, stormwater management systems have been required for new development and are specifically designed to help prevent flooding and remove pollutants from the water. A stormwater or detention pond is designed to collect and manage stormwater runoff. Stormwater runoff can carry many different types of pollutants: sediment, garbage, fertilizer, pesticides, oil, animal waste and bacteria, and yard waste. When rainwater lands on rooftops, parking lots, streets, driveways, and other hard surfaces, the rainfall that doesn't soak into the ground flows into your neighborhood stormwater pond through catch basins, pipes, shallow swales, or ditches. Without these ponds, runoff would carry pollutants like those mentioned, and anything else that can float into nearby wetlands, streams, rivers, estuaries, or the Gulf of Mexico. Stormwater ponds are engineered systems designed to remove excess nutrients and other pollutants that can negatively affect our water bodies. They allow sediments in the water to settle at the bottom of the pond and not discharge downstream. They help remove nutrients, primarily nitrogen and phosphorus, that can come from lawn fertilizers or natural sources, such as animal waste. Nutrients cause algae and bacterial blooms in water bodies, which consume the oxygen that fish and other aquatic life needs to live. Engineered control structures prohibit garbage and floating debris from entering the receiving water body. Officials sometimes have to close our recreational water bodies due to pollutants, which cause human health hazards. But engineered stormwater ponds can help remove hazardous pollutants before discharging into our water bodies. Now that you know about these pollutants, please help Manatee County maintain our natural resources by following these tips. Never dump anything down storm drains or into stormwater ponds. Use fertilizers and pesticides sparingly. Properly dispose of pet waste. Control soil erosion by planting over bare spots in landscape. Sweep driveways and sidewalks instead of using a hose to discharge to the street. Properly dispose of yard waste. Properly dispose of hazardous household chemicals. Direct downspouts away from paved surfaces. And check your car for oil leaks. For more information, go to mymanatee.org/stormwater.
Download the 311 app and get connected to Manatee County services.
Know what your evacuation level is. If you don't know, try the 311 app.
Search for information like trash and recycling schedules, and find out who your commissioner is via the resident information tool. Report issues like potholes, uneven sidewalks, malfunctioning traffic lights, and down stop signs. You can even pay your utility bill and request a permit.
Manatee County 311, which department can I help you with?
Manatee 311 and the Manatee 311 app, connecting citizens to services.
If you're looking into a trade, this right here, this is the king of all trades. We lay pipe, we fix water lines, we operate heavy equipment, we drive heavy machinery, masonry work, concrete work, asphalt work, we do it all. This right here is the king of blue collar work. A water distribution maintenance technician, we maintain the water system. We provide a very vital source, being water, to all of our customers and residents in Manatee County.
If you enjoy getting dirty, and if you enjoy working hard, if you enjoy fixing things and repairing things and maintaining things, this is a great job for somebody who needs to stay busy.
When you pull up on the job and there's water down the street, there's road missing, the bigger and badder the job, the more I want it. The big line breaks, there's nothing that beats it.
This job takes grit, it takes determination, and it takes a wanting, a desire to work hard.
You can't be afraid to get dirty. You've got to be ready for it, you've got to welcome it. And it's something that we don't just mind. We look forward to it.
Hi, my name is Kyle with Manatee County Utilities. Come work with me as a water maintenance technician and get ready to get dirty.
So today we are at Under One Roof. This will be our shelter for women. And we're here with students from Lee Middle School painting a mural in what will be the cafeteria. We have over 100 adult women in Manatee County. And so with the opening of Under One Roof, almost immediately we'll be able to cut that number by 20. So 20 women will have a place to sleep at night, and they'll have all the services that they need to rebuild their lives. They'll have things like parenting classes if they need that, substance abuse classes, mental health treatment, all in one place and all kind of holistic, so that basically they have a chance to get out of that fight or flight mode, recover, and become productive members of society. So you've got, the bright colors, you've got, the sunshine, you've got some of those wonderful Manatee County landmarks. Then you've also got the word resiliency in these huge letters. And we're really hoping that under one roof is a place for these women to build the resiliency that they need to be successful and live a great life here in Manatee County.
Manatee Square Garden was founded in 2016 based on a survey conducted by the Department of Health that determined that there are 32 food desert communities in Manatee and Sarasota County. For those of you who don't know, food desert communities don't have access to nutritious food and they don't have easy transportation to that. So part of the solution was the creation of my position and the creation of this model garden to serve this community, Washington Park. The county has been extremely generous in their delivery of the Community Gardens program. Not only do we work in this garden with UF and the Department of Health, we've also extended that same service to Elwood Park community through the construction of their garden. And then on the slab, or on the table, if you will, there are up to 4 more garden projects in the works. Community gardens are important to me because they provide educational opportunities and food access to the community. They improve food security, they improve community involvement, they improve community perception.
I like the outdoors, I like getting my hands dirty. I like growing, and it's a form of therapy. And if you look around, you see a variation of shrubs, flowers, vegetation, and it's just wonderful.
It's good for the heart, it's good for the mind, it's good for the body. You can't get a better situation.
Here's it's the dude. I'm happy and proud to say I've had her since September 20th of 2020. I adopted her out of the Palmetto Animal Shelter. It was a Saturday afternoon. Realized I needed a companion in my life. Get emotional. Yep. So some veterans have gone through some traumatic times, and how can you put a price on this? Right here. And so dude was out on a walk by one of the volunteers. I waited on her for her to come back. Her tongue was dragging. I looked at her and I said, that's the one. I have kind of a stressful job, and those days I come home, she's there at the door waiting on me. We have our routines. We go on golf cart rides. We go out in the backyard and go for walks, and she's just there for me. Of course, you can see the affection. If I stop, she wants more. But yeah, she's a perfect dog. If you know a vet, or you are a vet, Pets for Patriots is a program that makes it easy for you to adopt any type of pet shelter, cat or dog. The program allows for waived fees for veterans, which includes the spaying and neutering, the chipping, and the pre-adoption counseling. Participants get a $200 pet gift card to get them food and supplies for that Welcome Home Day. Participants also receive ongoing discounts for things like veterinarian care, food, pet insurance, treats, medications. On behalf of the dude, myself, I can't compliment the staff, Animal Services, Sarah Brown, Deputy Director of Community and Veteran Services, Jennifer Hum, our new Animal Services Manager, and all the volunteers and all the staff of Manatee County that every day put an effort out to get these animals adopted. You know, I cannot thank them enough from my heart and the dude, really thank them all. For more information, click on the Pets for Patriots logo at mymanatee.org/pets and tell them dude sent you.
Manatee County residents, did you know that your recycling cart must be 3 feet from the curb and other obstacles? Recycling carts placed too close to the cars, mailboxes, garbage cans, or too far from the curb prevent the recycling cart from being accessed by the truck mechanical arm. Be sure to arrange materials loosely in the recycling cart so that they do not become wedged and remain in the recycling cart after it's dumped. Please be sure to place the cart with the arrows located on the lid facing the street and at the curb by 6 a.m. on pickup dates. And as always, let's make it a better life for you and me here in Manatee.
When we were visited with Hurricane Helene, Hurricane Debby, and Hurricane Milton, an entire area of the Gulf was delivered to our beaches. And in fact, the water delivered the sand from the beaches into residents and homes. So our cleanup here on the island is multifaceted. First of all, we've been focusing on removing the debris from our beaches. We have a beach rake system that literally with tines and small tines and tills reaches to about 2 inches below the sand, sifts through that, and by conveyor belt lifts that material for storage in a bin and disposal elsewhere, leaving the clean sand behind. It's tractor driven and pass upon pass upon pass, and we get a clean beach back again. For the sand that was carried into our streets and our homes and our residences, we're dealing with it in 2 phases. We believe that the sand in the streets delivered by the Gulf is fairly clean, deposited and dropped immediately. We're moving that sand to our storage facility and location at Coquina Beach, where we are gathering all the sand from the island that's been collected, and we're working to sift through that sand. It's able to take sand of this nature with rocks and shell and debris, and through a series of different screens from top to bottom, sifting out the larger pieces, ever smaller, we get to a sand quality that we would like to return to the beach. And we're going to be doing that for the sands that we've collected from our roadways. Now, for the sands that have been collected from the parking lots, commercial lots, and private residences, it's a little different of an animal because there's all types of potential for plastics, broken glass, nail. We don't want any of that material to make it through the sifters and get back to our sandy beaches. We have an opportunity to take that type of sand and move it to our preserve next to Fort Hammer Bridge for temporary storage. We're going to take those accumulated piles of sand that have been sifted to remove the large debris, and we're going to be using that to rebuild Upper Manatee River Road. We'll be lifting that road several feet to give about flood elevations, and you can imagine it takes a lot of fill. But we're not going to waste it. We'll be saving our money, our taxpayer money, in constructing those roads, and we're giving a significant savings to the island communities here who don't have to haul their sand to a landfill. They merely need to take it down to Coquina Beach. Manatee County will take that sand, accept the responsibilities, and take it from there.
How wetlands are protected in new developments. Development completed before the 1980s typically did not have adequate wetland protection or address stormwater concerns. Today, these protections come in the form of wet ponds and occasionally grassed areas. You might wonder why newer developments have stormwater ponds with control structures. That's because in 1985, the state of Florida placed regulations on stormwater requiring these protective measures. Stormwater ponds collect and manage stormwater runoff by providing water quality treatment and restricting the water flow before it enters our creeks, rivers, wetlands, and the Gulf of Mexico. In undeveloped areas, stormwater runoff is filtered via overland flow through vegetation and wetlands prior to flowing into our water bodies. A wetland buffer is an upland area adjacent to wetlands consisting of existing vegetation and/or planted native species, which is to remain undisturbed. When engineered stormwater treatment systems are integrated into development plans, they effectively filter and treat runoff closer to its source before it enters a wetland or stream. The stormwater system provides water quality treatment in addition to that provided by the wetland. The purpose of state-required wetland buffers in residential, commercial, or industrial projects is to provide a visual and physical separation between development and wetlands. Protected wetlands and wetland buffers are often identified by signs, which serve as a reminder for people to stay out of these areas, effectively reducing pollution and habitat disturbance. You can often find signs in our county parks that include information about the ecological significance of wetlands, their role in flood control, and the species they support. For more information on how you can help protect wetlands in your neighborhood, go to mymanatee.org/wetlands.
Manatee County's Ecological and Marine Resources Division hosted NOAA for a recreational fisheries tour at the Robinson Preserve expansion, including NOAA restoration practitioners from around the U.S. During the tour, NOAA staff explored the expansion by land and by water to observe coastal habitats created for juvenile recreational sport fish. They also visited with fisheries research biologists to observe fish monitoring in action. The afternoon session at the Nest included presentations by biologists to discuss the fisheries data collected to date and collaborations with Manatee County staff. As one of the Manatee County's funding partners, we were honored to host NOAA at the Robinson Preserve expansion to showcase how this investment is informing our long-term habitat management activities.
Some cats, like Miss Whiskers here, prefer the comfort of indoor living, plenty of lap time, fresh food, and a spot next to her favorite window. Not all cats are like Miss Whiskers, though. As a matter of fact, some cats thrive in the great outdoors, preferring the role of a working cat. These cats, though they may seem like outsiders, play a vital role in our ecosystem. They're skilled hunters, helping to control pests like rodents and insects from invading your homes and gardens. Trap, neuter, return is the most humane and effective method for managing a feral cat population. It involves trapping cats, spaying and neutering them, and returning them to their colony. This not only prevents the birth of more kittens, but also improves the cat's health and reduces nuisance behaviors like spraying and fighting. By caring for colony cats and practicing TNR, we're not only helping cats, but also benefiting our community and environment. By dedicating just a few minutes of your day, you can contribute by supporting and caring for these cats while they perform invaluable pest control duties for the community. For some helpful do's and don'ts when caring for a cat colony, please visit mymanatee.org/cat.
At Manatee County, we plan to expand our ADA initiatives, integrating new technologies and collaborating with local partners to make sure we are providing the support for everyone. We invite you to attend our ADA focus groups, where you're able to have a voice and share your ideas, and we can address your needs. These groups are accessible online or in person at designated sites. The focus groups allow you to connect with others who may share similar situations and bring light on what we can do as a county to make your experience better. You are not invisible or unheard. We want you to participate in this growing initiative. For more information on our ADA programs, please visit mymanatee.org/ADA and continue to make Manatee County the premier place to live, work, and play for everyone.
Thank you all so much for being here today to celebrate this truly historic day.
Today marks the completion of an expansion and renovation that will launch the convention center into a brand new era.
This facility represents an amazing investment into Palmetto, and we stand on the shoulders today of so many who were visionary years and years ago to set this into motion.
Back in 1985, community members gathered here to celebrate the opening of what was then the Manatee Civic Center.
We wanted it to be almost what you're seeing today, but of course, back at that point, we were a population of less than 200,000. Communities, in order to bring people, have to have space, and they have to have space that's workable and functional. And so that was the goal at that point, was to make it a multifunction, beautiful facility that we could do all sorts of events.
Now, 40 years later, this venue with 95,000 square feet of meeting space is a legacy investment into the future of Manatee County.
Palmetto and Bradenton are going through a significant redevelopment process. You need assets like this to feed the small businesses 12 months a year. Annually, this asset will stimulate the urban core and beyond at the tune of about $30 to $40 million annually.
Soon, people will know why the Bradenton Area Convention Center is the place to host on Florida's West Coast.
We're bookended by the Sarasota-Bradenton International Airport. You have Tampa International just up the street and 10 minutes from I-75. We'll be bringing the water ferry over to the convention center. And then the icing on the cake is you got those sugar white sand beaches on Anna Maria Island just 12 miles away. So those amenities are really what's going to entice the meeting planners to come do business here.
So it's going to be a wonderful things ahead for the city of Palmetto and Manatee County with this located within our city confines.
This is going to be a convention center that we're all going to enjoy many times over.
The most important thing is community, is having a place for us to share, be together, and enjoy what God has given us.
This represents a true investment into the community. I'm very excited to see what the future holds for this facility in Manatee County.
This is what you get when you get true commitment and collaboration by a great community, by a great number of people that are all committed to doing the right thing. God bless everybody that has been part of it, will be part of it, and all those that will be coming to visit this great convention center.
All right. We are back from lunch. Continue our land use meeting. We have 2 more presentations scheduled before we get to a legislative item and then a few appointments, and then we are done for the day. But we will continue on with item number 6. Ms. Knapp.
Item number 6 is PDMU 2503G, Hilton Live Smart and Wood Spring Suites Hotel. It's approving a general development plan for an existing 515,766 square foot commercial development to remain unchanged. And secondly, the addition of 1 hotel with up to 122 rooms and 1 hotel with up to 124 rooms on 68 acres located at the northeast corner of I-75 and US 301, south of 29th Street East and west of 60th Avenue East. The property is zoned PDMU Coastal Planning Area, and your staff presenter is Laura Gonzalez.
All right, thank you. Is there any ex parte communication? No. All right. Who's representing the applicant?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mr. Chair, my name is Marshall Robinson. I'm a professional land planner with Grimes Galvano. And today I'm joined by our clients, Owen Berry and John Bianco of Noble Investment Group. We also have Michael Yates of Palm Traffic, and our legal counsel, Bill Clegg and Mr. Caleb Grimes with Grimes Galvano. Mr. Chair, today we're here to talk about property located on the northeast corner of I-75 and US 301, south of 29th Street East and west of 60th Avenue East, also known as the Ellington Outlet Mall. And as Ms. Knapp said, it's on 68.76 acres. Property is located in the mixed-use future land use category. It's got PDMU zoning. It's in the coastal planning area. It's also in the I-75 US 301 entranceway. Subject property was originally approved as a DRI, known as Gulf Coast Factory Shops. It was approved back in 1997, and it was subject to Ordinance PDMU 97-01 ZG with the General Development Plan. The approval was for 633,681 square feet for a manufacturer's factory outlet center and ancillary uses. The DRI and GDP, it expired back in 2007 with a total of 515,766 square feet constructed, and that left 117,915 square feet unconstructed entitlements. Mr. Chair, today our request here is for infill development to reestablish approval of a general development plan consisting of an existing outlet mall and the 2 proposed hotels with a combined total of 246 rooms. We had our pre-application back in September of 24. We filed the GDP in January of 25, and we had a virtual neighborhood workshop in May of 25. Planning Commission recommended approval with a vote of 6-0 in September. Here's a look at our existing and proposed conditions. Again, the site is 68.76 acres with access to the north on 29th Street East, also access to the to the east on 60th Avenue East. The proposed hotels are located in the northern portion of the site as shown up on the slide. Here's our site data table. For site planning, the mixed-use future land use category allows for up to a 1.0 FAR. We're proposing a 0.21 FAR, and that consists of the existing outlet mall and the 2 proposed hotels. Our screening and buffering are already in place, and they will be maintained and implemented as originally approved, with a slight increase in the open space. It'll go from 30.8% up to 31.18%, because the hotels will add some parking islands in there to increase that open space. We do have roadway buffers in place, 30 feet of buffering up on 29th Street to the north. And then we have 28 to 50 feet to our west along I-75. And to the south, we provide 60 feet of buffering along the I-75 ramp. There are no on-site wetlands, no increase to impervious surface calculations as proposed by the hotel. Located in the existing parking lot, the proposed hotels, we utilize the existing stormwater on site. And we have confirmed with Public Works that we do not have any water or sewer capacity issues. The parking requirements are satisfied, and we agree with the staff's analysis provided in the staff report. Here's a look at our surrounding areas. The staff report did have a negative aspect on building height. The maximum building height of the proposed hotels is 4 stories. We're in full compliance with LDC Section 401.5 for building height compatibility, mitigated by separation. As shown on this map here, we've got 432 linear feet to our east for the nearest residential unit and 1,000 linear feet to the north for that separation. And we also are right next door to the Ellington Ice and the Ellington Ice Skate Rink and Sports Complex. That building is a pretty big building. It's got a lot of massing to it. It's got a big dome that sits over the top of it. So we feel like we've mitigated and complied with the height compatibility standards of your code. And one house cleaning item is that back before the Planning Commission, we had corrected the staff report. There was language in there that talked about water and sewer capacity issues. We have a letter here from Public Works that says that we actually don't. So Laura and I had worked back at the Planning Commission. We thought we had revised the staff report to correct it, but it was in the staff report in a couple of locations, so one of the places got missed. So I'd like to provide this here to the clerk. And with that, I'd like to bring up our client, Owen Berry of Noble Investments, so he can make an introduction and tell you a little bit about himself. Then after Owen, we'll close it out with traffic.
Thank you, Marshall. Good afternoon. I'm Owen Berry, Director of Pre-Development for Noble Investment Group, and I have been sworn in. Thank you very much for your time and consideration today. Noble is an Atlanta-based institutional real estate investment manager, investing in the future of travel, hospitality, and the places where we live, work, play, and stay. We currently own over 120 hotels across the country and are in active development on several hotels here in Florida, including in the Panhandle region, Greater Orlando, and Jacksonville markets. As Marshall has discussed, we are proposing the development of a 124-room Live Smart Studios by Hilton Hotel and a 124-room Woodspring Suites by Choice Hotel. We at Noble are very excited about the opportunity to develop these two hotels here in Manatee County and specifically at the Ellington Premium Outlet Mall. This opportunity came about through our long-standing partnership with Simon Property Group, who currently owns the mall, specifically with their peripheral development team that Simon created to transform underutilized peripheral areas of their mall sites to create dynamic mixed-use zones through responsible infill development. This project proposal before you today is another example of that. By developing lodging in this already commercialized retail zone, this avoids pushing hotel development into greenfield or more rural or environmentally sensitive areas, aligning with the county's growth management plan and sustainable zoning practices. This site's location within the I-75 US 301 corridor is also a strategic and regional mobility node with numerous demand drivers, including the FIT trade hub across I-75. The development of these two hotels would provide new, high-quality accommodation for in-town family, corporate relocation, sports and event groups, including supporting the Ellington Ice and Sports Complex's many tournaments and leagues, home renovation, temporary relocation, and storm displacement and disaster response personnel. The hotels will also provide meaningful tax revenue streams for the county through sales and TDT tax, real estate and personal property taxes, while not burdening traditional public services such as the school system and public services. At this time, I'd like to bring up Michael Yates from Palm Traffic, and following the presentation, our team will be available to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Michael Yates with Palm Traffic, and I have been sworn. I'm going to try working the screen. There we go. We did two different types of evaluation for the traffic on this. As Marshall had alluded to in his initial presentation, the mall has an approval for a phase 2, which has not been built. So we did a trip generation comparison. You can see that up there in table 1A that compares the unbuilt mall trips to the proposed condition. You can see we're a net reduction of about 140 trips between those two, the unbuilt to our proposed. So we're a reduction in trips from the unbuilt portion of the mall. The second is we went through and did a general link analysis as part of the submittal with our application and demonstrated that the 60th and 29th adjacent to the sites operate at an acceptable level of service, both with the existing trips, the vested trips, and our proposed project trips. under the existing roadway conditions. So we also did a intersection evaluation of the intersection there at 301 and 60th and demonstrated that all the volume to capacity ratios were less than 1. I'd be happy to answer any other traffic-related questions if you have any, but that concludes my portion of the presentation.
That concludes our presentation, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the applicant? No one's on the board. How do you, what's the anticipate, I'm guessing based on, if I plug this into Google Map, the traffic to get to these properties is going to take you down 29th, correct? You're not going to be cutting through the parking lot of Factory Outlet Mall.
So I think there would be 2 routes to go. One would be out 29th, which is to the north of the project, out to 60th there, and then go south. The other option would be to go through the Factory Shops parking lot and then out Factory Shops Boulevard to 60th that way. So I think you will get a split. You know, ultimately, the intersection at 60th and 29th will be signalized at some point in the future. And so that would provide a logical means to get out to 60th when that occurs. But currently today, the intersection there at Factory Shops and 60th is signalized.
All right, second question.
Yes.
Is there already finalized or proposed finalized franchise agreements? Can we reasonably expect that either these exact brands or at least similar concepts of longer-term stay brands would be utilized for these spaces?
Correct. So we do have 2 franchise agreements currently executed with both brands. We are a preferred owner with both brands, and these are the 2 brands that we do intend to develop.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my only questions. Anyone else? If not, what?
No lunch for staff.
Okay. I think we're good. Thank you. I'll now bring up staff.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Laura Gonzalez with Development Services Department, and I have been sworn. So let's start. The site is located at the northeast corner of I-75 and US 301, and the total acreage is approximately 69 acres. I'm not going to repeat the history because the applicant already mentioned that. This is the future land use category that is mixed use with a maximum floor area ratio of 1. This is the zoning district, PDMU. And the request is to approve a new general development plan for the existing Gulf Coast Factory Shops, Ellington Premium Outlets that won't change, and add 2 hotels with a total of 246 rooms. The new total commercial entitlements will be approximately 626,000 square feet. That represents a floor area ratio of 0.21 within the maximum allowed in the future land use category. And no specific approval has been requested. This is the general development plan that shows the existing outlet mall buildings, the 2 proposed hotel buildings within the parking lot, the parking facilities, existing stormwater facilities, and existing perimeter buffers. The buffers won't change compared to the previous approval, as they exceed the requirement of the Land Development Code, as well as the proposed setback for the hotels. As the applicant mentioned, the applicant is applying the Section 1005.5 of the Land Development Code, cooperative parking, to make a shared use of the remaining parking area to facilitate the requirements of both uses. The property is also within the coastal planning area and the entranceway, and they comply with the specific requirement for these overlays and special area. The native plant communities are preserved within the conservation easement. The Land Development Code encourages reduce the impervious surface coverage in projects that are within the coastal planning area, and in this case, they are not increasing it because the hotels are proposed to be built in the parking lot, in the existing parking spaces. The project complies with the requirements of the coastal planning area of the open space, and a hurricane evacuation plan will be submitted at time of the preliminary site plan, final site plan, as required by code. The project also complies with the specific requirements of the entranceway, the open space, roadway buffers, landscaping, and other design requirements shall be demonstrated at time of the preliminary site plan, final site plan, and the access is proposed via internal access easement to 21st Street East and 60th Avenue East. A virtual neighborhood workshop was celebrated on May 27, 2025, and the main concern or issues that were discussed at this meeting refers to the impact of the project on traffic congestion, potential improvements to the roadway, accuracy of the traffic study, impact on water pressure, impact on stormwater issues. The applicant has this neighborhood workshop prior to the memo issued by the Development Services Director. This is the map that shows the existing public facilities like potable water, sewer, and reclaimed water. Hotel locations are not located in the FEMA firm 1% annual chance flood hazard area, sorry for my English. And the stormwater for the hotel location is included in the existing stormwater facilities. This is the result of the traffic study, and as you can see, the resulting future or the anticipated level of service meets or exceeds the adopted level of service in both cases, 21st Street and 60th Avenue East. The project has been reviewed for consistency with these policies of the comprehensive plan and this section of the Land Development Code. As a summary, the project, positive aspects of the project, the proposal is an infill development aligned with surrounding commercial uses. The impervious surface will not be increased. Hotels will be within the existing factory shop passage, which will encourage non-motorized streets between the two developments. As a negative aspect, both hotels exceed the height of the shopping center and the residential uses to the north, but as the applicant showed graphically, the location provides significant separation from residential uses and also buffer exceeds code requirements. The Planning Commission recommended approval of this project 6-0, and the request can be found to be consistent with the policies of the comprehensive plan and the applicable standards of the Land Development Code. Any question?
Commissioner Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is more for traffic on 60th, 29th, and the whole area there. From our side of the fence. My question is with regards, I think we might have discussed this on my briefing. One, is there in the works, Public Works, is there a plan for a signalized light at 60th and 29th?
Yes, I think I can show this to you. It's here. Now, this is 29.
Can you introduce yourself and if you've been sworn?
Oh, good afternoon. This is Point Benefits for staff. I've been sworn. This is 29 and 60. This is 100% plan. Based on what I heard from Public Works, if everything goes well, they should start construction by April next year.
Okay. And then we know we've had some issues at 60th and 301. I know we're working with FDOT on the improvements there. Where are we at on the improvements of that intersection? Or I was just out there. I made the mistake of going out there because it was going to be Christmas time. Where are we at with the improvements at 301 and 60th?
And it will be part of the same corridor analysis, but even 60th and 301, this is FDOT facility, still under FDOT control. But this corridor, will be, the intersection will be part of the 60th Avenue analysis.
So we have in the CIP right now to
There's a
improve
CI
60th to 29th from 301.
Yeah, the CIP from 301
to 29.
To 29, yes.
On 60th. All right,
Yes.
So we will be doing road improvements on that at some point.
Okay, based on that, I heard from Public Works that and there is working on land acquisition with 3 or 4 parcel owners. If everything goes well, they should start construction in April.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, I have no one else on the board. Thank you. I will now open this up to public comment. Nobody signed up. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, I will close public comment. And I will open it up for questions of applicant, staff, you name it. You're just waiting for deliberation? All right then. Yeah, we were surprisingly flying through this. Any final comments from staff that you forgot to mention 45 seconds ago? Hold on, you're not next.
Oh, you said staff, I'm sorry.
You
got a flashback.
Okay, let me, sorry, my mistake.
Marshall had a flashback.
Anyone from currently employed staff? No, okay, any former staff final comments?
That would be Marshall.
That's you.
That's me. Nothing further, thank you.
Thank you. Good to see you again. Okay, then we are up for deliberation. Commissioner Siddiq.
Thank you. Traffic was the only thing I was looking at with this particular project, and then I read the documents and saw that the prior approved uses would have generated 144 PM trips. Now it's down to 126. That's good. I think it's not a pleasant-looking parking lot. It's nice to see some infill come in, and I think this is generally what I would personally like to see is good infill projects. So with the knowledge that the 29th and 60th intersection is getting signalized, that was the only other weak point there. But generally speaking, it's a busy area anyways. I think the hotel will add something to an area that could continue to be served a little bit better. So I'm in support of the project.
Thank you. Yeah, honestly, the only thing that was even up for any level of debate was relative to traffic. I mean, you can't argue environment or flooding because it's literally paved surface. If anything, you're probably going to rip some of that up for green space and make it better. It's not near other houses. The closest thing is you got the trees to the north, but that's approved, but it's approved for small unit rentals. Like that's the proper buffer between the single family up at Oakley and the retail and the hotel. The only thing was the traffic, and that's why I specifically asked about the franchise agreements. If you came in here and said this is going to be a 400-unit full-service Sheraton, it's probably a little bit different story. There's restaurants, people don't stay there, go and drive to Sheraton's. People, they stay by the night, so you constantly have people in and out. Both of these are limited service, long extended stay, not even sort of extended stay like a residence. Like, people stay in these things for a week or more. I mean, the traffic count's so low. There's no restaurants, there's no full service, no sit down. There's not a lot of amenities outside of the people who stay there. The traffic count on these things are going to be at or below the traffic count we get now over there. I just don't see, I think at the end of the day, while it seems like these are large structures, I think they're going to have de minimis traffic implications to it. And if even half of them go through the parking lot versus going the other way, you maybe talk about 30, 40 extra cars down the road over the course of an entire day, and people check in and out at all times of the day. I just don't see this being a problem. I think this is a good use. That we need more hotel. We're trying to build up tourist development taxes. You know, we're losing room counts to Sarasota. And we have events. You got hockey tournaments right here. I think this is a good use of overbuilt parking, honestly, and the brands make sense to cause as little impact as possible for the surrounding areas. So I support this. Anyone else? If not, I'm entertaining motions or
Mr.
further
Chair,
comments.
I move to adopt Manatee County zoning ordinance number PDM U2503G. Approve the general development plan with stipulations A1, A5, B1, B3, C1, and D1 as recommended by the Planning Commission.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Ron, seconded by Commissioner Siddiq, and I have Commissioner Feltz on the board.
Again, it is adding to our traffic issues, but we took a little ride the other day down 60th specifically to be looking at these areas. You know, I was around when we built the Ellington Mall and actually used to ride my horse through your construction site, but we won't talk about that. And I was really pleased at a lot of things. Number one is you had your neighborhood meeting, which I very much always appreciate that. The signage was very visible, which is to be commended. The only caveat that I have for folks, and maybe some of you may not be as familiar with this, but we do have a little bit of a crime issue at our mall outlet. My hesitancy maybe a little bit with this maybe should be addressed, you know, with our sheriff's department, but it does have a call for a transient kind of visitor that, you know, things happen at the mall and that we've had some concerns about some goings on in the parking lot there with harassment and you know, a phase of human trafficking, shall we say. Perhaps the hotel would give that some stability in the area, people that would come and stay for a while. We do have some mass transit in the area. I'd like for us to maybe utilize our waterways a little bit more. We've talked before about bringing in the Gulf ferries up into that situation that would help with your transportation for people who are coming in and out of those hotels. Years ago, when we planned for the Ellington Mall itself, I was out there in the middle of nowhere and nothing. We didn't have to worry about traffic issues, but we've built that up, and in the meantime, our brick and mortar retail buyers have gone down, so we don't need as big of a parking lot as we planned for that. I do have some hesitancies on it, just for the basics of the traffic issues. It's good that we're seeing some progress on 60th. And I know that we need the rooms in that area because even when people have family visiting from out of town, a lot of the houses that we've built in that area don't have the room to accommodate family visiting. You can't park their cars in front of their houses or in their garages or on their streets. I just hope that we do make those improvements to 60th Avenue and that the second entranceway exit on 29th is not overly disrupted to the existing home sites that are over there. But do something good, make us proud, and let's hope that Parrish and Ellington bring something into the game that our visitors can enjoy in District 1.
Thank you. And I have no one else on the board and only one person left to vote. That's you, Commissioner Phelps. And that is approved 7-0. Moving on to our last quasi presentation. I'll let them switch seats. All right, Ms. Knapp, you want to read number 7 into the record?
Item number 7 is PDC 2417ZG. This is State Road 64, Uline Road Commercial. It's a rezone of approximately 15 acres of a 37-acre parcel, generally located on the north side of State Road 64 at the intersection of Uline Road from general agricultural to planned development commercial, approving a general development plan for a maximum of 195,000 square feet of commercial uses, distributed in 3 commercial areas, identified in the general development plan as project area 1, 2, and 3. And just as a reminder from this morning, the case planner will introduce, or the applicant, the change to the transportation link capacity analysis and enter it into the record.
Yes, at the request of the transportation planning in the staff report section of the transportation link capacity analysis, the first paragraph, second sentence, will set the results of the study, which were reviewed and accepted by the Transportation Planning and Traffic Engineering Division, indicated that the potentially impacted roadway segments, except Link 3070, will have sufficient capacity for proposed project traffic.
All right, this is Quasi. Has there been any ex parte communication on this one? All right, applicant?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Ria Hunter with RVI Planning and Landscape Architecture, and I have been sworn. The project we have before you today is the State Road 64 E-Line Road Commercial Rezone. We're seeking a rezone to Plan Development Commercial with a General Development Plan. Here with me today, we have the property owner, which is Albatross Partners, 64 Partners, as well as the co-applicants. Again, Albatross 64 Partners, Matt Kazar is a co-applicant along with Castor Net Lease Properties, and we have Dan Moyer from Castor available as well. We also have a team of consultants available for any questions that come up on the project. Our land use attorney is Kyle Grimes with Grimes Galvano. Our civil engineer is Matt Morris with Morris Engineering. Our transportation consultant is Yuri Baika with TR Transportation, and our environmental consultant is Joel Christian with Artura. On the screen before you is the proposed rezone request. We are seeking to rezone the subject property outlined in red from general agricultural to planned development commercial, seeking a maximum of 195,000 square feet of commercial uses. The site is 15.3 acres in size. As I mentioned, it is located, as you can see on the screen before you, at the intersection of State Road 64 and E-Line Road. The project has direct frontage on State Road 64, and both State Road 64 as well as E-Line Road are thoroughfare roadways. And so this property sits within the activity node formed at the intersection of these two thoroughfare roadways. In terms of future land use, the southern portion of the property is in the mixed-use community residential future land use district, and the northern portion of it is in the residential one dwelling unit to an acre future land use. The entire site is currently zoned general agricultural, and as you can see from the aerial imagery, it is currently vacant. The area surrounding the property is experiencing rapid residential growth. As you can see, most notably, immediately to the east of the property is the Palm Grove PDR. Similarly, further south in Lakewood Ranch, there are numerous large projects, including Esplanade at Azario and Star Farms, all which are adding residential growth to the area. And so really the vision of this commercial rezone is to provide neighborhood-serving commercial uses in close proximity to anticipated residential, so that there could be commercial services to provide for those future residents. Our rezone is to plan development commercial with a general development plan, and that is what you see on the screen before you. Firstly, access will be to State Road 64, and we also have 2 additional access points on Travelers Palm Drive. Besides this, as I mentioned, we are requesting a maximum of 195,000 square feet of commercial uses. However, these commercial uses will be broken down into 3 distinct project areas. Firstly, we have Project Area 1, which is in the southern portion of the site, which will be limited to 45,000 square feet of commercial uses. Project Area 2, which is in the upper western portion of the site, will be limited to 20,000 square feet of commercial use. And finally, Project Area 3 will entail the balance, which is 130,000 square feet of commercial. Besides this, the applicant is also proffering a schedule of uses. I want to note here that the ordinance on the agenda has an incorrect schedule of uses attached to it. However, the agenda does have the correct schedule of uses attached. The schedule of uses has been specifically tailored so that only neighborhood commercial medium uses are permitted within this planned development commercial, with the addition of self-storage and gas stations. So again, the goal of the commercial district that we're proposing is really to provide neighborhood-serving commercial uses for surrounding residents, and that's the intent that we've captured with the proffered schedule of uses. Besides this, we are also proffering a number of other use restrictions, again with the goal being to ensure that this commercial development is developed as a cohesive subdivision, as well as to ensure that there is limited traffic generation from this project. So firstly, Project Area 1 is the only project area that will allow for a grocery store. Besides this, we are also limiting the grocery store use up to 30,000 square feet. I want to note here that this is an update from when we went before Planning Commission, where we were seeking a higher square footage for grocery store use. Project Area 2 is envisioned to have other retail uses, including a restaurant. Project Area 3, we have requested for 130,000 square feet of commercial use. However, self-storage, which is a low traffic generating use, is the only one that will be allowed to be built up to 130,000 square feet. If self-storage is not developed on that site, any other commercial uses will be restricted to 90,000 square feet. Besides this, the plan development approval will also allow for internal transfers, provided that no one project area exceeds 150,000 square feet of commercial uses, consistent with the intent of medium commercial per the comprehensive plan. We are also proposing design and development standards with this GDP. Open space will be provided at 20% of the total site. Besides that, setbacks and perimeter buffering will be provided per the LDC based on the final uses. As you can see on the GDP, we've also demonstrated internal cross-connectivity between project areas, and the goal here is to limit traffic from entering onto thoroughfares and encourage cross-connectivity amongst the different uses that will be developed on this property. There are public facilities available to serve this project. As I mentioned, it does have direct frontage on State Road 64. Besides that, Travelers Palm Drive also provides access to the subject site. Utilities are available adjacent to the property with adequate capacity available as well. Besides that, fire and EMS service is also available to the property. With that, I'll bring up our transportation consultant to speak through some of the transportation details of the project and then come back up to wrap up.
Good afternoon. For the record, Yuri Baika with TR Transportation Consultants, and I have been sworn in. So I'll briefly talk about the traffic analysis that we prepared for this project. We did prepare a traffic study that was completed consistent with the Manatee County traffic study guidelines. As part of our traffic study, we looked at the surrounding level of service and capacity analysis on the roadways in the area, which included SR 64 and Uline Road. And the results of our level of service analysis indicated Uline Road shown to operate acceptable level of service D in the future traffic conditions. SR 64, on the other hand, was shown to operate at a poor level of service F in the future traffic conditions. However, again, that deficiency in the future is not due to this project. It's due to the vested trips, which are approved by yet built developments, that we had to include in our background analysis. In fact, today, SR 64 currently operates at level of service B. And if our project is built today, it would still operate at acceptable level of service C. So again, the future background deficiency is not due to this project, but due to the vested developments in the area, which may be well online well after our project is completed too. Next, I want to talk about some improvements in the area and projects that are happening. First is the roundabout that's currently being constructed at SR 64 and Uline Road intersection, and that roundabout will serve as one of the main ingress and egress points to this project, and is estimated to be completed in mid-March of 2026, so in a few months. Next I want to talk about is the funded PD&E study, or Project Development Environmental Study, that's evaluating the widening of SR 64 from 2 lanes to 4 lanes, from Lorraine Road to Verna Bethany Road, a total segment of 7.75 miles. And that $2.8 million study is my understanding been funded through impact fees and is anticipated to be completed in December of 2029. So basically this says that the county and FDOT are aware that there's future growth happening in this area, So that's why there's already a funded PD&E study that's going to evaluate all the impacts of that improvement. And as Rhea previously mentioned, we're trying to provide neighborhood commercial uses, and by providing neighborhood commercial uses in closer proximity to the surrounding area, which is predominantly residential, that reduces the vehicles' miles traveled on the surrounding roadway network. So for example, if I live along Uline Road, I might take a short trip or short drive to this commercial neighborhood project without being forced to travel farther west along SR 64 to get my commercial goods and services. Another benefit of providing commercial in closer proximity to residential, that encourages walking and biking. So as you may know, there's a Palm Grove project that's happening in the area. Those folks who are going to be living there, they can take a short walk or drive their golf carts and go to this site without having to travel on SR 64 to get their commercial goods and services. And another point that's not in the slide that I want to emphasize is that a lot of traffic generated by commercial uses is not generally net new traffic that's added to the roadway network, but rather by passerby traffic that it captures from the roadways, from the existing drivers that are day to day. So there's a good portion of traffic that's generated by the commercial that's basically passerby traffic that it captures. And this is not the only time we will have to do a traffic study. We still have to go through an FSP process, PSP process. We still have to go through access permitting process with Florida Department of Transportation. And at that time, we will be required to prepare a new, updated, and very detailed traffic analysis that will look at operational analysis, safety analysis, the need for turn lanes, any intersection improvements, et cetera. At that time, we will also do an updated level of service analysis as well. And so the point here is that there'll be plenty more traffic analysis that will be required to be done before any vertical development occurs in this property. As of right now, we're just doing rezoning stage. And I'll just pass it on to Rhea to finish up the presentation.
Thank you, Yuri. The project is entirely consistent with the comprehensive plan. Firstly, it is consistent with the intent of the two future land use districts. And specifically, we want to emphasize that this implements the long-range planning vision of the comprehensive plan, where residential growth is anticipated. We are adding commercial so that it could bring these overall benefits, including reducing vehicle miles traveled for some of these residents to access basic services. Besides this, it's also consistent with numerous other policies and also meets the commercial locational criteria. So to conclude, the project is compatible and complementary to the surrounding residential growth. I want to emphasize here that Palm Grove and other projects in the area will have residents that can now access with this project services in closer proximity than traveling much further west to access those services on Lorraine or White Eagle intersections. At the same time, this is an activity node, and so the planned commercial was always anticipated in these areas. Besides this, there's available infrastructure to support the growth. There's going to be a reduction in vehicle miles traveled by positioning commercial adjacent to residential areas. The project is consistent with the Manatee County Comprehensive Plan, and it is also entirely consistent with the Land Development Code. And we did receive a recommendation of approval from the Manatee County Planning Commission. I also want to note, because it has been brought up through this hearing, that we did conduct 2 neighborhood workshops on this project. The first one had no attendees. The second one had a few attendees. And across the board, there has been no concerns raised and generally a sentiment of support for adding these commercial uses into the area. So with that, I'll conclude my presentation, and we are available if there are any further questions from the board.
That was thorough. Commissioner Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One quick question.
Yes.
You stated earlier, will the ingress and egress into this new commercial area, will it be off of Travelers Palm, or is it going to be off of 64? Or will it be like a right in, right off of 64? Or it's all going to come right into Travelers and it'll come in from that side?
So basically, there will be one access point to State Road 64, which is what you see on the general development plan. I believe it may be a right-in, right-out, but we have to determine those turning movements with FDOT. There will be 2 additional access points onto Travelers Palm Drive as that secondary means of access as well.
Okay. So with the access points, you're going to need to dedicate right away, right? So are you going to work with FDOT on giving that right away to get to that point where you're going to have that ingress and egress?
Yes.
Because 64, and we know it's going to be widened at some point. We already heard that in the testimony, but I just want to make sure that we're doing the proper thing off of 64. I mean, I'd love to see traffic go more off of Travelers Palm into the subdivision, but I mean, or into the project, but if this is going to be right in, right out, if that's what you're anticipating.
Afternoon, Kyle Grimes, attorney at Grimes, Galvin. I have been sworn. Do you see how there's a little white gap kind of between the project site and the roadway? That was land that was retained by SMR and has already been deeded to FDOT. They're designing and building out the roundabout for the future 4-lane condition. So that right-of-way has already been given to FDOT.
Okay. Right.
And
so then you'll have 2 access points, one off of 64 and one off of Travelers Palm.
Yeah, the 2 off of Travelers Palm, but yes.
2 off of Travelers Palm. All right.
Correct.
Thank you.
Nelson, I just have one quick question. Why did you restrict the size of the grocery store? It seems like an odd thing to do. Like, I get when someone goes from 0.5 to 0.35 FAR, looking nice, but I mean.
And we can explain that. So essentially, if you look at the orange, which is basically the southwestern corner of the intersection, that is a PDC zone property as well, which is having a Publix under development. So in terms of adding the next grocery store, we think it will be a different format of grocery store, probably not the same size. And so, you know, again, Castor is one of the applicants here. They do a lot of commercial development in Lakewood Ranch.
I understand. I was just curious why you would, because that's not going to make or break anyone's decision. I mean, if you chose to put in a Sprouts or a Fresh Market or something, you could always build smaller, but then you're restricting yourself if, say, Detweiler's or someone who conveniently is right next door would be like, hey, that'd be a great place for it. You're kind of restricting your options. I don't think anyone's going to vote yes or no on this based upon 15,000 square feet of grocery.
Well, and Mr. Chair, if I may, a part of that decision is working with your transportation staff, and grocery stores are a very high trip generation.
Correct.
So when you don't have the restriction on it, then they can assume as big of a grocery store as you can have, so it gives unrealistic transportation, impacts. So when we limit it down that it can only be this much, then when you use that ITE code, you're limited to 30,000 square feet. So when they know they're not going to build more than that, it gives a realistic look at what that trip generation is going to be.
Well, I don't like that only because I don't think the trip count that they're calculating is correct. I feel like you're going to potentially build something that underserves the community based upon trying to manipulate numbers that don't matter. Sort of like when the federal government pretends something's only a 2-year program, even though it's going to be there forever. You're manufacturing a lower trip count.
This was working with your staff of just, trying to.
No, I understand where you're coming
trip
from. You don't need to
generation
explain
on
yourself. I understand exactly what you're saying. I'm just saying, it's a shame that we're potentially underbuilding something that's necessary, that's effectively going to lower traffic by having the grocery store there.
Well, and there is a Publix going in across.
Across
street
street,
as well.
no, I know, I was here when we approved that. Yeah,
Yes, sir.
I voted for it. Okay, no one else is on the board. I will bring up the staff.
Laura Gonzalez with Development Services Department, and I have been sworn. Okay. SADI is located on the north side of State Road 64 at the intersection with Uline Road and in Manatee County with a total of 15.3 acres. The 2 future land use category splits the property. One is MUCR, that is mixed use community residential, and residential 1. In both cases, the future land use category support the proposed uses because they allow residential uses with commercial uses to serve the neighborhood. In the case of the MUCR, the maximum intensity is 0.23, and it's the same in the residential 1, there's 0.23 and 0.35, and at the activity node, that is the case of this project. This is the existing zoning district. The request is for approval of a rezone of the 15.3-acre site from A to PDC, and approval of a GDP for 195,000 square feet of commercial uses distributed in 3 commercial areas, and approving an Exhibit B, a schedule of permitted and prohibited uses as voluntarily proffered by the applicant. Here we have the development plan. I have to say that the plans have not been updated with the new project area maximum square footage of 30,000 square feet. We will need to upload a new, I don't know the process in this case, but I apologize for the mistake, but it was not updated. I don't know if Sarah can help on this. We have to submit.
I don't know if I'm allowed to. We did have it updated. It's right here. Any project area may contain a grocery store up to 30,000, but we're not limited. Yeah.
Okay, no, sorry, I misunderstood. No, I misunderstood. The plans are okay. So the maximum square footage that is allowed is the 45,000 square feet, and the project area is 2,000 square feet, and project area 3 is 130,000 square feet. The general development plan also shows the access point, the roadway buffer, a screening buffer, and the perimeter buffer will be reviewed at time of the final site plan in compliance with the land development code. My confusion was because there are additional specific project area use restrictions that says that a grocery store could only be located in commercial project area, and in this case, it will be 30,000 square feet. Then we have a self-storage that could only be located in commercial project area 3 with a maximum of 130,000 square feet. If the self-storage is not built, only 90,000 square feet of other commercial uses could be developed in this project area 3. And the remaining 40,000 square feet could not be allocated to the other project areas. And the other project area use restriction is in project area 2 is intended for a restaurant use. Neighborhood workshop, there were 2 virtual neighborhood workshops. One was celebrated on January 6th, the second one in August 5th. And the summary of issues and concerns include communities to be served, the comparison between planning, development, commercial, and general commercial, neighborhood commercial uses, and right-of-way reservation on State Road 64. The applicant held one of the neighborhood workshops prior to the memo issued by the Development Services Director and other afterward. This is the public facilities that are available in the area in terms of potable water, wastewater infrastructure, and reclaimed water. The project is within the Mill Creek watershed, and the project will be required to use the Mill Creek Water Management Plan, which uses NOAA Atlas 14. Thus, the outfall constraints will utilize the best available information. The applicant will need to proffer to use the Atlas 14 for the on-site design, and the project shall be required to reduce the calculated pre-development flow rate by a full 50% for all stormwater outfall flow directly or indirectly into Mill Creek watershed. This is the result of the transportation link capacity analysis, and as you can see there, the link 3070 is actually at a level of service B that exceeds the adopted level of service C. but it is it is anticipated that the future level of service without the project is F. And with the project, it will remain at F, and it is anticipated that to lower this performance to level of service C, it is required State Road 64 be widened from 2 lanes to 4 lanes according to the future traffic circulation map. The project has been reviewed for consistency with the following policies of the comprehensive plan. These others too. And also for this section of the Land Development Code. As a summary, positive aspect, the site is a commercial node with frontage on State Road 64. The proposed uses will address the commercial needs of the surrounding residential developments. Traveling distance for shopping could be reduced and potentially lower vehicular trip lengths and durations on other segments for customers and employees. Public facilities are available to serve the development. As a negative aspect, the project will add 289 p.m. peak hour trips to State Road 64 from Lorraine Road to Rutland Road, which is projected to be deficient in terms of level of service due to vested trips. The project was recommended for approval with a result of 3-1, and the main concern was timing of the project and traffic conditions. And the request can be found to be consistent with the policies of the comprehensive plan and the applicable standards of the Land Development Code. Any questions?
I have no one on the board. Are there any questions for staff? Seeing none. Thank you. Appreciate it. I will now open this up to public comment. Nobody signed up to speak at public comment, so if you want to speak, please. Oh, Julie. State your name and whether you've been sworn. You were all sworn earlier, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
yep.
okay. And you have 5 minutes.
Okay, 5 minutes. Good. All right. Julie Spicer, Manatee County. I have been sworn. You would not initially think that this rezoning of this proposed development cannot possibly have any effect on Waterline Road residents. I'm here today to show you that this project is just the beginning of a really bad situation. Having reviewed the development plan, the first thought of this development is this is in a flood-prone area that has had a history of flooding issues as agricultural land. Just look at the problems that Palm Grove is experiencing trying to take control of their water with, I believe, 27 retention ponds on site, yet they cannot contain their water in this area. Drying out and developing wetlands does not work and only causes more flooding. That's what happens when you fool with Mother Nature. Back to the development at hand. In reviewing the narratives, estimated water ratios, and the fancy drawings, the first thought that comes to mind is, where is their retention pond? How can you retain any amount of storm water without a retention pond? There is no reason that they cannot build a retention pond to retain 100% of their stormwater since it's their water. It should not, and it's their responsibility. Again, this is a flood-prone area. Almost every 5-acre property on Waterline Road has a retention pond to control stormwater. So why is there no need for this on 15 acres on a new development? Even with the land being historically agricultural, the water cannot be controlled or retained sufficiently. When you consider that the open fields that once absorbed the water will now be replaced with asphalt parking lot, there's nowhere for the water to go. If you look at page 2 in the environmental section, it clearly states that there are no wetlands on the project site, but there is a 0.28-acre stream or waterway along the western boundary. This is an excavated ditch that channels all water from State Road 64 to the back of my property. This is my property. There's a channel right here, a man-made one. As I stated earlier, well, I tried to state earlier, this is not a historic ditch. This is a man-made ditch that runs south to north and does not follow the historic elevation water flows that run east to west. The water runs this way. Once it's channeled, it has no place to go except into my backyard. So our private property is going to be the beneficiary of all their storm water for 5 years. Now let me explain that 5 year. When Swift Mud comes out and does a dewatering, it's 5 years. Any water that comes on this property is going to be shot down, and the only place for it to go is down what used to be an agricultural swell, but they've turned this in, now they're calling it a stream or waterway. This is not a river, this is not a named stream. So keep that in mind, please. This is pure incompetence on the part of Morse Engineering, who is using a failed water solution for new development. This is requiring private homeowners to be personally responsible to manage stormwater needs of new development. Not to mention that if we have a rainy season, the danger of flooding is imminent, not only for our property, but all the backlot properties to the east, all the way through the wetland, all the way down, follow the tree line. Additionally, concerning is on page 4, the note pointing to the ditch that reads, proposed ditch piping will be coordinated with Manatee County Public Works and environmental staff at the time of the final site plan to provide adequate draining easements and landscape buffering plantings. Who's giving out drainage easements to channel water into private property? And to be honest, it doesn't even matter that it's going to be discussed with county departments at the final site plan, since irreversible damage will have already occurred during the pre-construction dewatering. As you look at development drawing, notice how the ditch just melts into the page on their maps. Like the water is just going to magically disappear. Let me assure you, the water does not disappear when it's being channeled and pumped. Keep in mind, this water is going to travel across 2 other developer-owned properties before it reaches our private property. We ask you today to deny this rezone request until the applicant can adequately retain their dewatering activities and their storm water without discharge into private property. Thank you.
Julie, real quick, I know we don't talk during this, but I just want to make sure, since you have it up.
Yes,
I don't mean
yes,
to
yes.
go deep. Up on the top, you wrote Zipper Road. But
Okay,
that white, but
that's
that
the-
white line is not Zipper Road.
That is going to be the proposed project coming before you. It would have made more sense with my earlier presentation, but okay, so this is all the Zipper Road project that's coming before you
Okay,
next
but that's
week.
not, I'm just want to make sure we're clear. That's not Zipper Road.
No, Zipper Road runs right here.
I thought it's way
Right here.
even over by the edge.
Yep, here's Zipper Road.
No, it's over more. It's not, it's barely on your page.
Okay, here's Waterline. Here's
Yes.
64,
Yes.
okay?
I just want to make sure we have context, that
Yes,
Zipper Road is not on your page. It's right to the
No,
edge
oh,
there,
right there it
right
is.
there. There it
Yep,
is, yes.
there it is.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, I just want to make sure, I wanted to understand that way, but now you're explaining. The Zipper Road project is what you're labeling up
Yeah,
top.
and I
Okay, just want
didn't
to make sure we're
want
all,
to
okay.
fill in, you know, this new stream now that is coming into my property.
No, I appreciate it. I just want to make sure I was
No, thank
understanding
you.
your labels as well.
I'm
Okay.
sorry,
It's okay, I just
ran
wanted
out
to
of
interrupt
yellow.
while it was up on the screen, so I didn't have to bring you back and redo that whole thing. I appreciate that, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, next up. Oh, you got cut off by Mark.
We need a break from
Good afternoon, Mark Vandery. Manatee County, I have been sworn. And yeah, I would like also for you to deny this rezone at this time. It's another one of these blank checks that you're going to have a blind rezone approved. You're not going to see this again. The same thing as before. You're not going to see this. Any future work on this, the detail is going to be worked out administratively. You're not going to get to see it again. And you need to see it again because they're not adequately presenting how they're going to handle the stormwater drainage, the stormwater flow, any stormwater retention that's at 50%. There was a proffer in here about complying with meeting standards of NOAA Atlas 14. That's fine, but that's not what your stormwater drainage engineer is saying is necessary out here. He's Gerstenberger's looking for specifically your 12-inch in 24-hour period. That's not being used here right now. It's not being required here. It needs to be required. It really does. And it needs to be required because if you go to the overhead, this is what your stormwater engineer is calling to the county's attention here. This is Waterline Road, and this is why the previous citizen was so concerned. All that water along those properties on State Road 64, they drain to the north, and they drain right to this spot right here. This is where Mill Creek tributaries cross over the Waterline Road. Okay, this is Gerstenberger's floodplain outline of the property just to the north and west of where this rezone is being requested. Now, and you're not going to see this again if you approve it. It's done. It's done. It's not covered in the LDC. It's not covered in any of the codes or requirements. The applicant, the developer, doesn't have to comply with any of that stuff. They're not legally bound to 12-inch and 24-hour. And it needs to be. Now look at this one here. This is north is up. This is State Road 64 here. Okay, this is the site location, proposed site location for the rezone. This is that drainage ditch that was scarred up in there when this was actually ag land being developed there. This is Waterline Road along here. And this is the wetlands area here for the Mill Creek Basin. This is Mill Creek here, the development. And you can see these green areas. Those are all wetlands in there. This is not, as the previous commenter stated, this is a proposed zipper road development here, where they are actually proposing to backfill some of the wetlands in here, which isn't going to make anything coming off of this site any better. It's going to make it worse. You need to know where that water is going. It's going to go this way to the north and to the northwest. And it's going to add more to the existing flooding problems that they have there. And by existing water flooding problems, this was not during a hurricane. This was a normal, what's the date on here? June 2020. That was the rain there. That happens every summer. We even had it occur this past summer when we were in a big drought. It's a regular occurrence on the west end of Waterline Road. Now, since we've got the Palm Grove in there, and they're dewatering all their pits into the swales and into Sand Branch Creek, filling them up. When we get a rain, not only are we getting flooding on the west end of Waterline Road, we're getting flooding right here, which is where my house is, on the roadway, in my driveway, back to my barn. That's not good. You're not taking this stormwater drainage into account properly, and you need to. And if you approve this straight rezone, you're not going to see this ever again. Now, the statement was made, oh, here's Uline Road. Everybody should know this was a node commercial zone. Everybody should have known that commercial was happening here. That's not true. Right there where my pen is, that was the original FDAB line in 2006. I woke up one morning, and all of a sudden, my property, which used to be east of the FDAB, was now a mile to the west of the FDAB. How did that happen? It snuck that one in. Please deny this.
John?
I've set Julie's map back up here. Like you said, once this one starts, whoops, I'm sorry, I'm John, I have been sworn in. 19-year-old. John Spicer. That's fine. John Spicer. I've been sworn in. I live at 16678 Waterline Road. You can see on the map, and we'll bring up the ditch and the stormwater all over again, because we're responsible for every drop of their stormwater. They have nothing stopping it at this point. Once they do this development, you know, and the other thing, I guess, what are they developing? You know, this is kind of a ghost development at that, to go to the Ghost Creek, because nobody can see that except us. We've been watching water run down this every single day since June 19th. We have experienced water. I have video of it every single day since June 19th. There should be none. We should have no water here. They have retention ponds set up. They dug a ditch along the wetland here. This is all wetland here that's owned by ranch land. This ditch, they dug along the retention pond. It skipped it and channeled this water right to our property. And it keeps coming right on through, and you can't imagine what we had for a nice little swell in the yard one day. Now we have an 8 to 10 foot ditch. We don't want to be responsible for what we're not even sure what they're doing. You know, another storage unit, I think we had enough of them. I'm not gonna waste a lot of time with this, because the bottom line is stormwater is everything. I see a plan in the future for State Road 64. State Road 64 cannot handle any more traffic. We all know that. I mean, we can sit that far off State Road 64, and on a daily basis, we hear the crashes. We hear the sirens from the fire department, from the EMS station. You know, this is just a constant, ongoing thing. They are just going to add to that. It is amazing what you hear nowadays. And we're probably 2,500, maybe 3,000 feet away from State Road 64. But our property is so impacted by this that one can't imagine. And I invite anybody out to take a look at it and see what effects something like this has to private property. What else was I going to mention? Oh, as you mentioned earlier, you know, with the hotels, you know, that they had, you know, specific hotels there in line. They had names, they had contracts. These guys ain't got nothing. Once this goes away, who knows what they're going to put in there, you know? And just in the past, it's whatever they want once they walk out this door. So I really oppose this. I hope you do as well. Thank you so much. You guys have a great day.
Thank you, John. Oh, there's your picture. You happy? Any other public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment. I have one person on the board, Commissioner Feltz. This is for questions of the applicant, staff, or the public.
If you'd like
Okay.
I'd just like to speak first during deliberation.
Oh, you want to speak first? All right. Okay, fair enough. Anyone with questions to applicant, staff, public? Nope. Okay. Staff, any final closing comments?
No further comment from the planning perspective, but
You could just wave in opposition going forward. You know? You could just be like, no, we're good. All right.
no further comments. But
Sounds good.
I know that there are a lot of comments on stormwater, but I'm not an expert.
Okay, fair enough. Any applicant rebuttal?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, for the record, Ria Hunter with RBI Planning. So I know we have had some discussion about uses specific to this project. And the reason we have use restrictions is to kind of provide some idea of known available uses that are going to be developed on this property. If I may use the overhead projector, please. The use restrictions that we proffered is generally to ensure that the site gets developed in a cohesive manner over time. Besides that, I just wanted to note the only use that we actually have going through site plan and pre-definitive is a daycare that would be going in this top right-hand side parcel up here. So that is something that we're already taking through permitting. We know that there's a need for daycare uses in the county, and it's very desirable in this area and location. And that is a use that we know that is going there. Besides that, we have provided different parameters to ensure that the site is developed cohesively. However, with any commercial subdivision, in order to allow good build-out based on demand, it is very difficult for us to restrict site plan at this stage. Commercial tenants come in and want to lease commercial space right away, and at that point, we cannot go through a rezoning process and bring it back before the board with an entire site plan. And so this general development plan, which is an approved process in the county, allows us that flexibility to provide enough restrictions to ensure compatibility with the surroundings, while also ensuring that we can actually serve those future commercial tenants with this project. So just wanted to make note of that. Besides that, I just want to also bring up our civil engineer, Matt Morris, to speak about the stormwater.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt Morris, and unfortunately, I'm that guy that came a little late this morning and was not sworn in. So. Thank you. Again, Matt Morris with Morris Engineering for the record. With regard to stormwater, we were just looking back here, that ditch that's been discussed on the west side of the property line, that ditch appears to have been built back in the 1970s. Based on requirements that the state has, as well as your own codes and requirements, we're required to have our stormwater discharge in the same place that it's historically discharging to. So yes, the stormwater all ends up in the ditch. We are absolutely going to be constructing our own on-site stormwater ponds. We've actually already submitted a final site plan to your staff that's under review currently for the master infrastructure, so effectively the roadways and the master utilities that you see consistent with the GDP. We have a large stormwater pond that's getting constructed up on some shared property up on the north that'll have an easement. So all of our stormwater on our site is going to be captured internally, piped up into that stormwater pond, allowed to attenuate and provide treatment before it gets discharged into the creek or ditch. Another interesting piece of information with regarding to floodplain. So these are maps. This is the current FEMA floodplain. So that's effective March 2014. Our site here outlined in yellow, the only floodplain comes and touches this corner, which again, our stormwater pond is going up in this north area closest to that floodplain. And this is the newer Mill Creek Watershed Management Plan study that's been provided, which again really only picks up this sliver of red floodplain on the property in the exact area of the ditch that again flows that stormwater to the north. So we're not allowed to impede that stormwater flow since it's a historic stormwater flow at this point. We are not going to be exacerbating the problems because again, we have to construct our own stormwater ponds on site to hold back that water and make sure that we're discharging at the same rate and the same amount of stormwater into that ditch that's going there now. So we, again, I don't ever want to stand up here and say we're going to make any situations better, but by going through the state reviews with the Water Management District and your own county reviews, we've got to prove that we are discharging to the same locations where that water is going now, and that we're not going to increase any water levels off-site of our site, whether it's upstream or downstream of our project. So we will be providing those. We are going to be analyzing the site with the NOAA Atlas 14, which is the 12 inches in 24 hours. So we are going above and beyond what's in the code right now with the regulatory 10-inch and 24-hour storm. So we will be looking at the 12-inch rainfall from the NOAA 14.
All right, thank you. We are on to deliberation. Commissioner Felch, you said you wanted to go first. Go ahead.
First off, I instead of speaking last this time, as the commissioner for the district that this is taking place in, I wanted to speak first in order to set a decorum that I appreciate your support for things in my district, but I would appreciate if we also maintain a decorum on this. Now, we've sat through a majority of issues that have been in District 1. I have listened. I have voted my conscience by people. I have listened to with an open mind on very many sides. But what I want you to consider with this is things that I can't explain to you unless you've been there and you know what I'm talking about, and I invite you all to go out there. This has been an issue since we moved the FDAP. And again, Tal was out there with us a few years ago. You met with East Manatee Preservation Association, with Mark Vandery. We've been trying to explain this to you guys for years. When I was there, not here. And I'm not a hydrological engineer. I don't live right out there. But I've been in this county for 40 years, and I've been up and down that road for 40 years. And I will tell you what you see, any sort of data, statistics, you know what you see with your own eyes and ears and you experience. We have had an issue ever since we began construction, but up to a state park that deserves a rural boundary around it. We have had water in the ditches along 64, unless you know an area and you know the land and you know the water and you know what kind of weeds and what kind of growth grows in a healthy environment and grows in a substandard environment. I can't explain that to you, but it's out there. When I first got in this seat, I went out there with Chad Butso, with Evan Pilichowski. We pinpointed, we went on a field trip. It was the first time that those staff members went out there with the citizens that have been working on Waterline Road, that have been working on trying to explain to you guys that we have a problem out there. And as good as anything sounds on paper, as good as anything sounds when we have a singular project, this is not an issue of a singular project. We have a huge issue out there between the state park and Rye Road. Why? Because we put too much too soon in one place with poor engineering. Things may have been built to the design, but the design is not working. We have been out there. It's been taking 6 years at this point to finally get some attention on things that now, I don't know, of the 5 things that we went through when we went on our last field trip out there, and we were right, but you didn't hear about that. And we still haven't corrected some of the errors that they have found out there. We were told things like, well, don't worry, the only reason you're flooding is because we're mid-construction. Oh, but once we finish all the construction, then you're not gonna flood anymore. We're looking 3 to 5 years out on some projects and then bringing other projects in. I'm asking for some respect as the commissioner for this district and as a person that's been there and here and dealing with this for many years. If you were a person that thought that moving the FDAB was going to be a great idea, well, this is what's become of it, because we just went a little bit too much too soon, and when that pendulum swings too far in the other direction, it's kind of hard to bring it back. So I've listened to you guys on issues in my district that I've tried to explain to you. I have people that come here. Look at District 1. We have been showing up out there. And our neighborhood meetings don't work because we go on Zoom at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Half the time the people, we can't even see the signs going down 64 to see that there's a neighborhood meeting. But nevertheless, these people still show up. They're still writing you letters. They're still telling you there's a problem. Just this morning coming down, we had a small rainfall in the last couple days, a sprinkling out there, which is great. But it's an abnormal amount of water that is in those ditches that is never dried up. It's not supposed to be like that. And here we are, and all due respect for the applicant, it's not really your issue either. But I'm telling you, there's an inherent problem out there that we haven't addressed. It would be a disservice to bring your project into this, and you might have a flooded grocery store, or maybe not. But we're trying to tell you that there is a problem from the state park to Yuleen and to Lorraine Road that has not been addressed. And if you are sincere about, well, I voted for a transmittal, but now I'm seeing the problem with moving the FDAB and not being prepared for it and rushing into construction too much too soon before we were fully prepared to handle it with our roadways and in conjunction with FDOT. Okay, I've sat through 2 of these. I've listened to everyone. I've been trying to say this for 6 years. 6 years out there, and we went ahead and did it anyway. And what did we get? We've got problems. It's not an issue to say, you know, we might have been wrong. We might need to go back and do some work, but we certainly don't have to go and approve every single little thing, because whatever disservice you're doing to my citizens, you're also doing to the applicant, because it isn't working out there. And this is the same areas where we had the dust storms. Do y'all remember the dust storms? We either have water where we can't control the water and it's flooding residents that have been there for years because they're not maintaining the water on the property. We have been going through this for the last 5 years. They bring a pump in, they pump the water off their property into somebody else's, and then as soon as it's reported, they pick up the pump and they move it someplace else. I'm sorry, you're not allowed to do that. Thank you. So, on this one project, I am asking you, maintain a decorum, understand what you guys too, understand what the commissioner of this district is trying to tell you all, and there's nothing wrong with saying, you know, I might have been wrong about that. I might have to consider that. But we've got a problem out there, and it's my district, and it's why I was there, and it's why I'm here right now. So I want you to just listen, learn from people who actually live there. Data is one thing. Charts and graphs and all that kind of stuff you want to talk about is fine. But until you've been there and until you've walked through those places that have been flooded because of a pretty piss poor job of, it's a great design. We always make sure it's inspected and that it's built to the design, but we never look at the fact, did the design work? And I am trying to tell you that what we have designed out there is not working. And we have found issues where not only is the design not working, but it wasn't built correctly. Happens more often than you would think, because it's a long way down the food chain, a long way down the food chain. So have some respect for the people that show up, who actually live out there, who aren't 20 miles away, and have seen this in a progressive state for years. And at least I'm glad that we have a board up here that I think cares what real people who live in the real places, who are affected by the decisions that you make, that you're not going to be affected by in District 2, you're not going to be affected by in District 3, you're not going to be affected by, you're not being affected by, but it's my district. And those are my people that took the time to come down here and have been down here for 6 years begging to get your attention on this. Give them some respect, and respect your applicants to make sure that whatever they do is a success as well. Now, just be nice. No, you're not.
I'm terrible.
Here we go again.
All right. I'm on the board to fight Commissioner Feltz. Here we go. Look, my problem with anything like arguing this is we need this because of the houses that you're saying we're overbuilding because of all these houses, but we just talked about this on the last project down 64. Everyone said, this road's an F. This road's gonna be an F road. This was an argument. People voted no on that last project because it was gonna be an F road. Why is it gonna be an F road? Because of cars on it. I live closer to this property than anybody on this board. I do. And all the people who are gonna move into Palm Grove, all the people who live down U-Line, live in Star Farms, guess what they do? They come to my Publix, because my Publix is the only grocery store close to them right now. And eventually there'll be another Publix down there, but there's no other grocery store anywhere near there. The closest restaurant to them is the Panda Express across from my neighborhood, is the closest restaurant to Palm Grove and Star Farms. You know how far away that is? You're going to make those future residents drive on an F road? That's what I mean, you voted against other projects because the road's gonna be F. You claimed it's a death trap. But now you want people to drive on a death trap to get to the retail and the shopping that they need to survive for their family in houses that have already been approved. I understand the concern, and we hope that our engineering team, which are incredibly smart people, work with their engineering team, which are incredibly smart people, to make sure things are fixed. I hear what you're saying about we're not building right, but let's remember something. I only have one picture of a flood, and it's from June 2020. No, it wasn't approved in June 2020. Literally any of the development you just referred to. None of it was even approved, much less built. Taylor Ranch wasn't approved. East River Ranch, Palm Ranch, the Mariposa or whatever's across the street, none of that was built. That was pre any development that flood happened. That's a flooding problem that predates and is not the cause of or due to any development because the development didn't exist at the time. So I can't even argue that maybe some of this development hasn't improved the flooding since then because I don't have any pictures more recent than from when the development has occurred. But what I do have is proof that there's bad roads that are over capacity right now, and I know people on this board do not like that. And we have a lack of retail and services in the near vicinity of homes that are being built whether you want them to or not because they're already approved. And if I can capture traffic, then I can help that F road. I can help that over congestion by keeping people where they should be. And a lot of people in this property and the property on the other side of 64 are going to come from Palm Grove. There's hundreds of homes. We've already laid that out. They're gonna come up U-Line. They're going to come from Star Farms and from Azaria and all these other places to shop here and not shop at my Publix and not eat at my Panda Express because that line is terrible at Panda Express on a weekend. So that's why we need stuff like this. And I've talked about this before. It's short-sighted to keep building homes after home after home and now say, let's not build anymore until we figure things out and leave everybody in homes in the middle of nowhere in bedroom communities without services and employment and other options. And then make people get on roads and then complain that we can't improve anything else because the roads are too congested. You're creating the circular problem on purpose to avoid approving things. Why don't we just approve the right things in the right places? Casto does not have a plan like the hotels. Why? Because hotels get built after you figure out your franchise agreements. There's specific requirements in terms of that. Retail does not typically, unless you're building a UTC mall or something like that, does not typically get built spec because they're on individual parcels. Look at the Costco down 64. They couldn't have figured out what was going to be there because they didn't know if it was going to be an ale house or a Seasons 52 or anything. They're all on different footprints. They all have different requirements in terms of entryways and parking and so forth. You figure, you get it zoned first, and then you go out and you find your tenants. And then you build out the out parcels based upon the tenants that are coming in. That's how retail works when you're building it like this. This isn't a strip center with a couple of arcades and a vape shop. This is going to be a nice establishment with a good restaurant and a nice grocery store. But they don't know what those tenants are going to be at, so they can't tell us what it's going to look like. this is where it's supposed to be. We need more retail down there because we're getting more houses down there, and it's short-sighted to fight the retail now and further congest our roads. We're going to lose this land to someone who builds townhomes or builds a car wash or something like that, and we'll never get it back. And we're never going to be able to get the real neighborhood retail that we need for those homes. And that's just going to cause an endless problem with further breaking State Road 64 and ultimately breaking U-Line and all these other roads because people are going to have to go someplace to get their milk and get their groceries. And I'd rather it be down the street where they can ride their golf cart there or their bike there or stay interior than to keep coming down 64 if we already know it's a broken road. Commissioner Feltz.
That's a lot of words.
That was about a fraction of that.
Lot of words. And because you don't want people coming to your Publix. Wow.
They take all the BOGOs.
Wow. They take up all the good BOGOs, don't they? Yeah. And we got to make sure we got something for those houses that we're going to build. This is not about that. You got a really bad engineering plan between the state park and this roadway, and nobody wants to admit it. Nobody wants to deal with it, and you're not doing the right thing. And you don't even get it because your subdivision is okay. Theirs is not, but that's okay. Because you want to talk this way because you don't want people going to your Publix. You don't have a problem. Other people do. And we need to have a little humility. Humility. The best thing in the world, the easiest thing in the world is to admit when you're wrong. Admit when you're wrong, George. You would not know the grace unless you could say, you know what, we're not always right. We've made mistakes. We've made mistakes. Can anybody on this board think you could go through your whole life and make decisions up here that you're not going to make a mistake? Humble yourselves to see when we've made a mistake. You're not going to be able to go forward if you're constantly insisting that everything you've done is just perfect. Because it's not. None of us are. Again, you've got some big issues there between how much do I need to say this? And if you want to send out a dream team to go out there and tell you, we've already had them out there. Had half of the stormwater and roads and every staff, and they know there's problems out there. They know that the water is not being maintained on these properties. They know that they're moving the pumps around. And it's not going to make a damn bit of difference to everybody else on this board until somebody gets and makes a puddle in your yard. Then maybe you'll have a problem with it. But you guys don't see this. It doesn't happen in District 2. It doesn't happen in District 4. It doesn't happen in District 3. No, not a single one of you has ever had a property completely flooded by a new subdivision next door. Never happens. You don't have little yellow signs. You can see your little yellow signs when you walk your dogs to your dog parks or to G.T. Bray. You don't get what's going on out there. And when you've made a mistake, you need to work at correcting it. And nothing is more humbling than learning from our mistakes, which you think we could at this point. We don't make mistakes on this board. Well, maybe it might have been a mistake getting on this board, because I sure felt like I got listened to a lot more when I was down there than up here. Thank you, sir. But keep it cool. All right, I'm not saying anything else, but the next time you guys want something in your districts and you want my vote, what do I always say? I defer to you guys. I want you guys to talk about what your citizens want in your districts. That's what I'm doing here. And if you can't respect that, it's not my problem. I'm here to do my job, and that's what my job is.
Commissioner Siddiq.
couple of things. We're discussing some of the traffic, not so much stormwater really seems to be the top concern, but I can't seem to find, I'm just being cheeky about it, there really aren't any projects to improve State Road 64 on that part of town. So I think the challenge is if the goal for this board is to deny this and all future projects, it's, just recognize we don't have any legislative priority or any communication I'm aware of to the FDOT to request a widening of that road. Furthermore, from my experience working with them on Cortez and some my challenges there, they will look at land use. It's somewhat of a broken system, but they'll look to us to say, okay, well, you guys approved these projects, it's your problem to go ahead and come back, help us fund this, or request the widening of it. That's just the reality of it, unfortunately, when it comes to working with the state and widening state roads. But I think there's some truth to the counties owning the planning problem. However, if the goal is to continue to deny projects on State Road 64 East, then we need to have a commensurate plan to advocate and lobby for a widening of that road and get state dollars towards it. So I'm not necessarily going to deny this project over that because we don't have a plan. But I also agree with Commissioner Cruz, giving you a West Bradenton perspective. If you look at the way much of that community was not really planned, but kind of laid out, I would say, what we're seeing now is a clawback. Actually, we just saw an example today, a clawback of commercial on state roads or major thoroughfares. I won't even say state roads, but thoroughfares, so that we can add commercial in. Using the Panda Express as a bit of an example, I actually drive to that Panda Express because it's the only one I can get to in the county. So I'm part of the problem. I'm adding to that one trip to go to Panda Express on a Saturday night. But it's true. It's the yeah, right, there you go. Let's get a Panda in West Bradenton. But that's the problem. We've missed that opportunity to appropriately look at some of these frontages, to look at some land, to get the commercial here. So I kid about Panda Express. Please come to West Bradenton. But those examples exist everywhere else. I mean, when a lot of my extended family were growing up, you have to go to Sarasota to the Best Buy, for example, down there. Now they added one on Cortez. So the problem is that the trips have just, people on the west side used to take very lengthy trips to get places, and Palmetto is a good example too. Now we're seeing that clawed back, and so I urge the folks out east to learn from those mistakes and recognize you're only prolonging those trips. You're only prolonging the pain people are going to feel from sitting in traffic by just denying commercial. If you want to talk about housing and residential, that's fine. But as far as this project is concerned, I see a net benefit in allowing that commercial use to come here, to allow the market to bring in the appropriate concept that will serve the community well. And ideally not live through what we're seeing in West Bradenton, frankly, which is the commercial coming decades after the fact, and people like me having to go across town to go for whatever amenity we'd like. So in general, I'm in support of the project.
I've been going to my Publix. I go to different Publix. Mine's too crowded. Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you. All right. A few things. I think the whole argument about a grocery store being in close proximity is kind of bogus and out there, because if you drive straight down Uline Road, there's a Publix there on Lorraine and State Road 70, right? And there's also one that just got built, as we know. So, I mean, that's just, I don't know if that's a solid argument. Things I did hear are, we hear the crashes. The other thing I hear is, flooding. Those are the two major issues that I have, obviously, that you guys hear me talk about time and time again. I just truly believe on this board that within the last 3 years that I've been on this board, that we just don't believe in smart growth. We preach it, we talk about it, right? You get a little bit of experience in here, and then you start to see the bigger picture of things, instead of something being thrown down your, throat of what is right and what is wrong. No, let me tell you what's right and what's wrong. What's right is doing what's right, in a sense that if I happen to vote against something such as this project, it might not benefit me in the future.
in some way so that I may be able to advance to wherever I'm trying to get to. So I just overlook my own conscience, because I sit here and watched as they were talking about flooding up here on this board. And I sit here and looked at every one of you guys that I know is going to vote for this project. And I know you don't truly believe in it. I know you don't. But you ain't got no other choice, because you have somewhere you're trying to get to. You have a destination that you're, and if you happen to vote against this, that might deter your destination. So let's just be real with it. You guys truly don't believe in approving this project, but you don't have any other choice, because you believe deep down inside that this, if you did vote against this could deter you from getting to your next destination. And that's the reason why people don't have trust in government. Let's just call it for what it is. Because if we look at the national scene, if we look at the state scene, wherever we're at, it doesn't matter. This has been the same since the beginning of time. And it's never going to change, because people have a destination that they're trying to get to. And I don't think Commissioner Feltz, neither, and I know Commissioner McCann is not going to vote on this, I don't think they have a destination. So when you see them cast a vote, it's from the heart. It's the truth. And I just wish that we had typical, ChatGPT here, I'm out here looking at the crowd, and ChatGPT helped me with this. No, I'm speaking with passion and heart, something you need to learn how to do, because you don't even believe the words that you say, Chairman Cruz. Okay? So it's not personal. It's just, I'm just speaking the truth. I'm being direct. Sometimes it's good to be direct. Call people out when it needs to be called out. But we just don't believe the truth. We don't believe what we say in campaign slogans. We don't truly believe that. And if we happen to vote this down, or anybody that's happens to vote this down, you know, those that have different aspirations may not have a support of whatever it might be. So that's the way this works. That's the way this works everywhere. It's no different. We can go to another county to be the same. We can go to another state to be the same. You look on the national level, it's the same. But we'll preach it everywhere we go. This is stupid. And voting on this would be dumb. And voting on this would not be the things that we talked about in our campaigns. About smart growth, about building our infrastructure. Every one of us up here talked about building out infrastructure and focusing on that. Every one of us on this board, all 7 of us. But there's only a few of us that are taking a stance on it. There's only a few of us that really don't really have aspirations to do other things, that aren't looking towards the future, that something might deter us from getting to that point. And that's the truth. And the truth will set you free. See, when you have to vote against your own conscience, you're in bondage. And I sit here and I look at a lot of people in bondage on this board. I can sleep at night. I hope they can too. Thank you. That's all I have.
Just to be serious here and try to bring decorum back to the board. I'm from the east side. Many people are from the east side. We all drive to the beach. We all drive to Siesta Key. We all drive to St. Armand Circle. There is going to be traffic on the roads. We know that. We even let you come to the east side to go to Panda Express. I have 5 Publix within 2.5 miles of me, and they're going to be building more. I have 5. And I can tell you that, you know, there is no shortage of grocery stores here. And the idea that you need one on this F road over there, I can tell you that you can go to Publix from those areas in less than 2 miles. So the thing is that, you know, building just to build, and we do that a lot here, regardless of the roads, and there's a big F on that road, and the F stands for future, obviously. But the thing is that, you know, this is not something that we need to do. You know, we are flooding the people in District 1. The picture you saw in 2020 didn't take into context that we had a hurricane in 2024. Okay? You know, we flooded in Summerfield in 2024. And the flooding in Summerfield cost a lot of money. But the thing is that it was nowhere near the flooding they had out there. They flood out there if you go out there and spit in the street. They have a watershed problem out there. I don't know if anybody reads the newspapers here. They probably stopped because of all the criticisms we got. But we have a water problem here. And building more houses is only going to make it worse. Okay, you're not going to have drinking water here pretty soon. And I've heard, you know, and again, I'm not trying to point you out, but I've heard you say that we would have to go to Peace River and start buying water at a much more expensive rate if we run out of water here. Well, we are not taking care of our water. We are not taking care of our watersheds. Our storm drainage is terrible. I'm not picking on the city of Bradenton, but, you know, they can't keep dumping sewage into the Manatee River and into the Gulf and saying this is going to be fine. You know, right now we are at a crossroads here where we need to start looking at what is our future really going to bring us. We have a drought right now. We didn't have a hurricane this year, which is great because we're still recovering from the ones last year. But the problem here is not personalities. The problem here is not what's going on. The problem here is urban sprawl, and you're just building too much. We need to stop building so much and let our utilities, let our stormwater, let our streets catch up. If we do that, we're going to have a viable community. We just had a work session yesterday where we all ran around with dots and put them on words. During that time, one of the priorities that came out was agriculture and agritourism. Yet today, we're sitting here saying, get rid of all the agriculture land. Let's just give it away and rezone it now. That's directly contrary to what happened yesterday. So what I'd like to see here, I'm voting against this, obviously. We have enough Publix in the area right now. You can all come to mine, plenty of BOGOs. The thing is that what we really need to do is we need to start listening to the people in this county. They don't want any more building. They want this to stop until the roads and the congestion can stop. And we can't just sit here and nonchalantly say, oh, it's an F road. Well, we made that happen. We got to work with the state. But while we're doing that, we're still, you know, rezoning and building. I mean, at some point in time, you know, the only way to bring this problem under control is to fix the things that have to be fixed before you keep putting new ones out there. The connector roads aren't built, although Ulane Road is built, so they can obviously come down that to 70, turn right, and guess what? Publix is 2 blocks away. Fresh Market's 2 blocks away. All that stuff is right there. So putting this here, that just puts another Publix within 5 miles of my house. You know, if they put a different kind of grocery store there, you know, there's going to be traffic on the roads here because we aren't building the roads to where we need them to be. And the only way we're going to do that is to stop all the building, stop all the rezoning. You know, not joking here anymore, but, you know, after this morning session, I was saying, geez, we got open rezones for sale. We really need to stop this stuff and start looking at what we need to do for the people of Manatee County. They are speaking, and they are speaking very loud. Got to hear them pretty soon. Thanks for your time.
I only have one person left, Commissioner Feltz. You've spoken twice. Do you have something new to add? Otherwise, I'm entertaining motions because
I'd like to
2
make a
hours in,
motion
I
to-
need to give the clerk's arrest.
I'd like to make a motion to deny.
I have a motion to deny by Commissioner Feltz,
Seconded.
seconded by Commissioner McCann. You know, it always says that, see it below, denial.
Yes would be a deny.
Correct. Yes would be a no on the project. And a no would be a maybe. So,
In the blank, it could be inserted, the denial motion, January 8th, 2026.
everyone's voted. I know, we're just waiting for the lag to kick. And that motion to deny was approved 4-3 with Commissioners Feltz, Ballard, McCann, and Bearden voting in favor of denial, Commissioners Cruz, Sadiq, and Ron in opposition. So we brought back, when did you say? January 8th. Okay. Now we are taking a break because that took a lot longer than expected. We have one more presentation upon request and then two things. Okay, hold on, wait, before we take a break, before I gavel, is anyone going to ask for a presentation on item number 10? If not, we can blow through this.
Nope.
Okay, then let's just bang through it then. We can get the whole rest of this done in 5 to 10 minutes, or I can take a 10-minute. What? You guys want to take a little break? I would like. Okay, fine. 10-minute break till 3:35. All right, we are back for our last three items. The next one is item number 10, presentation upon request prior to break. Everyone had said they did not want a presentation on this one, so Ms. Knapp, do you want to read into the record, and then I will entertain motions.
Item number 10 is Plan Amendment 2512, which is Ordinance 2559, and this is a comprehensive plan amendment updating the schedule of capital improvement projects, general government and enterprise operations, funding revenue sources, the 5-year schedule of capital improvements, the summary of revenues, expenditures for capitals and capital project funds applicable to fiscal years 2026 through 2030, and updating the locational capital improvements map in your comprehensive plan.
All right, I'll open this up to public. Man, there's nobody here. You're just waiting on Historical Preservation Board, right? Okay. No one's on the phone, although it's legislative. Okay, I will close public comment. I'll entertain motions on item number 10.
Motion to approve ordinance 25-59.
That's okay. I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sadiq, seconded by Commissioner Ballard. Cast your votes now. Commissioner Phelps is not here, so. It's okay. It is approved 5-1 with Commissioner McCann in opposition and Commissioner Feltz absent. Moving on to the final two items of the day under regular agenda. It's two sets of appointments. Appointment number 11 is Historical Preservation Board appointment. Before we get into discussion, I'm going to open this up to public comment because someone's been patiently waiting for public comment. So please come forward, state your name. You do not have to be sworn for this, so just state your name, county residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Tabitha Baldwin. My husband, Thomas Baldwin, has applied for the Historical Preservation Board. He could not be here today because of an emergency, but I wanted to present on his behalf. To tell you a little bit about him so you can see how the board would benefit from him being a part of it. A little bit about my husband, Thomas Baldwin. He was raised in Manatee County. He has lived here since 1977. He attended Manatee High School. He loves his hometown and his community. I'm real proud of him, sorry. Thanks. We live in No, I'm okay. I got it. We live in a 1936 home in Point Pleasant. He rebuilt an accessory dwelling unit on our property for his mother to live in, meticulously preserving its original character, and yes, it was permitted, of course. Very familiar with their building process now. We have a passion for history and the preservation of that history, hence his application. In addition to his passion, he has both an MBA and a JD. He will use his skill set as a local business owner and negotiator to represent the best interests of the community and the preservation of the history of our county. He has a desire to serve his community. He would be an excellent addition to the board with his fresh perspective and his reasonable disposition. Yes, I just confessed my husband's reasonable. Luckily, he's not here to witness it. He will represent the county as a whole by listening and considering community members' wishes and focus on the preservation of Manatee County's history for generations to come. I ask you to please vote for Thomas Baldwin for his nomination to the Manatee County Historical Preservation Board. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
And I didn't really know I was going to speak, so I kind of just wrote that, so I'm sorry if it was, and I got a little blurry, but.
It was beautiful.
Okay.
We were all a little choked up.
Okay. You're good
Okay.
acting.
Any other
All good.
Any other public comments? Seeing none and no one's on the phone, I will close public comment. I will now entertain motions for nomination. I do have one on the board, so put yourself on the board if you want to nominate someone. Commissioner Siddiq.
No secret, I'd like to nominate Mr. Thomas Baldwin.
That would have been really awkward if somebody didn't nominate him.
And your husband owes you a nice vacation and a hell of a good Christmas gift, because you've been sticking around all day. Yeah, exactly.
He knows this is a volunteer job, right? Okay, just want to make sure. I'm kidding. Okay, I have one nomination for Thomas Baldwin. We have 3 seats, so go ahead.
I wanted to, two things. Just to let you know, Point Pleasant was also known as Curry's Point, which was settled from my ancestors that came to Manatee
We're
County.
doing nominations.
Oh, stop a moment, we're going.
I'm repeating what Commissioner McCann
And
said.
I would like to,
know.
we have 3 seats. I'd like to get a little new blood in there, but I'd also like to nominate our Stephen Reese, who is one
Albert.
of our applicants.
I agree. I think Thomas Baldwin and the 2 current seats are the 3 best options for this, but we're doing them one at a time, so what's it? Yeah. Yeah, it's easier to do them one seat at a time. Did you want to put other names in there, or do you want to do Thomas Baldwin first, or do we want to have competing? I think we're all going to be on the same page on the 3 people. So let's just close nomination with Thomas Baldwin. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Even though he's a lawyer.
All- Okay, Thomas Baldwin has been appointed to the Historical Board unanimously. Commissioner Feltz. No, who do you got to say one of the 2 names.
Steve Reese, yeah.
Okay,
Close nominations.
second. All in favor of Stephen Reese, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Stephen Reese is reappointed. Commissioner Feltz, are you still on the board, or did I just not take you? Okay. Okay. I was going to nominate Albert Keon. Is that how you say it? The other one who's already on the board. As a reappointment. Is any other nominations? And we have a motion to close nomination by Commissioner Ballard. I will second that. All in favor of reappointing Albert, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Look at that. Look how fast, that's way faster than picking a chair. Okay. Now we're moving on to Planning Commission appointments. I could just handle this, sir. It's
Okay,
It's
okay.
easy enough. I put myself on the board first on this one, actually, and then Mike's on there.
Nominate somebody.
Okay. Everyone can put their name on there. I'm going to nominate Rob Brown because I think his knowledge would be just insanely important on that board.
I'll second, man.
Is there any other nominations? Good. We have 2 seats. We're doing 1 seat at a time.
One seat at a time, yeah.
So if you prefer Bruce over Rob, then you can put Bruce.
Rob
Okay.
first.
Is there any other nominations right now?
Nope.
If not, then we will close nominations, and the only nomination for the first seat is Rob Brown. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Rob Brown has been appointed to the Planning Commission unanimously.
Bruce Dam.
Commissioner McCann has nominated, that's right, you gotta be on the board. I'm sorry.
I'd like to have reappointed Jeff Esslinger.
Okay.
Great job, he's made almost 92% of the meetings, local guy, very informed, great, understands the.
Okay, where do I put myself on here?
Sorry. I'd like to nominate the reappointment of Jeff Esslinger. He's attended 92% of the meetings, he's well-informed, he understands the position you are in on the Planning Commission, so I'd like to recommend his reappointment.
Okay. Who else is on the board? Commissioner Feltz.
Bruce Dam.
Bruce Stam has been nominated by Commissioner McCann. Is there anyone else who wants to make any other nominations? We have 2 nominations. Okay. In that case, then if there's no one else, I will close nominations and open any deliberation people may have. I put myself on the board. I think Jeff has done an excellent job on this board, and he has attended. However, earlier this year, we had 2 appointments, and I said I was voting against Bruce, and I voted for Scott Ziegler because I said I wanted to fill all of the districts first, but I made a pledge that at the end of the year, if seats opened up, that I would support Bruce Stam's appointment once all of the districts are full. So therefore, I will be voting for Bruce Stam and honoring my promise at the beginning of the year. Commissioner Siddiq.
Yeah, Bruce has been reaching out for quite some time. He's very active in the community. He's wanted to be on that seat for many years. So couldn't quite work out last time around, but I said I'd support him, and I'm going to see that through.
Commissioner Beard.
Yes, I helped nominate Bruce Stan last time.
No, he's
I
just
said
dialing.
last
He's
time
saying
was on the-
last
on the
time he
planning commission.
nominated.
So I'm going to support Bruce as well. Thank you.
Commissioner Ron.
I just have a procedural question. Bruce already sits on the infrastructure tax committee. Can he sit on 2 advisory boards?
Yes,
Okay,
Mr. Chairman,
that's
as
the
long as
question.
the other one is not quasi-judicial, so it's okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, there's no one else on the board. We have 2. We'll go in the order that they were nominated. The first one is Jeff Fingwater. 2 votes for Jeff, and the second one is Bruce Stam. And that's 5 votes for Bruce Stam. So it's Commissioner Bearden, McCann, Cruz, Siddiq, and Feltz in favor of Bruce Stam, and Commissioners Ballard and Ron in favor of Jeff. So Bruce Stam has been appointed to the Planning Commission. Sarah, or anybody, maybe Bobby, whoever knows, or Rachel, are these seats, sometimes the seats have different terms we didn't really define. They're both the same term. Okay, so it doesn't matter which order we went, we don't, okay. Okay, so both of them are 4-year terms effective, well, 2 months ago, right? Didn't these expire in October? Okay, effective immediately. Do they have to be at the meeting next Thursday? All right, they better get on it.
Rachel Layton for staff. We hope that they will be in attendance next week, and we will work to prepare them for
Okay,
that.
well, Rob was here today, so he has no excuse. He left, though. Okay. Okay, that's the end of our, we've done all of our appointments. I'll reopen up citizen comments for future agenda. Seeing none, I will close future comments. And I will go to final comments. County Attorney, any comments, Sarah?
No comments.
No snap?
No, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Feltz.
I have heard from, I don't know what the problem is. I think that we just need to maybe give citizens a little bit more of a recap. I'm getting some feedback that they're calling in, but unable to be recognized or speak. And I think that if they're from my district, then we have a little education process that we'll go through with them. If I hear that they're from your district, I'll refer that. I think it's just a, you know, I don't know the mechanism with this. I don't know their mechanisms at home that they're saying that they're showing as muted, and then they can't get to, and I tell them, we see it on our screens. And
Yeah.
I don't see them, George, so I don't know why they're not being recognized. So what I've asked them to do, if they are having a problem, to give us, you know, a little bit. I can't get messages up here or whatever if there's an issue, but just be aware that you may have some citizens that are trying to call in, and they're, again, technology, whatever it is, I'm not seeing a problem, so I'm asking them to give me a little bit more, you know, documentation on what the issue is.
Yeah, if you get that, please let us know, because we can see everybody on.
Yeah.
Nobody can say, I was
Yeah.
on, you didn't see me. We can all
I
see
can
that.
see it.
There is a slight lag between YouTube and here, so maybe
Right.
sometimes people raise their hand after
Right.
the fact and don't realize that they're raising their hand when they hear it on there, and we're already past it, already
Right.
closed it.
Right.
But we
I
can
don't
see
think
it
any of
sometimes.
us have ever been on the other side of calling in.
I believe
to-
Commissioner
to-
Ron had that
to
experience in
a meeting.
August.
Something like that. Yeah, but you were on as a participant. There's a difference than
No,
when
he
you're
wasn't.
calling in.
When he got
Was that
kicked,
what the problem
when he got
was?
kicked off as a panelist, he had to come back on as a general participant, like
Right.
the public,
Yeah.
and they weren't unmuting
Yeah,
him. That was the
technology's
issue.
not perfect, you know, and all that. But the other thing I'd like to thank all of you for a few little victories today that I'm very grateful for. And I really, really understand when we get a little passionate about things. I get a little emotional about things because this means a lot to me, which is why I understand that lady in the audience and have my tissues up here for you. But we're all here to do a job, and we are still a good and balanced board. And I'm going to believe in the good of all of us. And I hope we all take that away from this. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quick, to Commissioner Feltz's point, these are quasi meetings. How do you swear somebody in unless it's legislative?
I think she's referring in general. I've had people tell me during regular meetings they couldn't get into. I don't think she was specifically talking about
this meeting
today.
or just general? Oh, okay, I thought you were referring to me. I'm sorry.
I think that's why you're not seeing the traffic that we would anticipate, and which is wonderful. Look what we've done. We've opened up public comments in the morning and in the afternoon, and they're not getting through. But we'd have to really identify what the issue is.
So you were just referring to public comment and stuff like that, not on a particular application?
No, they're
Okay.
just trying to
All right,
call
thank you,
in,
ma'am.
and they're having issues with calling in, and I keep telling them, I'm not seeing you here. So I don't know.
Nothing
what the
else, Mr.
problem
Chair.
is. But we are obviously having one, so I would, if you all get a chance during your town halls, during some of your meetings, maybe get some test cases out there and see what our problem is, because it really is a good thing. Whether we think so or not, the citizens do. But they just get a little frustrated when the technology doesn't work. And I can't help them because I'm not seeing the problem. So, and I'm going out and I'm fussing at them for not taking advantage of our half hour in the morning and our generous half hour in the afternoon. And then they're telling me, well, I tried to call in, but I wasn't ever recognized.
All right, that sounds like something the future chair should work on. Commissioner Siddiq, as a matter of fact, you're up next. Any comments?
Speaking of future chair things, very briefly, two things. I was paying attention to what this board was saying about work sessions, things for next year. So just putting on your radar, the work sessions start February, which there were, so the first one on February 11th. If it's okay with the board, I will be targeting that towards the millage and property tax relief, just so we can give staff enough time from now until then to prepare, and then this board, and then after we discuss what we wish to discuss with the public, give them the rest of the year to figure out what to do as we see what happens in Tallahassee. February 11th, work session on property taxes and the county millage and property tax relief, excuse me. Second one, March 4th, we've spoken a lot about, very appropriately today, about the land development code, things we can and cannot do, in particular with SB 180 still looming over us. So at least as far as the conversation goes about all the things we talked about yesterday, from small code changes to larger ones, I would like to see if the board's interested and then target March 4th for that conversation about land development code updates, what we can and cannot do with SB 180, just to get us to, again, prepare, especially planning staff, and Sarah will have conversations up until then. But those are the two things I'm targeting. So February 11th, property tax relief and county millage updates. March 4th, land development code updates. That's all I have.
Can you move March 4th?
That's the work session date we agreed to.
Why? Does it not work for you?
But I can always,
It doesn't work for me.
okay.
Well, I think we're going to be talking about the calendar and some potential changes at the next regular meeting anyway, so bring your conflicts with you and we will figure this out.
Great.
Yes, we do not typically have meetings during spring break because staff and other people go away with their kids.
I will. Okay, so I'll work with the commissioners on that one.
Commissioner Bearden. Commissioner Ballard. Commissioner McCann.
One question, this is for legal, and I promised I would ask this in an open forum. Kimley Horn works for us, and they also come before us with applicants. Do we have conflict waiver signed on that?
I believe it was addressed in their contract. I think staff, are you aware of that, and separate people work in each one?
Correct. Rachel Layton for staff. So for the example of the comprehensive plan application, they have to only have staff that is working on that application. Those staff members cannot be representing Kimley Horn for private sector applications. So they have separate files and firewall structure set up for that to make sure that there's no internal conflict on their end.
Great. That's all they wanted to hear. Thank you.
All right, and I have nothing. So, yes. We can. On Monday. It's Monday. Monday afternoon, and then the 17th, we've got the bishop ribbon cutting. And with that, we are adjourned.